pulled up the two teams on your screens in front of you.
Well, Dinesh Ramdin, of course, will lead the team, and I'm sure he'll want to make amends for what transpired in Game 1 against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force when they lost that one handily and only posted 119 runs, which is not going to hurt anybody, as they say, under good batting-friendly conditions. But of course, Jonathan Drakes, Christian Calitran, I'm sure he'll be hoping to do something. This is his home ground here at the Queen's Park Oval, and so he will be anxious to get going here. Xavier Burton, Matthew Ford, Odain Makati, Mikhail Powell, Abijay Mansing, as you mentioned, coming in, Amari Goodridge, and so it should be a very interesting battle indeed. Carl Tuckett and Jacqueline Williams are umpires for today's encounter. Mr. Tuckett is, quote-unquote, going to take first strike as he positions himself here at the northern end or the commentary box end and is awaiting Powell to start proceedings here. And the first ball is wide. A little bit of away movement. It's signaled as a wide, but you can see a little bit of away movement initially.
Well, what I can tell you about the CCC side is that they didn't have any express pacers in their side. They had some bowlers who were bowling some very good line and length. So they brought Mikhail Powell in, and he seems to be a little bit quicker than the other pacers on offer. And that little slingy action of his might give him some swing as well. Matthew Ford is another who gets a little bit of swing as well. But we all know Johnson Charles, what he's capable of. And Alec Athanaze, of course, in some form as well.
And the next delivery is, again, not too much movement this time, as he was trying to adjust his line a little bit better. And Johnson Charles just allowing it to go. He's taking a look, one would have to say.
Early in the proceedings, yes. But good showing so far from Powell. You want to keep those balls in that fourth and fifth stump corridor.
This is driven. He's out caught. Oh, no, he's dropped it. Well. What a break that would have been, because that was really a ball hit hard, and Matthew Ford put him down there in the covers. He certainly got a good look at it, and he should have really taken it at this level. That's regulation for him. And would you believe it? Johnson Charles gets a life without unducked, really, without scoring.
Well, Johnson Charles is known for moving his feet a lot early in his innings, and he just threw his hands through at that one. Ford did well to get down because it was traveling very quickly as Powell comes in again.
Driven again, this time through extra cover, and he's going to get some runs here. Not sure if he's going to get a boundary, and he gets a couple as the ball is struck down by Goodridge. And the batsmen are comfortably back for 3 runs. Insult
there for Mikhail Powell, because he just he served that one up a little bit there for Charles to just get his foot forward and drive that pleasantly through the extra cover region. Good chase on, and you have to commend the batters there for pushing for 3 runs as well. There was 3 runs on offer, so we get to see Athanaze for the first time at the Queen's Park Oval. But something for Powell to work with.
Yeah, coming off a good score of 138 in the last game, so he's obviously brimming with confidence. But cricket is such a leveler that you have to start at 0. This time he's turning it off his legs and immediately sets off on a run. Thought about a second, they're going to have to hurry, but unable to pick it up cleanly. And the batsmen have more than enough time to complete a second run.
But I think that just that shot shows exactly what good form Athanaze is in. It's just a easy delivery that he was able to tuck it off his legs quite easily, just behind square on the leg side for 2 comfortable runs. Get off the mark immediately, sign of a batsman in form.
Here he is again, trying to turn it again on the onside. On this occasion, though, the fielding is much better. Ford is scrambling over to his left and makes the stop. His line is pretty much into that leg stump, so that forces Ramden to make an adjustment there. And what he has done, he's pulled Burton out into short mid-wicket and asking the batsman to continue playing that shot. He is again, and he flicks it. It's airborne for a little while, only this time it goes behind square, and they'll pick up another couple quite easily. So a little chess game going on here as that completes over number 1. And at the end of it, 8 without loss. The Windward Islands, after the CCC won the toss and asked them to bat first.
Certainly an eventful over there from Michael Powell, his first serving up to Charles and Athenaeus from the Windward Islands Volcanoes. He, of course, could have had Charles out for a duck had Matthew Ford taken that difficult catch there at the cover region. A little bit too straight to Athenaeus, you'll have to see. And, of course, with a batsman in Athenaeus' form, it was easy to flick off the legs and get his score moving on. But at the end of the over, we'll have to see how the number 5 coming up from the Brian Lara Pavilion end, that will be Matthew Ford, should be seam up, straight up, a little bit of swing here. We'll see how Johnson Charles can negotiate with it, as Dinesh Ramden just has one slip in place for him. Kirsten Kalicharan, his fellow Trinbagonian, at actually that could be a first and a half slip, you could say, Ruskin Mark.
Yeah, he's a bit wide, and he's now you see Dinesh making that movement. The first delivery is on line with the leg stump again, and just like it's easy pickings for the batsman, and this time Charles takes a comfortable single to square leg. So both batsmen now on 4. The first over here from Matthew Ford, and I'm sure he'll be hoping to at least learn from his partner, his opening partner, Powell, who was drifting on the legs quite a bit. And let's see if he can assume a line closer to the off stump. To the left-handed Athenaeus. This is a good delivery because there was a good bit of movement away from the left-hander. You could see the ball touching down and just veering away towards the slip region.
Yeah, good adjustment here from Ford. Maybe a little bit wider than he would have liked. He would have liked to have the batsman playing at that a little bit, but something to work with there for sure. And I have to ask you, Ruskin, I mean, you would have seen Athenaeus' century in the last game. Your thoughts on this young player here for the Windward Island?
Well, in a team that had many outstanding performances, his was probably the best of the lot. He started slowly, and then you could see him expand his game. He's driving this time beautifully into line. And this is kind of like how he started that last game. He didn't really do anything expansive. He just kind of played everything in the V as much as possible. But what helped him too is that Johnson Charles was going at a rate of nuts at the other end. He had hit a couple big sixes early on in his innings. So Athenaeus just kind of, I don't want to say drop anchor, but he didn't really do too much. And then he started to open up. That's another good delivery from Ford. Again, drifting slightly into that leg stump. I think both opening bowlers are guilty of maybe bowling a little too close to the leg stump.
Yeah, just a little too straight there from Ford, and you can see what he's capable of. It's I wouldn't say it's military medium, it's military fast medium, but he bowls very seam up, very straight up, and sees what movement he can get. It might be very little or minimal movement, but of course it's just that's just enough that will tease the edge.
This time he's bowling, he's pretty much on the off stump this time, forces a defensive prod from Charles, and certainly getting his respect there. But Johnson Charles is that kind of batsman who could take a good ball and make it look like a long hop, because when he's in that mood, there is no stopping him. And by the time you blink, he's gone past a half century. You just look at him, he's powerfully built and very experienced too. That's the other thing that works in his favor now. Driven down to mid-off, can't get it through. So that completes over number 2. The first by Ford, and at the end of it, 10 without loss to Windward Islands.
Not a bad over there at all from Matthew Ford, just 2 runs off that over, and you can see that his action, which is very straight on, very seam up, will keep those batsmen honest. But of course, if he strays middle and leg, or anywhere on middle and leg, it's very easy for the batters to tuck away. And coming back to Athenaeus, of course, it wasn't just 100 he scored. It was 133, so it was a decent score as well. So it shows that he can occupy the crease for lengths of time.
And he did that. He did that well enough. Like I said, he started slowly, and he allowed Johnson Charles to take the lead and push on. And when Johnson Charles departed with 119 on the board is when he kind of expanded his game. That's a good delivery, and this one is beautifully driven, square the wicket on the offside, and he may get a boundary here. In fact, he will get a boundary here. It was a good chase, or a good attempt at hauling it in by McCarthy, but in the end, it was just too well played. And there was a time they said this is how Sir Frank Worrell played cricket. He would drive the ball and force you to run after it, and you would never catch it, but you'll have to run it the full distance. And that is exactly what happened there to McCarthy.
Well, from my first viewing of the CCC's game against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they didn't have that X-factor bowler, I thought. And Powell is bringing that here.
Outside his legs this time, and it's going to be called a wide. Almost always as you drift on the patch. He's a bit sharp, as we say, in cricket. And he probably just needs to relax and his action is probably putting more pressure on him to become a better line bowler. But pace, is something there's no substitute for pace, really.
Well, I think that slingy action that he has is definitely giving him that extra little bit of yard of pace. But he has 2 batters here who are quite capable of taking him apart, and that's what he has to be wary of.
This time he's outside the off stump, forcing a false shot there from Athenaeus, who went searching for something out there. Luckily, he didn't get an edge.
Yeah, a little bit wide there from Powell again. He really needs to get those deliveries on target. And and of course he did have that drop catch of Johnson Charles in the first over, so he is capable of producing those wicket-taking deliveries. He just needs to string more of them together, and especially in the white ball game, it's difficult.
This time he's on the pad. That's a loud appeal there, and certainly Dinesh Ramdin gives him the applause as he recognizes that he was really beating the batsman there, and this would be very close indeed, because he looked to be covering that middle stump, and the umpire might be thinking there was some movement there, but I tell you what, that is very, very close indeed.
That one is very, very adjacent to me. There might be an issue with height, but then you did see that Athenaeus did walk across his stump, so he might have been on middle and leg when he was struck on that one. But there is some definite dipping movement there for Powell. We'll have Athenaeus something else to think about here.
He is again drifting into that leg stump, and Athenaeus just picking him off there quite comfortably. But the ball before, it had so much that was good about it, because the line was good. And like you said, with a slinging action, I think Athenaeus was expecting it to probably go down leg. I don't think it really swung as much as he anticipated, hence the reason why he might consider himself a little bit unlucky not to be given that LBW decision.
Well, it's certainly something with those bowlers with a slingy action, Ruskin. The ball skids, so you're not quite sure if it's going to stay low, if it's going to just scoot up at you. Again, Powell bringing a little bit of an X factor here.
This time he's forcing Johnson Charles to have to kind of check his cut shot. Normally he goes full bore with the cut shot. This time you could just see him just checking it, because the bounce was a little bit higher than he anticipated. But again, it's his experience that's allowing him to make that quick adjustment.
I think it may be a bit of a slight inward movement as well. Just after it swung away, just coming back in just a touch here, but you can see that Powell is bringing a little bit of extra something here, at least for the CCC squad.
This time he's going with him. It's up in the air. There's nobody there really to take that catch, and it's going to roll into the boundary at long on. And despite another valiant attempt to try to haul it in, but at the end of it all, Drakes could do nothing with it. Another boundary here for the Volcanoes as they push on to 20 without loss after 3.
Well, that's what Johnson Charles is capable of. Just any excuse he gets to free his arms, that's what he's going to do. And he just picked that one off over the long on area. It wasn't a full-blooded drive by any means, but he got enough aerial space on it and was over the head of the mid-on fielder and was able to get into the boundary there. So again, a mixed bag here from Mikel Powell. None for 18 off 2 overs. Expensive so far. But still, things are happening for him, and let's see how Matthew Ford can follow up after a very positive start here from the Windward Islands.
And this one is driven beautifully through extra cover, and that has 4 written all over it from the moment it left the bat, and you could just see it just kind of easing past Graves in the covers there, and all he could do is just turn and watch it go into the boundary there, deep extra cover for 4 good-looking runs.
Well, our co-commentator Kadir Mohammed is a left-hand batter behind us, and he was saying, wow, from the moment that left the bat. A lovely sound. Minimal ease of movement there from Anthony. He just stepped into the shot. The bat met the ball, and it went through extra cover. Let's see how Ford can respond here.
This time he's on the legs, clipped through mid-wicket as well, and there might be a couple here. They touch down for 1, and then they decide against it. And I think that is the decision of Johnson Charles more so than Anthony's, and because Charles is not noted for his running between the wickets, so he will not want it to too often. That is, I shouldn't say ever, but not too often you'll find him trying to squeeze a 2 or 1 into a 2 kind of thing. Anthony is much more light-footed and would be more than happy to go to run back for a second run. Here is Charles comfortably in behind this one. Again, doesn't really move much. He's very still at the wicket, and even when he moves to make his shots, his movement isn't very elaborate. It's almost as if he's playing everything right in this little arc right around him here.
Dinesh Ramden has afforded Matthew Ford a long on, and there's also a fielder at deep mid-wicket.
Those are the two players on the restrictions. Here he goes, hits it down to long on, and it drops well short. So, but that is exactly the shot that Dinesh was anticipating. Unfortunately, didn't go the distance. So maybe because he mishit it is what saved him on this occasion.
What do you think the challenges Dinesh faces here, leading the CCC side?
Well, in his favor, and I really want to commend the folks who chose Dinesh, because Dinesh is a fairly level-headed individual, and he no doubt will be able to speak to these young men. Plus, being a former West Indies player, they will respect him as well. Nicely into line again is Atenes, no problems here, and I think this is what Dinesh could do for some of these youngsters. It's not so much what he does on the field of play, but it has more to do with what he does in the dressing room or when they're away from the actual playing of matches.
Because I think one of the aspects of Ramden's game that is definitely underrated is his knowledge of the game and his reading of the game. So I think he can bring that as well, and so some of these younger players can definitely learn that.
This is again, look at the ease with which Atenes just kind of gets into line and just plays it with a full face of the bat and ends the over at the end of over number 4. 26 without loss is the latest here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Windward Island motoring along here. Athenaeus 15 of 14, Charles 9 of 10. So they're doing really well here. Athenaeus, you can see the confidence that he has. Charles, of course, the only word to describe him is pugnacious. I think if he was a boxer, he would be a Mike Tyson sort of style. Not really a Muhammad Ali, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee guy, but effective nevertheless. Michael Powell will be returning for his third over on the trot. Again, he's bringing that X factor. He's bringing that sling and that speed to the CCC, but he hasn't really gotten his radar right, except for a couple of deliveries here. So we'll be hoping now that that Powell can get his radar on for this third over, for his third over.
Again, he's outside the off stump, and but he's pitching up outside the off stump. So again, he's kind of tempting the batsman to come outside the off stump and see if you can, have a go out there. But this time, Charles was a little bit circumspect and just allowed it to go. Although you saw the bat almost like he was teasing, he was thinking about it, and then he just let it go.
Well, Charles, again, we know he doesn't use his feet that much. It's just speed of hand.
There he goes again in the air. That's a brilliant catch indeed. We saw one before. He dropped him earlier, but this time he made absolutely certain and hauled that one in. What a catch there by young Matthew Ford to take it one-handed, low to his right, and that is the end of Johnson Charles as he goes back for 9. It's 26 for 1.
Well, it's almost a carbon copy of the drop in the first over. The very first over, I think it was about the third delivery that Matthew Ford dropped Johnson Charles. It was in the same region, except from this time Matthew Ford was diving to his right as to his left, and this time he pulled off like a Superman catch.
It was a more difficult catch.
Yeah, and it was almost behind him if you really look at that in replay. I'm sure Michael can pull that up when he gets a chance here, but that one was almost behind him, but he was stretched full out to take that one, and it was a brilliant catch in the end, and that should raise the CCC spirit a little bit, getting rid of a dangerous player like Johnson Charles, and then hopefully it can inspire Michael Powell to just get his lines right and bowl to the fields that, of course, Dinesh Ramdin would have set for him.
Well, again, he did two things he did right there. He bowled it just outside the off stump. Again, remember the ball before when he was pitching up outside the off stump, and you could just see him tempting Johnson Charles to come out there and have a go. Charles resisted on that occasion, but he couldn't resist the second time around, and he holed out to the man there at that magnificent point position there and took a fine catch. It really would be considered. Now we've seen two catches like that. We saw the one in the last game that got rid of Chandapol, and this time here now to get rid of Johnson Charles. Those were two outstanding catches, and they're catches that are taken by fast bowlers, basically, guys who normally you would say are not so nimble on their feet, but they're showing that they have good hands. And now Dinesh Ramdin has decided he's going to go with a short cover again, as Kaveem Hodge is here. And this time you could see the movement. Hodge had to adjust quickly as that ball was curling away from him, and he had to make a late adjustment to play it out into the offside.
Yeah, so the new batsman Kaveem Hodge there being greeted with a lovely yorker by Michael Powell. And yeah, and then you can see Powell holding his hands there because he saw that gap emerging between the legs and the bat as well. If he had gotten that one to tail, then he might have been in business there.
He is again. This time he was trying to bring it back into the right-hander and hit the outside edge. And I'm not sure if Kaveem Hodge intended for it to go there, but he would be happy because it also went along the ground. It went well wide of first slip and down to the third man region. So a good consistent line now. You could see him getting the radar working a little bit better as umpire Jacqueline Williams changes sides.
But following CCC's performance in that last game against Red Force, I can see why Ramdin has opted to bring in Michael Powell.
Driven beautifully straight back past the bowler for 4. Another exquisite drive, a straight drive, one of the best shots in cricket, and he stroked it nicely. Some people say when it's played by a left-hander, it's even better.
Well, just there are no words for a wonderful shot like that from Anthony. Just straight down the ground, meeting with the full face of the bat. Again, minimal movement, Not a man moved, as they say, Ruskin, Mark.
Yeah, you only move to retrieve the ball. That's about it.
Yeah.
You know, and maybe the umpire to get out of the way. Again, on his legs, clipped away nicely down to square. There's a man. There is cover there, and but it certainly was a good delivery and very well played indeed. Again by Athenaeus. It completes over number 5 at the end of it, 32 for 1. The Windward Islands after they were put in by the CCC.
So a wonderful start here by the Windward Islands, and of course the CCC finally getting that wicket in this over Johnson Charles, as Ruskin Mark slips away smoothly as ever, and the left-hander Kadir Mohammed joins us in the commentary box. Good morning, Kadir, and how are you?
Good morning, Andrew Chan. Good morning, viewers. Yeah, brilliant start here by the Windward Islands Volcanoes, being put into bat by CCC. They are 32 for 1. Athenaeus coming off that brilliant 132 in the first game against the Guyana Happy Eagles. He's already started like a house on fire. He's 20 of 18. And
here's Ford that will continue the action from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. Coming back into Athenaeus just a little bit there, playing it respectfully. And we've talked about this in the past, Kadir, but he definitely looks like one of those players that has a little bit of extra time on his hands when he's playing those deliveries.
yes, certainly. He's out of the perfect batsman manual, you would say. Alec Athenaeus plays the ball right under his eyes, technically sound, and that gives him a lot more time than the others. That second where he waits to play right under his eyes. Even in his defensive prods, you can see he's right behind the line. He's always looking to get his body behind the line and present that full face of the bat. So he has definitely shown to be one who can bat long, Alec Athenaeus.
Well, you can definitely see that Ramden is concerned about him, because Ramden does not have any slips employed. The field is spread far and wide for Athenaeus. I'm sure if Hodge comes back into bat, the field will be adjusted as Ford continues to Athenaeus. Backing across his Athenaeus, turns that one down to third man, is riding the pace of that one. Michael Powell flicks it back in, and Hodge is on strike now. Let's see how the field is adjusted.
Well, Matthew Ford, he has shown to be able to move the ball both ways, both into the right-hander and away from the left-hander. So he also has that knack of bringing it back into taking it away from the right-hander, I should say. So he definitely, once he gets his radar right in terms of getting that touching down on that good length, he can cause some problems for Hodge and Athenaeus.
Yeah, very economical so far for the none for 9 or 2.3, and Kalicharan is back in that first and a half slip position there. Beaten outside. Hodge flashing on that one. It was a good delivery there from Ford. No edge there, but no foot movement either from Hodge.
You see again on that delivery, the shape to come in, and as soon as it touched down, it just slightly left the bat there of Hodge. That's the thing when you're facing someone who can move the ball both ways. You're not sure which way it's going to go as a batsman. So you have to be very watchful.
This one coming in here, Hodge up in his toes and turning that down to fine a leg for a single. He'll be happy to get off the mark and let Athenaeus negotiate forward. But Hodge hasn't been in bad form either. I think he had a couple runs in the last game as well.
He had 43 in the last game, but he came in with his team having laid a good platform after Johnson Charles and Alec Athenaeus. They put on 119 for the first wicket, so he came in with them, having that cushion.
Wide delivery there from Ford, but gets away with that one. Stroked nicely to the point position, and there is no run. And at the end of 6 overs, the Windward Islands have progressed to 34 for 1. Athenaeus 21 of 20. Hodge just in the wicket, replacing Johnson Charles, who is magnificently caught by Matthew Superman Ford off the bowling of Michael Powell for 9. 34 for 1 after 6.
As Ralphie there, he's just putting out some grass there at the top of Michael Powell's run up. So he probably just giving him a little bit of cushion there. He's probably just slipping at the top there of his mark. But Michael Powell, with his slinging action, he is definitely going to take the ball away from the right-handers. His action offers a lot, to that.
And I think he's also capable of bringing him back in as well. But let's see how Hodge faces up here. Good delivery, back of a length. Hodge just riding that one.
But an interesting field place here by Ramden. He's opted for a first slip in Kirsten Kalicharan, and he's also opted for a gully. A gully that's a catcher in close there at gully. That's Xavier Burton. It looks to be the man there at gully. So again, he set the field asking Powell to be on about off stump or that fourth stump line, trying to induce the edge of Hodge.
I think he's also encouraging him to bowl back of a length as well, because the fielders at mid off and mid on, the two fielders outside the circle are third man and fine leg, so he wants him to bowl not drivable length. He doesn't want to be driven at all.
And I tend to differ there, Andrew, because that field set suggests to me that he wants the ball pitched up. The further you get the ball up, you give it more time to swing. And Powell has shown that he's getting it to go away from the right-handers.
The short one, and that is turned into the leg side. And the signal from the umpire is 6. Well, that one may be coming faster at Hodge than he got, but he was able to swivel it over deep square leg for 6.
Yeah, a little bit too short there from Powell this time. Just not able to get his radar right, barring that wicket that he got there of Johnson Charles. But on this occasion, too short to Hodge. Enough time to rock on the back foot and hit it exactly where he wanted to, depositing that one long over the mid-wicket region. And there we see the fielder, he has to go into that Dos Santos, that vacant Dos Santos stand now, and retrieve. So that's what I'm saying, Andrew. He wants to pitch the ball up and give it that chance to swing away.
That certainly was an awkward looking shot from Hodge. I don't know if he intended for it to go that far or that high, but he still got just rewards for it anyway.
Michael Powell, after 3.3 overs, he's gone for 30. He's gotten that wicket, but he has been on the expensive side so far.
Powell continues. How can he recover after this one? It's a lovely delivery, pitched up, met very nicely by Hodge, and is driven pleasantly to mid-off.
That's exactly what you want from Powell. That sort of area, that sort of length, encouraging that drive. Well, the gully, he's now being replaced. Seems to be a short extra cover, Xavier Burton. So he's been taken out of the gully. Again, looking for and trying to entice that drive from Kavim Hodge.
Tucked up again here, a little back of a length maybe. Drifting onto the leg side and well fielded by that fielder Demario Richards there at the short mid-wicket position. No run. It's been a really mixed bag from Powell here. He's bowled some excellent deliveries. He's also bowled some deliveries that have just been asking and begged to be put away and have been put away.
But again, it's a learning curve for most of these guys from CCC, the likes of Michael Powell and also Matthew Ford. He's recently played for the St. Lucia Kings. They just concluded CPL. He's also played for West Indies on the 19s as well. But this is definitely a learning curve for most of these guys, at this level, certainly. So at the end of 7, it's 41 for 1.
The Windward Islands Volcanoes have started on the front foot here despite the loss of that one wicket of Johnson Charles. Athenaeus is still there, setting a good pace. Current run rate 5.86. And we will see Matthew Ford continuing here. I expect that Dinesh Ramdan will be looking at maybe making an adjustment soon, though. Matthew Ford has been has been doing a good job. He started off maybe a little bit too straight when he opened the bowling, but we know what he's capable of, that military sort of fast medium and maintaining that line and length. Hasn't picked up a wicket as yet. I'm sure he'd love to do that right now as he settled down and faces Hodge. A delivery that keeps Hodge honest on the line of the off stump. Played back up to the bowler.
But Matthew Ford, he brings something different to the table in terms of he has that ability to swing the ball, which we see most of our bowlers, they tend to be a little bit more, most of our bowlers, they tend to be having that pace and not, able to swing the ball both ways. So Ford definitely brings something different to the table in terms of his ability to move the ball.
Tucks up Hodge with this one, but Hodge is able to turn that into the leg side, just behind square. The fielder from Fine Line has to run around, and they will collect two very comfortable runs. And I think that's the problem with Ford, that even though he gets that swing, he's not bowling with a pace that can keep the batsman honest at all times. So if he strays just a little bit, and if you take an inch, you get a couple yards for runs, so. That's what he has to be wary about. But overall, he has a very nice, clean action and a very lovely approach to the crease. Hodge driving on this occasion, not getting the full purchase that he would want off that one. Just up the middle, no run.
Good start here by the Windward Islands Volcanoes, 43 for 1. Just in the 8th over. And so both Athenes and Hodge building up a partnership here, already 17 so far. So these two definitely want to carry on here for Windwards.
Tucked up again here, but Hodge, quick legs, unable to turn that behind square once again for a single. Kadiri, you were out there earlier. How did the pitch look? What are your thoughts on the pitch that these guys are playing on right now?
This one seems to be a little bit slower than the one we played on here on Monday. Was very good for batting. It held up nicely for the entirety of the game. But this one seems to be a little bit slower, a tad slower than the previous one.
Powell, and that's a beautiful drive once again by Athenes. Wow, what a shot from this young player, driven beautifully down the ground of long on for 4 runs. Kadir, what do you have to say about Athenes now?
Once again, allowing the ball to come to him, not pushing at it, allowing it to come right under his eyes and executing to perfection that on drive. A shot that's difficult to execute. One of the hardest shots in the book to play that on drive, and he did it magnificently well there, Alec Athenes. He moves on to 25 now, so he's really motoring along.
Looks so comfortable here, Athenes. And that will end the 8th over, 48 for 1. Windward Islands Volcanoes. Athenes setting the pace there. And that delivery, that second to last delivery that he struck for 4, Kadir, there was still a little bit of swing in. It was tailing in, and he was able to negate that and still push it down the boundary for 4.
Well, he's brimming with confidence, coming into this innings after scoring 132 previously. He has that sort of confidence, to execute those shots once it is in his zone. He is going to go for them.
What is it like on the other end? So imagine you're a Cavem Hodge and you're struggling. Well, you're not struggling, but you're finding it a little bit difficult in these moments, and then you have a partner motoring all along on the other hand. How do you feel as a Cavem Hodge in that situation? As I think there will be a change in bowling, as Amari Goodrich will replace Michael Powell here from the Jerry Gomez Media Center end, the southern end of the ground, or northern end of the ground.
Well, for Kavem Hodge, he started well. He's 12 or 14, but he would definitely, once he's on strike, once he's able to turn strike over and give it to Athenes, and sort of gets into his innings, again on this occasion, just able to turn it into the leg side and get one, go up the other end, and look at this brilliant young player, do his thing.
Certainly a very compact player, Alec Athenaeus.
So it's a free hit. Amari Goodridge overstepping there. First delivery.
And
So
that also brought up the 50 for the Windward Islands in 8 overs. So their current run rate 6.25. They'll be very, very happy with that performance so far. And Goodridge will be delivering this free hit to a batter in some good form here. Let's see what Athenaeus can make of this. A wide delivery and signaled wide by the umpire.
So the free hit still stands. Amari Goodridge up against it here early on, having bowled 2 deliveries and none of them being legal.
Certainly not the start Dinesh Ramdin, his captain, would have requested from Goodridge. We're hoping for some control as opposed to some chaos as to what's happening here. For full delivery, and Athenaeus is able to drag that down onto long on just for a single there. And Hodge will be back on strike.
Yeah, well executed there by Amari Goodridge, attempting to go for that Yorker. Good result for him. Just a single from the free hit. So he's off and running in terms of legal deliveries.
That's a lovely flick forward of square in the leg side from Kavem Hodge. Straying again by Amari Goodridge, and Hodge will eat that one up. That's a lovely 4 all along the carpet.
Yeah, getting a bit too straight there, Amari Goodridge. Nice execution there from Hodge as well. Straight onto the pads and hitting it into that vacant gap there between mid-wicket and mid-on. So good signs for Hodge as well. He is now starting to get into his work. He's 17 of 16. And these two are beginning to form a nice partnership here, Andrew.
Yeah, definitely. They've been together for quite some time now, since the 5th over. And I think it's good, particularly Kadir, to see 2 young batters now entering the first class game, now making their way in it, and they seem to have some very calm heads on their shoulders.
Well, Hodge has been around for quite some time with the Windward Islands. Sorry, he also played for the West Indies emerging players as well previously in the Super 50. So he's a guy with some experience. So he's definitely one, who can bring that sort of experience together with Athenaeus. He's just started his List A career. So certainly these two have done well, and they're both from Dominica, so they would have, that sort of partnerships back home as well.
Goodridge continues to Hodge. Flicked onto the leg side again, strained on the leg side, and flicked just behind square on the leg side. 2 runs for Hodge. Easy pickings again here for him.
Goodridge again, like Mikhail Powell, not really able to get his radar right early on.
Well, I like the mixture of this Windward Islands Volcanoes team, because it's a nice mixture of the youth and the experience. Personally for me, I find the Trinidad and Tobago team is a bit aged. I mean, they're the young fellows that I guess that should be there, like the Josh De Silvas and the Jaden Seals of this world. But in terms of the younger players in there's only Terrence Hines, there's only Jeremy Solozano. As Goodridge comes in again, and Hodge plays this one back up the pitch. And that's the last delivery of the 9th over, as the Windward Islands Volcanoes progress to 58 for 1. So it's nice to see, of course, that there's a mixture of these younger players coming in, and of course, credit to the Cricket West Indies board for bringing in the combined campuses and colleges and the West Indies Academy. So some of these younger players do get a chance, but I still think that in terms of Team Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, the team is a little bit older, and I feel like some more younger players should be blooded in with that squad. I'll ask Kadir Mohammed his views on that one. As we see another change in bowling from the CCC. Romario Greaves, a spinner, will be taking up the attack from the southern end of the ground.
Well, Andrew, I will leave that up to the selectors. They have chosen what they have deemed to be the best 18 or so players from Trinidad and Tobago. And so, we as people from Trinidad, I guess we have to support the team that they have decided to go with. So I'll leave that up to them. But as we see, Romario Greaves here brought in the ninth over, the final over of the first power play.
Flick down the behind square again by Athenaeus on the leg side, and he'll get off the mark immediately. Kadir Mohammed showing off his political prowess there, ducking that question, ducking that consideration. Again, but to go back to the point, it's a situation of, yes, we see some of these younger players. So we have Kirsan Kalicharan and Isaiah Ali out there for the combined campuses and colleges, as well as Navin Bidesi. And of course there's Keegan Simmons, Leonardo Julian from Trinidad and Tobago playing for the West Indies Academy. Greaves comes into Hodge, tucks him up, and Hodge can't get any run there. But what I'm saying is I would still like to see more younger players coming through. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you on that one, Andrew. Certainly we want to see the likes of the younger guys. But again, the selectors have opted for the squad that they have chosen, which they think that is the best possible 18. So,
well, defending champions, they do want to win it here. Greaves settles into his work, turned into the leg side again by Hodge, but there is no run. People are doing very well at backward square leg to pick that one up.
But I like the fact that CCC and the West Indies emerging players have been given the opportunity to participate in the tournament. So CCC, the last time they would have
tucked behind, down to third man, cut very, very fine there by Hodge, and he will pick it up. The fielder does very, very well there. The ball almost trickled back into the ropes there, but Hodge picks up two.
Yeah, nice back cut there from Hodge, beating short third man and that backward point. That fielder at backward point there. Nice late dab from Hodge.
Not a bad over from Greaves so far. He wants to end strongly, and Hodge is down and sweeping hard into the leg side. The fielder comes around from mid wicket to cut across, and he'll get two more runs. Hodge showing his adeptness here, and the Windward Islands will end the 10th over at 63 for 1. Some comments from Kadir Mohammed before Ruskin Marks takes over on this position.
Yeah, good start for Windward Islands after 10 overs. 63 for 1. I was just losing that wicket of Johnson Charles in the 5th over. He went caught. Matthew Ford bowled Mikhail Powell for 9. And the CCs, the Windward Islands, they are motoring nicely along here at a current run rate of just about 6.3 into the over. But like in the first game, we've seen that they've batted the 10 overs relatively unscathed in terms of wickets, having just lost one today, but in that previous game they lost their first wicket in I think about the 23rd over or so.
With 119 on the board. So there is that difference, but then these two can make up for that as well, as we've seen already.
Ford does the work, the cleaning up there. Mikhail Powell should have done better at mid-on there, but ball eluding him and picking up 2 there was Alec Athenes. He moves on to 29 now. Windwards move up to 65 for 1.
Another sweetly timed drive. And again, it's such a feature of his batting that the drives in that V are so exquisite. And he times the ball very well. He's not flamboyant, so to speak.
What a lovely shot again there from Alec Athenes, pitched up by Amari Goodrich and executed to perfection through extra cover. Alec Athenes, my oh my, he is something special, this young man from Dominica. Just 23 years of age, Alec Athenes.
And he almost decapitated Christian Kalichan there with that drive, because just as it got in front of him, it took a hop. And it just kind of jumped over his shoulder. But what a pretty looking shot. And he really painted a good picture. It's so easy on the eyes.
This one can't beat Matthew Ford there at mid-off. Good result for Goodrich, a dot ball. But good start again from the Volcanoes. It's 69 for 1 in the 11th over Ruskin. They have definitely set a good platform here again.
And this is how, and you do it without taking too many risks. That's the beauty of this particular innings and the way they've batted in. Now we've seen them now in 2 innings so far.
Good from Goodrich there. Good area. Yeah, you want to be in that area a little bit more often, Amari Goodrich. Just too many loose deliveries to start with, from Goodrich into his 2nd over now. He's already conceded 16. So he would want to string together some more of those deliveries in that good length.
And it is required here because the wicket, again, there aren't any terrors in the wicket. So batsmen wouldn't feel too concerned.
Loose there from Athenes. Wide delivery there. Just trying to get some bat on that one and just luckily for him went past the edge.
And that's what you have to do as a bowler. You just have to create angles and then create doubt in the batsman's mind as to what it is you're trying to do. So he went a little bit wider of the wicket, of the crease, and slanted that one across him. Now what he could do is try to replicate that, but maybe just change the angle, go closer to the umpire now.
And this one, Athenes just lifts this one over along mid-on, who was in the circle, and picks up 4 more runs. So at the end of 11, the Volcanoes are 73 for 1.
And that's another pretty good shot again from Athenes, who continues to impress here at the Queen's Park Oval, as he just lost this one, a deliberate shot, and picked it up nicely and then deposited over the head of the mid-on fieldsman down to the long on boundary, the wide long on position for another 4, as he just keeps rotating on. The worry, I would imagine, for Dinesh Ramdin is the bowlers just are not consistent enough in terms of their lines and their lengths. So you just need them to, just to pull things back a little bit, just bowl a couple overs where all you're really asking them to do is touch down and maybe off stump, just outside the off stump, force the batsman to try to move you from that position. And until they do that, then you adjust. But as it is right now, the batsmen don't have to wait too long before they get a loose ball or something that they can work with. And that is the challenge that I think Dinesh is facing right now. He just needs the bowlers to just relax and just bowl. And you put one in a good spot, fine. Put another one in a good spot. And then just try to replicate that until the batsman can make an adjustment.
Yeah, essentially what you're speaking about there is being patient on a good length.
Yeah,
which is
just
something
wait.
that has plagued us, If it's something is working for you, why change it? You're bowling some good deliveries and then you tend to want to go fuller, searching for that wicket delivery, which can sometimes cost you in the end.
Yeah, because and it's limited overs cricket. So again, you don't necessarily need to take wickets all the time, but you just need to control the run flow.
Yeah, if you're not able to get wickets, the best thing to do is limit the scoring.
Mm-hmm.
But in this case, they're not able to get wickets and they're leaking runs. from both ends.
But so far, this over has been pretty good. Although I'm not sure he should stick on that leg stump line. Maybe just adjust it slightly. Now that is a little bit better.
Danger here. Athenaeus has to hurry. Fielders seem quite realized that.
Yep.
Athenaeus seemed to have made his ground quite comfortably there, but for a moment he probably would have had his heart in his mouth there. A quick single by Kavem Hodge there, just nudged out to that backward point region there. Makati coming in quickly. But all's well that ends well.
A direct hit might have caused him some problems too. He might have been in real problems, in real trouble had he struck it early. Dinesh had to take it low and then bring his hands across to hit the stump.
But Greaves now, he has a job to do as the front line spinner in the CCC team. He's going to have to hold up an end while the Pacers try to do their thing from the other end. A nice push there from Athenaeus again, but mid-on up in the circle. And so he's going to have to watch his length. He cannot get too full there with mid-on being up. Well, he's now being pushed back to that long-on position.
And that's the freedom now that the first power play is out, so you allow more fielders out of the circle.
Good delivery from Makati there. Slight turn away from Athenaeus there, enticing that punch from Athenaeus. Goes past the outside edge. Good delivery.
And that's the line. And that's the line you want him to bowl, just off stump, just outside the off stump, and force the batsman to try to move you from there. Don't give him in his areas.
Good again from Greaves. Good into the over for Romario Greaves. 74 for 1 with Volcanoes.
And again, just the one run in the over, and you sense that he's probably getting into a little bit of a groove now. The challenge for him now is after this over, when he gets the ball the next time, is how does he kind of go back into that mindset that, look, I went past the outside edge, I forced a defensive prod from him, how do I keep him now repeating that? And that's what Dinesh needs to be whispering to him. In fact, all his teammates should be telling him that out there, well bowled, you need to keep doing it more and more. The wickets will come eventually because the batsman, the attitude to him will change at some point. So it's just a question of them just keeping their cool and continuing to do the work. We have a change of bowling. Abhijay Mansingh is on.
Seems as though we're going to get some leg breaks from Mansingh. He's going to be bowling to Hodge, who has got into his work nicely. 24 of 28. Athenaeus 37 of 33. They've already put on 48 for the second wicket here. Not a bad start there from Mansingh. As a wrist spinner, that's the main thing. You just want to touch down. It's a difficult art as it is already.
Especially when he's now starting, you just want to line up the deliveries pretty good. Just let them come out of the hand properly.
But good shot there from Hodge. A little bit too wide and too short there from Mansingh, and that's going to go into the boundary. That's 4 more to Kavem Hodge. He goes on to 28 now. Windwards 78 for 1. So a little bit too wide there from Mansingh, Ruskin.
Well, and it wasn't actually that wide, but what it is was very well played by Hodge. Again, just the timing, because remember the bowler is now starting, so you don't expect him to do too much with it, and you don't expect him to do too much with the delivery as he's only now started. So he's probably now working to get his line and to get his lengths going.
This one lined on the leg stump and turned away by Hodge. Picks up 2 more.
And it's just the consistency of line that you're asking him to know. He's a leg spinner, so they're more inclined to bowl bad balls, but they are wicket takers, the leg spinners. So Dinesh can't be too frustrated with him, but you'd like him to at least line them up in a particular region.
Yeah, this one just tucked away there by Hodge, a little bit on the short side there from Mansing once more. But yes, it's a difficult art, leg spin bowling. So Mansing, for him, this being his first over, he would now want them to come out of the hand, make sure that he's getting it to come out of the hand nicely. You know, because he's definitely going to be a wicket taking option for CCC.
Some leg spinners I've known, when they now start, they tend to either bowl straight balls or they bowl a lot of googlies just to get the action going.
And this one, Hodge looking to sweep this one and then checks it and just pushes it down to long on. Picks up another single. Mansing there just forcing something different from Alec Atenes.
He almost fooled him because Atenes looked like he was going to sweep him, and then at the last moment he checked and he just played it with a straight bat. I thought he was going to do a cross-batted shot and found that it was too full for that.
Good one from Mansing, good delivery. That's the sort of areas, when you get into your work, that's the sort of areas where you want to be. So that's the end of the 13th over here. The Volcanoes are 82 for 1.
And again, it's really a situation here where he wants to start well. You know, he wants to feel the ball leaving his hand properly and trying his best to, you know, get some consistency in his bowling. But he also wants to get rhythm in his bowling. So his approach to the wicket, and he just wants to feel relaxed and feel the balls coming out well.
So Greaves to continue here from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. Greaves into his third over. He's just gone for 6 runs. So he's done quite well, as I would guess the front line spinner in the CCC team.
He's operating from around the wicket as well. A lot of them tend to do that now.
That's quite a nice action for off spinner. A bit over the top, more out of the traditional book, as you would say.
And because it's limited overs cricket, they tend to shy away from too much flight. They tend to go into the wicket a little bit more, which I suppose makes sense because batsmen don't get under you too often.
Well pushed there by Atenes. But that's a good area there from Greaves. You know, he settled on a nice line and length, Romario Greaves, bowling at good speeds.
Which I think would please Dinesh, because Dinesh would want him to do that. And you see, once you start doing that, then you could say, okay, let me try to experiment now. You know, I could bowl a straighter one, I could bowl a quicker one. You know, do different things. But you first have to get, you know, set a base and then work from there.
Yeah. And you being a former bowler yourself, Ruskin Mark,
It's
you're speaking from
forms.
experience.
Yeah, all forms of bowling is what you want to do. You want to start well and then build from there.
This one is nicely played there by Hodge. That fielder Ford down there at long on.
And you know, the batsman also is the same principle. The batsman want to, you know, you want to feel the ball on the bat as often as possible, and you want to time it, you want to hit the middle of the bat, and you also, as a batsman now, you have to think like a bowler to understand what the bowler is trying to do against you, what the captain is trying to do by his field placings.
Well said again, Mr. Mark, as Atenes just eases that one to long off. And the Windward Islands, they, like we saw in the middle overs, they rotating the strike quite comfortably. Atenes and Hodge able to hit those gaps.
Which is good to see, because you don't always have to score boundaries, but the scoreboard is ticking over constantly.
Good delivery to finish over number 14 from Romario Greaves. It's 85 for 1. Atenes 40 and Hodge with him on 32.
And again, those are, you know, these are crucial overs for them. They're not allowing the Windward Islands to get away from them just yet. You know, so, and I think in the back of Dinesh's mind, he might have a figure, a score, and he's saying to himself, if we could limit them to under that score, it would be good. But here's how we're going to do it. And these are the overs that you want now to because they've got a good dose of pace bowling earlier. Now they're dealing with spinners. And Dinesh might be thinking if we could get through a few overs here cheaply, we'll be fine.
Yeah, Mansingh to continue. Dot delivery to start over number 2. And this is the thing, the middle overs tend to be, a period where we're not able to contain in terms of batsmen being able to rotate the strike quite comfortably. The field being spread as well. Flight to delivery from Mansingh. Kalicharan does the work there at cover.
And it's a nice spread field. He has a short third man, a backward point, a man sweeping on the offside at point, a short extra cover, and a long off, plus a long on mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and a square leg. Short.
Good delivery from Mansingh there, just on the line of about off stump, spinning back into Atenes. Atenes working that one off nicely.
It never fails, because if you bowl on the stumps or close to the stumps, batsmen will have to respect it most times.
Not bad again from Mansingh. Good feeling off his own bowling as well. So stringing together some dot deliveries here, 4 dot deliveries in a row. He will want to finish off this over well.
Now the challenge is for the batsman is he's thinking now, how do I score now? Or where do I go? The bowler now might just tweak his length a little bit or his line, shift it maybe further off them.
And this one flighted outside off stump and driven through extra cover. Good work in the deep there.
Brilliant fielding again.
Limiting them to just a single.
Yep, Richards. Demario Richards getting around quickly. Kalitran took some of the sting out of it, and then the fielder in the deep did the rest coming over, but he had to be quick, and what was most impressive, he released the ball quickly because Atenes was thinking of 2, and then he had to go back.
So good end to the over from Abhijay Mansingh. Just a single from that over. The Volcanoes 86 for 1 after 15.
So again, they continue to improve here. The CCC, they're tightening things up considerably, and when you consider over the last couple of overs, they conceded 3 in the 14th over and just 1 in the 15th. So those are positive signs for them, and those are signs that I'm sure they'll be hoping to continue. As you welcome back, Andrew.
Good day again, once again, viewers. And yes, the spinners have mashed the brakes a little bit on the Windward Islands Volcanoes progress, but you have to say that Athenaeus and Hodge look supremely confident at the crease. They've been together since the 5th over, and their partnership has progressed past the 60-run mark, Ruskin. So
yeah, with few alarms also. I mean, they played and missed. I think we had Athenaeus cut at one a short while ago in the previous over and missed it. Here you see it's another loud appeal, and again playing slightly across the line of this one. The umpire says not out, but really was worth a shout.
Yeah, Romario Greaves has every right to be aggrieved by that one, as we have a look at the replay here again. Across the line, fairly straight, maybe going down leg side, but he didn't come across as much as I had thought initially, Athenaeus. So you can see why the umpire, Jackton Williams, didn't give that one out.
He's again pitching up to him a little bit quicker this time, and again it's what I was saying to Kadir earlier, because now he's gotten a couple overs under his belt and he's gotten a couple good overs under his belt. Now you can see him experimenting. That was a straighter one, the arm ball, the one with the LBW appeal. Yeah, he's edging and it goes past, there's no slip, and it runs down to third man here, where he's trying to keep it in, but unfortunately his football skills not as good as yours, Andrew, and sorry to Powell there, but he couldn't keep it in, and it's 4 runs, but it's 4, as they say, off the edge and down to third man.
Well, if his football skills were as good as mine, he would have turned that into a 6 somehow, Ruskin Mark. So he's a valiant effort there from Powell. And as they say, if you're going to flash hard, Ruskin Mark. So some moral victories here for Romario Greaves in this over against a well set Athenaeus, who moves on to 45 or 46 with that lucky shot. And
he played this one earlier, and he's going to get a 6 for it. He played this in the last game a couple times. He miscued one, and he hit one, and then he hit another one. And we always wondered about it. But there he celebrates another half century with a reverse sweep. He just brought it out today for the first time. And he goes quickly on to 51 now. And it's 96 for 1. Things starting to rotor again.
Well, I was going to say that the run rate had gone down slightly. The spinners had gotten it down to 5.5, and then with Athenaeus, with this flurry of boundaries, has pushed it back up to 6.13. A well-played inning so far, 51 or 47, more than a runner ball, which is what you want to see in an ODI cricket and white ball cricket. And that was the first shot that I've really seen him play, I guess maybe out of angle with force or anything like that, because everything he has been very conservative so far.
And this time he's watchful and not under any stress. The thing is that, like I said, he played the reverse sweep a couple of times, and in the first game against the Guyanese, and the first one was nicely played. Then he got a top edge, and that went for 4 as well. But now he played this one so supremely well and with confidence. You could see him now beginning to really just find ways to get runs. Picking up the gaps all the time. So that completes another over, and at the end of over number 16, it's 97 now for 1.
And it'll be a short drinks break here as the custodian in charge, Ralphie, comes off with his broom and his sweep and his scoop to do some tending there and some gardening there on the pitches. Very, very good start here from the Windward Islands Volcanoes, and they built on that platform that Athenaeus and Johnson Charles added that little impetus. You saw that they slowed down a little bit in the last couple overs, as you mentioned. They only went for a couple of runs in the previous overs 13 to 16. So the spinners were doing a bit of a good job, a bit of a good repair job here, but Athenaeus and Hard showing their class, you'll have to say, Ruskin Mark, at this stage.
And again, remember, although Athenaeus is a young man, we've been hearing about Athenaeus now for quite some time in regional cricket, either at youth level and now at the senior level. So here's a young man who has been playing with and against some of the better players in the region. So now you come in, because in his mindset he's thinking, maybe this is the time for me to kick on now and show the West Indian selectors that I am capable and that I'm serious about playing international cricket. And he's doing it the best way possible by scoring runs. That's the only way the selectors are going to pay attention to him, and by scoring runs. And not only is he scoring runs, he's scoring good runs in the sense that he got 100 in the first game. He's here with a half century now. What are they talking about Virat Kohli now at the World Cup? It's because he's scoring runs. So he has back-to-back half centuries again, and I think now he's like the highest ever run scorer in T20 World Cup cricket. So the reason why we will be talking about Athenaeus is because he's scoring runs, and it's not just us. The selectors are going to have to look at him now and maybe say, is he ready for that next step now? Can we invest in him at that next level? And I really believe they can. They really need to look at him and do it. One of the things I've always said with regional cricket is, once you identify these individuals, like how we're talking about Athenaeus now, as we've spoken about others in the past, where do you put them to test them at the next level? Unfortunately, not too many of our players get to play in English cricket, in county cricket, because that was kind of like finishing school for so many of our players back in the day. I mean, all of our great players had that opportunity to go and play in county cricket, to hone their skills, learn how to bowl, learn how to bat, under different conditions, against different attacks and that kind of stuff. And then voila, when we see them at the test level, they look ready for that level. Athenaeus here is doing well against regional bowlers, but he's not going to get that opportunity against international bowlers unless he gets to play somewhere where international players, also ply their trade. And that is the challenge for like a West Indies cricket board, is where do you give these players those opportunities? The A-team tours is probably the next best thing for that. Short of playing outside of the region, the next best thing would be like the A-team tours. And I've always found that the English Lions, you knew of some players even before they played Test cricket because they were doing well with the Lions, and the Lions tours almost always coincided with the first team tour. So if they're going to Australia, the Lions would be touring Australia. So if somebody is doing well and you need a replacement, that person is right there. You don't have to send halfway around the world to get them. So there was method to the madness, if you know what I mean. And we need to look at how we organize our stuff, as we say, how you blend your chords in order to make it work for you.
Credit to the West Indies Cricket Board because they have expanded the A-team performances as we resume action here. Mansingh coming up against Athenaeus. And I have to ask you, Ruskin, how would in that water break, what would Dinesh Ramdan have told his team? Because of course the sun is getting a little bit hotter, the conditions a little bit.
He would have done an assessment and said to them, look, we're doing well. Let's just keep it going and try to tighten up in some areas. Just a beautiful delivery that goes right through him. Ramdan is appealing for a stumping, but I don't think Athenaeus had left his crease there. But again, it's a beauty of a delivery. This one was given some air. But it was so well pitched up that Athenaeus had to play at it. And then when he played, he missed it. And luckily for him, he didn't get an edge and he didn't leave his crease.
Good control shown here by Mansingh, none for 9 off 2.2 overs. To definitely keep these two batters in check. He definitely has something about him here.
Short. This one is cut away beautifully down behind point. And they're going to think for a minute of a second run, but it's not there. That's good fielding, good return as well. Good cricket all around. And just the one run. So they keep moving, they keep going. It's 98 now without loss, and they're trying to build a big innings here. That's another good delivery. Again, he's cutting outside the off stump and making no contact. Kaveem Hodge there, almost taking his life in his hands there with that one.
Well, after the water break, you can always expect batsmen to have those little blonde moments, and hopefully Kaveem Hodge will be his one blonde moment, and he'll put that behind him.
It's another cut shot again, and it's a shot that he likes to play, but it's also a shot that could cause him some discomfort, as well as we saw there. This one he played well. The one before, it was a little bit quicker, and he mistimed it. In fact, he missed it entirely.
We can see what Ramdan is trying to do, tempt him with that cut shot because there's no fielder at third man.
Yeah, he is again playing beautifully through extra cover. He might get a boundary here. It's a little bit of a foot race. This time the football is good, and they're going to go back for another run, and the throw is way off target, but it's backed up nicely in the deep. But at the end of it all, they get a couple of runs, and 100 is up for the Windward Islands. It's 101 now for 1 after 17.
Kaveem Hodge and Alec Athenaeus progressing quite well after the break. Athenaeus 53 or 52, Hodge 35 or 39, and they're really getting into the work against their spinners here. Again, they were a little bit quiet against the spinners when they first came on. Romario Greaves and Abijay Mansingh keeping them quiet for a little bit, but the two have definitely acclimatized to the conditions quite nicely here. The CCC, the team is spread far and wide here. Just to give you an idea of the field, there's a deep cover in position here for the right-handed Kaveem Hodge, as well as a long on, and then a fielder down at deep mid-wicket here, or that should be actually more deep back square leg, I should say.
Pitching up again and driven beautifully down in the deep, but just a single in it. And again, because the captain is asking him to assume those lines, and Dinesh is giving him cover in those areas, Dinesh would be happy with that. I mean, a single as opposed to maybe a 4-ball or 6 is, as a captain, you're happy with that. What he needs now is for him to keep plugging. You know, don't lose heart if you don't get wickets. But just keep plugging, and the wickets will come because the batsman will challenge him at some point in time. And he may get a man caught in the deep, or maybe a stumping, as the case may be, if he leaves his crease, as we saw before, and that is always likely.
Greaves does have a slip in place for him. That's Xavier Burton wearing the number 23.
This time he's watchful, and but it's a good contest. It's not like the Windward Islands have gone, you know, slam bam and really crashing the ball to all parts. They have scored some good runs, but they haven't really gone berserk. This one is on the legs and just turned away there. They're going to get another comfortable single. Mansing is operating there.
So what would Ramden ideally want from his spinners here? Average of maybe 3 or 4 runs and over.
And I think he can live with that because it's just consistency. You don't want the batsman to get into the habit of scoring a boundary every over, every 2 balls or 3 balls. You want to frustrate them as much as possible and just limit them. Quicker delivery this time, but well played by Kaveem Haji. Spotted it, and if anything, there was a little bit of turn. It's slow turn. It's not fast, prodigious turn or spin. It's slow turn. So as a batsman, you're thinking, boy, you know, if I spend time here, I should be able to score runs because there are no devils in this wicket. Getting some width here and working with it deep again. They go for 1, but once again the movement is good from Richards out there and limiting the batsman to just the 1-1. So again, good cricket all around. You could see what the bowler was trying to do, pushed it wide, and the batsman went after it, got it, but then the fielding is also contributing to the general play.
Greaves also offering a different trajectory here.
Shorter ball this time, cut away, and it's going to get some runs here. Might get a boundary as well. The chase is on, but it's a futile one at that. Not able to pull that one back, and 4 runs again. Goodrich, the man out there, trying his luck. It's 108 for 1 now at the end of 18 overs.
There's a loose delivery there from Romario Greaves, and given Anthony is with all the time in the world to just carve that through cover, cut in front of cover for 4, or through the cover region, I should say, for 4, with a lot of space there. But again, the trajectory that Greaves is offering is a little bit taller. He's a little bit of a longer action, as opposed to Mansing, who's tossing the ball up from behind the hand. So you can see that Ramden has options at his disposal, and he has a mixed attack. But again, I think with like with the pace bowlers earlier today, you're just offering too many bad deliveries and allowing the Windward Island batters that little bit of confidence and a little bit of ease in doing their job of batting.
And again, it's scoring options, and you don't want to give them too many of those and let them feast on your bowling. If anything, you want to limit them and restrict their scoring as much as possible. Driven nicely down to long off, and again, you could just see the confidence growing in these 2 batsmen. They've worked out now what the bowlers are doing, and unless a bowler can produce something out of the ordinary, they would have few alarms. And then the left arm right arm combination could also be a test for the bowlers. There's another good delivery coming back into the left-hander, and you can see Atene is initially looking to maybe cut it and then backing away to give himself some room, trying to accommodate both options. If it comes back in, well, then he could still play it with a straight bat, which is what he did in the end. That's a good delivery as well, because you could see him now. One of my best spinners, he probably didn't play as much cricket for the West Indies as he probably should have, was Imtiaz Ali, who was a leg spinner just like him. But Imtiaz was so tidy, and that is what I admired about him. Imtiaz could pitch on a length and stick there forever. Sweetly driven again. But this is good. This is not like how should I say, bad bowling. This is good, consistent bowling. It's just that the batsmen are so well set now that you kind of like have to live with that. You know, there's not much you could do about that as a captain.
But of course, Mansing has bowling quite well, none for 15 or 3.4. So I think the batters realize that this is a player that a bowler that they can just nudge around. They don't have to take too many risks at this point. He reminds me a lot of Devendra Bishu as well, who I don't think was given enough chance to shine in West Indian colours, because I think Devendra Bishu did quite well with the limited options that he was afforded.
Well, again, some players will, would carry an attack. Other players have to play a role in an attack. That's another good delivery. Again, he's on spot, and this is where I think the line is consistent, and I think that is what is as a feature of his bowling. It's the end of the over. At the end of it, it's 110 now for 1 after 19.
Good bowling by Mansing. He none for 15 off his 4 overs. He's really doing a good job here for Dinesh Ramlin, and he has come into this squad as well, replacing Isaiah Ali, another spinner. So Mansing has done a little bit better than Ali did in that game against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Of course, they were defending a very, very limited total combined campuses and colleges. In this instance, the CCC are bowling first. The body language of the CCC, however, doesn't look particularly buoyant at this stage. Ruskin Market after.
You up here in your condition, and fellas are sweating out there. It's hot sun, and you're watching the 2 batsmen, and you only see in the middle of the bat. You see the full face of the bat all the time.
Graves will continue here.
Short ball, cut away beautifully for 4. Is he going to get there? No, he won't this time. And that's a good shot. It's well placed, and he played it well. But of course, it was a delivery that just stood up there, asking to be hit, and it got the full treatment.
As you see in the replay here, just a little bit of width offered here. A lot of width offered, and Athanaze pounced on cut that beautifully in front of the square on the offside, down to deep extra cover. 4 beautiful runs.
Well, let's see what his adjustment would be now. This is all part of the learning curve for these youngsters. Much better. And you see he was a little bit flatter this time, but his length was a lot better. He was a little further up, and he started on about leg and middle stump, and forcing the batsman to have to respect him. Now, can he repeat it? Better. But again, he forces a little bit of a false shot on this occasion, but survives. Athanaze survives it, but I don't think Dinesh would be too worried about that, as he says he's probably thinking, how can he adjust his field now to maybe get the batsman to fall into the trap the next time.
Well, he certainly had a slip in play, so he was encouraging Graves to bowl in a certain way to get that slip into play. He doesn't have the slip now for Kavim Hodge, and but what goes through a bowler's mindset, or what is a bowler's mindset when you're smacked for 4 of the first delivery of an over after this ball?
This time he's bringing the off break back into the right-hander and forcing Hodge to adjust to the inward movement of the ball. You're just thinking you don't want to get hit again. That's the first thing. And most times they tend to go flatter. A quick arm action this time, but the ball nicely played, and another comfortable single through them. But as a bowler, especially as an off-break bowler, you're always trying to turn the ball. That's the first thing. But then you're trying, if you could turn it, fine. Let's see now if I could maybe vary the bounce, vary the speed, and also if I can get it to go with the arm out, to just hold its own and play straight. Cutting again this time, but back down to that short mid-off position, and he don't get a run on that occasion. It's the end of 20 overs, which is another landmark, and it's 116 for 1.
Windward Islands continuing to motor on here. The spinners of the combined campuses and colleges doing a decent job here in terms of pegging them back just a little bit here. Abijay Mansingh has been very impressive. 4 overs, none for 15 runs. As Ruskin Mark vacates the commentary position, Kadir Mohammed with his brightly coloured notebook and his pen and his pencil and his half-drunk bottle of water will assume the position next to me. Kadir, your thoughts so far on the CCC's performance? We know Windward Islands are motoring, but the CCC, what do they need to do to get back into this game? As Mansingh continues, your thoughts after this delivery. Back and across to Hodge, and he will just push this down to long off for a single.
Yeah, Mansingh has been going through a good spell here into his 5th over now, Abijay Mansingh, and for Captain Ramden and his CCC charges, he would just like to put the brakes on the scoring a bit, get a cluster of dot deliveries, and kind of cause some pressure on the Windward Islands batsmen because they're scoring quite freely so far.
With here on offer again for Athenaeus, and he's able to drive that one down to the deep cover position for an easy single.
Abijay Mansingh get an opportunity here with CCC. He was also a member of the Jamaica Talawas squad in the 2021 edition of the CPL. So good experience for him to come here and showcase his talent. Been bowling well so far.
He certainly has shown a decent amount of control here, much more so than any of the other CCC bowlers on show. I'll wager, as he comes in again to bowl his 4th delivery of this over, tempting one outside for Hodge, lets that one go past Ramden. And despite Ramden being 36 or 37 years of age, he still looks quite nimble and good behind the stumps. I know keepers often suffer with bad backs, Kadir Mohammed, that bending down and getting up. He looks quite good. He's handling it quite well.
Good again from Mansingh on a good area. Tight single. Ford a little bit slow to react there. Allows Athenaeus to come through for a quick single. But Mansingh, leg break bowling has so much to do with rhythm. A lot has to do with rhythm, and he has definitely found a nice rhythm here. Mansingh, he's gone wicketless so far, but just conceded the 18 or the 19 so far in 5 overs. So that's good on his behalf.
Another pleasant drive to long off there by Athenaeus to end the over after 21 overs. The Windward Islands Volcanoes 120 for 1.
But it's very good from Windwards. Through these middle overs, they just quite happy to knock around the ball, pick up those easy singles, hit the gaps. That's quite remarkable to see from them. And I want to see this sort of approach being transferred to the senior team. Being an avid supporter of West Indies cricket as we all are. We want to see this type of approach being applied at the highest level as well for West Indies. It's something that we have become accustomed seeing after those boundaries we get in the over. Let's say we get 2 boundaries in the over. That's 2 deliveries, and the other 4 deliveries, being dot balls. So we then just score 8 or maybe 10 off the over, as opposed to we knock it out wrong, and we can make that 8 or 10 run over into like 15 or so.
The tall figure of Xavier Burton replaces Romario Greaves as Dinesh Ramden looks at further spin options in his CCC squad, and he'll be bowling to Athenaeus here. Good delivery on the just outside the line of the off stump, and Athenaeus is able to drive that pleasantly down to long off for another single. This partnership, I think, has impressed me. It's going on to 95 now, and I think Athenaeus going at just about a runner ball, a little bit better than runner ball, and Hodge just about 41 or 50. It hasn't been stodgy at all from Hodge. So I think that's been the most impressive hallmarks of this partnership so far for me.
Yeah, and really they have done it without taking too many risks. 95 already they've put on. They've been here since the 5th over. So they have done well It augurs well for the Windward Islands coming into the back end of their batting innings. They have quite a lot of power to come, the likes of Andrew Fletcher, Sunil Ambrose, Justin Greaves, to name a few. So it's just about laying a platform for those guys who can hit the ball over the boundaries to come in and express themselves when the opportunity presents itself.
Well, if this platform continues as Hodge drives this one into the cover region and gets a lovely single, I think this is more than a platform. I think they're on their second story of a very well structured building here, and I think it will withstand any volcano that will come their way. Because Athenaeus is progressing quite nicely, of course, on the back of another century in his last game here. Burton gets his chance to bowl to him, turns that into the short fine leg position, and there is no run.
But he's showing good consistency, because he had just the 2 half centuries to his name, coming into that first game of this Super 50 Cup.
A little bit of width here on offer, and that is brilliantly driven through the covers here. And Athenaeus will pick up 4. It's a diving effort by the fielder. I think he tried his best there, but he got it through, and that's 4 runs to Athenaeus' brilliant shot.
Yeah, too much width on offer there. Athenaeus had to be that man in short. They had extra cover. Did so, and Ford running around to his right, unable to cut off that boundary. So 4 more lovely looking runs to Alec Athenaeus. He goes on to 71 now. And the Windwards, they move on to 126 for 1.
Yeah, that's after the end of 22 overs. And I think that this has been the major problem, Kadir, that other than Abhijay Mansingh, all of the bowlers have given a 4 ball ever so often, and that's what really released the Windward Islands. They were able, as when you and Ruskin were in commentary, during the 13th to the 16th over, where they didn't score many runs at all. But ever since then, it's been the Windward Islands motoring along. Mansingh to continue, tucking up Hodge, who plays that into the offside for no run, fielded by the extra cover fielder.
Yeah, Abhijay Mansingh doing his job, containing well from his end, containing these both batsmen from his end. He's gone wicketless so far. Again, good delivery. I haven't seen him bowl that googly, that wrong on. Not quite sure if he's confident enough to bowl that wrong on. But that's, once he has it in his armory, it can be a good option.
Well, certainly he's doing a good job of containment now. Maybe that googly, he saves that for when he's attacking, and he can't really attack at this point. But it's a good point as well, Kadir. If he has it in his arm, he might as well use it. Certainly has done a good job for Ramlin as he comes in again to Hodge. A little bit of width on offer again. Hodge trying to cut. Nothing doing there. The fielder point comes around very, very swiftly. Credit to the combined campuses and colleges, though. Their fielding has been very, very good, you'll have to say, Kadir Mohammed. I can't think of really any slip-ups in the field so far.
Yeah, barring that one chance there.
Hodge is able to get this one through the cover region now, and the fielder at deep cover will come around, and they will trot back for an easy 2.
Yeah, barring that drop chance early on from Matthew Ford, which he was able to recover himself well, taking a brilliant catch to get rid of Johnson Charles. Barring that opportunity, which he made up for, they've been quite good in the field.
Mansingh with the last ball of the 23rd over, and it's a straighter one, drifting into the leg a little bit. Hodge plays it easily back up the pitch, and at the end of 23 overs, the Windward Islands Volcanoes are 128 for 1. Alec Athenaeus seems to be wanting a change of gloves, or maybe he just wants his cap instead of a helmet, as he's facing up with the spinners now. Signal off the field, and the 12th man for the Windward Islands Volcanoes comes sprinting out with his broad green cap. I really like those old-fashioned broad-rimmed caps, hats, Kadir.
I quite like them myself. They do well in the sun. They cover a lot more area around the head. So yeah, it's nice when you have that. When your team has that sort of broad brim hat. But the run rate slightly gone down a bit. It was at 6, to the over for the most part of it. It's gone down to 5.5 now. So, but again, nicely worked there by Athenaeus.
Let's easily strokes that one up to long on there, Athenaeus. Burton back into the attack.
The most impressive thing about Alec Athenaeus' batting so far has been, he's quite limited in terms of his boundary hitting, not able to find the boundary or to hit sixes, a six hitter, I should say. So he's quite happy to rotate the ball around and hit the gaps when opportunity presents itself. That scoring opportunities, he's taking them. That's the most impressive thing about his batting, able to build an innings, as we say.
104 run partnership now between Kavem Hodge and Alec Athenaeus. So good going by these two here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. And yeah, I think it's a whole. I think it's a very good tactic and skill that has been lost in the white ball game, especially in the West Indies cricket. The ability to nudge and noodle the ball around. Yes, we've always had the power hitters, and yes, we've had the six hitters, but other nations are developing those power hitters and six hitters now. And what we need to develop is the soft hands portion of our game, and it's very nice to see it from Kavem Hodge and Athenaeus. And what's even more impressive is that they're equally competent against both spin and pace. The push by Hodge down wide of long on, I should say, and they will come back with 2. It's a bit uppishly that one, but able to get it past that fielder at a short mid-wicket position, or short mid-on position.
Yeah, so Ramden just trying to cut off that easy single there. Just putting in that man there at that short mid-on position. A good field set here employed by Ramden, realizing that these batsmen are scoring too easily, so he has to do something in the field.
What do you think at the end of the 24th over, the Windward Islands Volcanoes are progressing quite smoothly at 133 for 1. What do you think the specific challenges the Dinesh Ramden faces here? Because of course he's the much older head and a bunch of younger fellows, and there's not much, there wouldn't be much experience in terms of leadership around him. So how does he deal with that specific challenge, Kadir? As I think Mansingh will continue here from the northern end of the ground to 2 very set batsmen.
Yeah, well, he's quite experienced, as we know, Dinesh Ramden. So definitely he's going to try to pass on as much information, as knowledge as he can to these younger players, trying to in an aid to develop their game also.
Mansingh getting this one to come back in to Athenaeus, who turns it quite comfortably into the forward square leg region for a single. But of course Ramden would understand the ebbs and flows of the game much more than any others, and it must be a challenge now to keep his team spirits up, especially in the hot sun when the opposing team is in the ascendancy. Drive by Hodge into the cover region. There is no run.
Mansingh has mixed up his pace nicely so far, given that one a little bit more air. Abhijay Mansingh into his 7th over now, just conceding 22 so far. And a good delivery there from Mansingh. That one just seemed to slide on a bit with the arm there. Hodge had to be watchful.
A credit to Mansingh as well. Ever since his first or second over, he has been willing to give that bit of flight, give that little bit of air, a little bit of tantalizing look for the batsman as the ball hits their eye line. A little bit of flight on that one as well, beating the outside edge. Moral victory there for Mansingh.
Perfect. Just about perfect for a leg spinner. Drawing the batsman forward and then ball leaving late, spinning away from the bat there.
Be wondering why Hodge didn't have a wider bat so he could have gotten an edge on that one as Manting comes in again. And Hodge is able to cut that one into the cover region and will get a single there. Maybe a little bit too short there from Mansing, but good adjustment by Hodge, you'll have to say.
Yeah, good use of the depth of the crease.
As he closes in on a 50 as well. So good batting again by Kevin Hodge, supporting Alec Athanase.
Half stop there by Kalicharan at extra cover, but easy single in the end there for Alec Athanase. And Windward Islands Volcanoes, they move on to 136 for 1. So quite good from the Windward Islands Volcanoes so far after 25 overs. Just losing that one wicket. Wicket to go. Johnson Charles caught Matthew Ford, bowled Mikhail Powell in the 5th over. He went for 9. And ever since then, these two have come together and they've formed a nice partnership, putting on 110 so far, unbroken. Athanase 75, Hodge 48, as I welcome back Ruskin Mark. And this one, just trying to sweep. That one there, Athanase. Half shot from the bowler, Burton. Nothing doing, umpire Jacqueline Williams. Burton again, just again you can see with Xavier Burton, he's not really trying to turn them, he's just trying to slide them on and spear them in. Xavier Burton. And this one is short and put away by Alec Athanase. This one goes all the way for maximum. Athanase, he goes on to 81 now. Ruskin Mark, what a brilliant shot.
It's well executed, but it was a short ball, and I think that is where Burton is erring, and most times he's a little too short for a batsman whose centre of gravity is so small, because all Athanase has to do is really just swivel in the wicket, and it's just a long hop for him at that length. He needs to pitch it up and force him to do something else.
And this one, he's just punching this one out. The man sweeping. Picks up another single. So he's going on nicely, following up that 100 in the first game with another brilliant performance. 82 not out so far.
And this is what I think the West Indies Cricket Board, the West Indian selectors, the Windward Islands selectors, and even cricket fans in the region would have been clamoring for, is for batsmen to be consistent.
This one, Hodge, just playing this one nicely. So long off again, these two rotating the strike quite well and relatively easy, for both batsmen.
And this is where Dinesh is kind of hamstrung. He doesn't have that one bowler that he can throw the ball to and feel that he can get wickets or get, maidens out of them. That's missing.
Yeah, it has really been just Abhijay Mansingh, who has been able to contain so far. So at the end of 26, it's 144 for 1.
Yes, and it just continues basically at the moment for the Windward Islands, and the CCC are having difficulty containing them now, and that is the one thing that I think Dinesh didn't want, is for the batting team to, remember he put them into bat, so this is what he was hoping against, but it's beginning to, his worst fears are being realized now.
Yeah, that opening spell didn't go so well for CCC. They're trying to claw themselves back in these middle overs here, but a good partnership. 120 now between these two. Unbroken, and that's 50 for Kavim Hodge of 69 deliveries. So he brings up another list A half century.
And it's a good innings. I mean, in a sense, he has played in the shadow of Athenaeus in this innings so far.
Another easy single. Again there for Athenaeus.
But that's the hallmark of a good, of a batsman who's doing his job. You're not really noticing him too much. But as you look up now, he has 50 and you're wondering, well, where did these 50 runs come from? But he's picked his spots, and as you said, he's been rotating strike, all the time.
Good delivery from Mansingh. I heard two songs there.
And I think that's why the appeal came up, because they're appealing for pad then bat, as opposed to bat then pad. But the umpire was certain that it was bat first and not pad first.
Given some air again there by Mansingh, but worked away nicely there by Hodge, who goes on to 51 now. Brings Athenaeus, the impressive Alec Athenaeus, back into strike as the run rate just slightly dipping a bit. 5.5 into the over now. Good delivery again, but well negotiated by Athenaeus. Picks up an easy single out to mid wicket.
And he's doing the smart thing. He's not going gung-ho at the bowling, but I think he's realized now he's close to another 100. Why take risk now? Get 100 and then maybe after we could see what happens then.
I think that one was the wrong one from Mansingh there. I was asking earlier on if he has a wrong one in his armory, but there we see this one as coming back into Hodge, the right-hander, so that one seems to be the wrong one. But he's completed 8, he's gone for 28, and Windward Islands after 27, they are 144, 148 for 1.
I remember Hodge made 43 in the first game, so he's gone past that now. And again, so as the Fletcher must be sitting there and talking about the improvements that he's seeing, in his team. And it's just simple things. You don't have to, ask them to do too much. Do what you can do well, and then just be consistent doing it. He got 43 in the first inning, he has a half century now. Athenaeus got a big 100 in the first game, he's closing on another one here now. And that's what you want to see as a captain. On the other hand, Dinesh Ramdin now must be thinking, where can I buy a wicket just to kind of stop this run flow? He may have to go back to one of his quicks just to break up the monotony here now, because the batsmen seem to have settled into a little bit of a groove here, a little bit of pattern, and he wants to stop that.
Yeah, just not able to string together dot deliveries, the CCC bowlers. So that's a bit of a pickle for Captain Ramdin, who has a lot on his hands. Wicket seems to be coming from nowhere. It's all easy going for Athenaeus and Hodge in this partnership. And he, as you alluded to earlier, Ruskin, he would be looking to buy a wicket from somewhere.
Again, he's too short. Way too short.
Easy 2 completed there by Athenaeus. He goes on to 1887. Now Alec Athenaeus, so just 13 away from what would be a second consecutive list A 100 if he can get those 13 runs. And that's the thing about being consistent. He had just 250s coming into the previous game against the Guyana Happy Eagles, where he scored 132, and now he's closing in on another 100. So he's showing some signs of consistency. This one again cuts it away. Fielder in the deep there. A bit slow to get it, but 1 run in the end there.
And the thing with Burton does have a good action, but I think he's hustling through his action a little too much. He probably just needs to slow it down a bit. And that is a wide signal there. You see how quick he has a kind of quick arm action that he's bowling. I wish he would just. His mechanics is part of probably the problem.
Bad delivery there and put away by Hodge. That's definitely going to be 4. So not a good end to the over there for Xavier Burton. But good on behalf of Hodge and the Windward Islands. They move on to 158 for 1 now.
10 runs in that over. And but again, it's without any real risks, you know. And it's just more headaches for the captain, you know, and the CCC, because they're looking for answers here now, and Dinesh is probably just trying to plug holes where he can, but he's not getting any response from his bowlers per se. So it's just something that he has to deal with. It's part of the maturation period for some of these youngsters, you know. You have to take pressure. Cricket could be pressure sometimes. You know, you have to absorb that pressure, but then you now have to figure out how you could come back with some pressure of your own. And I think that is what Dinesh is looking for here now. Can he get one of his bowlers to come back and say, give him a good 2 or 3 overs with, you know, good pace, but good, you know, good lines, good length. Maybe get a wicket or 2, or cause some problems for make life as difficult as possible for the batsman, and he's immediately turned to forward, just as we suspected.
Yeah, Matthew Ford to pick up the attack now. Switch of ends for him. Matthew Ford coming now from the media center end. He started off in his opening spell from the Brian Lara Pavilion end, so he switched ends, hoping for some success from this end now as he's operating around the wicket to Alec Athanaze. And this one lined on leg stump, but luckily for him there, Greaves was well placed at short, fine leg. He does the fielding.
His 4 overs cost him 17 runs coming into this spell. I think what Dinesh will be asking him to do here now is either duplicate that or even improve on that, and maybe add a wicket, you know, to the column as well.
But if you look at the field, he set quite a predominantly offside field, you know, so he's asking Ford to just be on that off-stump line, exactly what you don't want from Ford. All the protection is on the offside, and he's straight into the pads, easy single left for Athanaze out to the man at deep mid-wicket. So, you know, Ramden, that's the headache for him. You know, he's setting a field, asking the bowlers to hit a particular line, you know, that off-stump line, and they're drifting into the pads of the players, allowing easy singles.
Because he's going from around the wicket, so the natural angle for a bowler is to pull it down and bring it into what would be his leg stump for the left-hander. So maybe an adjustment might be bowled from over the wicket.
Again, easily worked there by Hodge to the man at third man. Another easy single. But that's something we've grown accustomed to seeing now, even in international cricket. Left-hander, and you see immediately the bowlers go around the wicket.
They tend to go around the wicket. Well, again, cricketers follow what other cricketers do, and if they see players having success doing it, then, you know, it's like natural that they will try it as well.
Well played there by Athanaze, but straight to that man Burton, who is up in the circle at mid-off. But you know, two quite notable players that have done well around the wicket to left-handers. One being our very own Kimar Roach, who, you know, from around the wicket, he tends to give left-handers a lot of problems with that angle. And the other one being Stuart Broad from England. You know, so they know exactly what they're trying to do from around the wicket. This one goes past the man at backward point. Another easy single to Athanaze. So they know exactly what they want to do from around the wicket, but does these bowlers know what they are attempting to do from around the wicket, Ruskin?
Well, we would hope, but I think, like I said, it's a learning experience for these bowlers, and you know, so they're trying things, you know, and they hope it works and that they can get better at it.
Another easy single for Hodge. They're doing it quite easy.
But this is not bad because he's not, you know, giving away too many runs. He's not leaking too many runs. I think it's only singles in this over.
4 singles from the 29th over. So Windwards are 162 for 1. Anthony is closing in on another century. He's 90 not out. With him is Kavim Hodge. He's on 58. The partnership now 136 between these two.
His previous highest coming into the series was 73. Is that, I think, was it for Athenaeus before the 100?
63.
Was 63 before the 100 2 days ago. And here he is now closing in on back-to-back hundreds. And that to me says that he was away from the game for a little bit, and now he's back, and he's back with a bang, really. And it says that he's maturing as a batsman, and he's basically working and using what the bowlers are giving him. He isn't trying to, you know, invent too many shots right now. And now that he's this close to it, I expect him to just continue more of the same.
Yeah. Quite a mature head on his shoulders. Just 23 years of age, Alec Athenaeus. So he's showing a lot of maturity for a young man. You know, doing it quite easily. He's quite comfortable with his game, seems to understand his game well. You know, he knows that he's not a basher or a power hitter, so to speak, but he has that accumulation of runs in his game, and he's using it to perfection here.
And he can score quickly when he wants to, without taking, you know, undue risks, and that suggests that he does have you know, a good repertoire in terms of shot breaking. It's just that he chooses when to play it.
A lot of space there for Athenaeus. Just turns that one into the leg side. Picks up another easy single. The Graves being brought back here by Ramden now, with leaking runs from the pavilion end. Graves being brought back from the pavilion end. His previous 6 overs going for a 32. And so he's come back into the attack now. Mansingh diving away there, but just a single.
And this is what Dinesh, I think, was probably trying to work on now. You know, we talk about the nervous 90s, so maybe he's trying to get Athenaeus to do something rash. The off spinner going across him, it might be the best person to do that. And so, but he needs him to line up the deliveries properly. Maybe build a little pressure, bowl 1 or 2 dot balls, and then try to get him to err with one.
Yeah, we see this one again, turned into the leg side, easy single, no mid-wicket. Man stationed there on the mid-wicket fence. So has a lot of room to play with there. Athenaeus exploits that gap. He moves on to 92. Now brings Hodge back on strike.
And again, they persist with bowling the left-hander from around the wicket. You know, we're seeing that now at both ends. You know, once the left-hander is on strike, the bowlers go around the wicket. You know, try something differently. Bowl him from over the wicket. Change the angle for him.
And this one is nicely played by Hodge behind point. Turns for 2. He's going to get them quite comfortably. Kavim Hodge. Smartly played there. Given a little bit of width there, and just exploited that gap, picking up 2 easy runs. So that's the end of over number 30. Windward Islands Volcanoes are 168 for 1.
And going along quite nicely, one would have to say, with few alarms. And although that final delivery there did jump a little bit and forced him to have to make a quick adjustment, Kavim Hodge, which he did, and was able to get 2 runs down to third man. So 168 for 1, with Hodge on 62. Alec Athenaeus, who is on 92 now, is back on strike. And for this delivery, he struck on the pad. There's a loud appeal for an LBW. The bowler thinks he has his man. Hodge doesn't move very far, and he then has to put his hands on his hip and come back to resume bowling, but he thought he had his man, that ball was right up, but you could see it angling into leg, and was it missing leg is left to be seen, but that was another tight one indeed, and the bowler is now having a little laugh with the umpire, but I would have been fuming.
I don't know, because Matthew Ford took off as if he didn't need to look back at the umpire, and when he looked back at the umpire, he was a complete and utter disbelief. That one looked very, very adjacent to me. Anthony is coming across his stumps just a little bit here as Ford comes back in.
And that's another good delivery, but again, it's very well played by Athenes, just standing up tall and playing it back along the wicket for the single. But what a peach of a delivery, deserving of a wicket. He didn't get it, so now he has to kind of forget that and think of what he's going to do. But remember, he was again bowling from around the wicket. So in the umpire's mind, the angle is taking it down leg.
Yeah. Certainly wasn't an issue of height at all. But at this stage, Ruskin, Mark, what do you think the Windward Islands would be hoping to post for the CCC to chase here as Ford comes in again?
Yep, it's another delivery that is well lined and pitched up. Well, it's difficult to predict, but wickets at the back end could change everything. So I'm 269 now, with just under 20 overs left. You would think if you're scoring at 5 and over, you would think another 100 runs. So maybe they'll be closing in on 300 when it's all said and done. There's a shorter delivery, but again, nicely played by Kareem Hodge. So they're not under any pressure to do anything out of the ordinary. They just have to play each ball in merit, and they will probably get to where they want to go. The question is, do they have that kind of patience and concentration to play in this mood for the next 10 overs, and before they get into that happy hour at the end?
Well, they're certainly setting a platform for Andre Fletcher to come in, and we know the Spiceman can launch as best as anyone.
Here's another delivery flicked away nicely by Athenes. He's going to go back for the second. No, he thought about it for a bit and then decided against it. He decided against it because he's on 94. 6 runs away from 100. You don't want to get a run out in the 90s.
Well, I don't think Hodge was as responsive as Athenes was, but definitely, you have time. That's one thing that Athenes does have. He has more than enough time to get his 100. He's under no real pressure at this point here. Ford switching back to over the wicket here for Hodge.
And this is another good delivery that is a little bit of bounce on this occasion for him, and this is what I think Dinesh Ramdin would like to see. It's 171 for 1 as the latest score here at the Oval.
In terms of the repair job that the CCC need to do now here, what would Ramdin like to see in these last 19 overs from his squad, and what would he like to limit the Windward Islands Volcanoes to here, Ruskin, Mark?
It's runs. At the end of the day, it's really about runs. And the way to curb runs is to take wickets, but they haven't been able to do that very much. So what he's probably hoping on now is that these two just continue in this vein, maybe let Athenes get the next 6 runs. If he gets to 100, let him take as many deliveries doing that. The same thing with Kareem Hodge. If you could limit them to just a run a ball, let them take a single, you may get a couple dot balls inside of there. So every over they get 3-4 runs, and they don't get more than that, or much more than that. You're happy with that at this stage, given the general picture that you're looking at right now at 171 for 1. And then if you throw in a couple wickets, the back end, when they go for, they start to go for broke, then, hopefully you can limit them to under 280 maybe, or limit them to around that.
Greaves continuing here from the southern end of the ground.
And that's another easy delivery that is causing no problems for them. So this, I don't think Dinesh is going to be too worried about, because it's just singles. So you can live with singles. What you can't live with is, 4s and 6s are plenty.
I'll ask our director, Michael, to pull up the scorers, the bowling charts for
There's a
us.
delivery pitched up outside the off stump, and once again it's another single because the field is well set, and the batsmen can't really get the balls away too much in terms of boundaries. I'm trying to think back now, when was the last boundary that we had? It's been a while. It's been like the last 3 overs. It's when we last got a boundary. And here they are trying again. This time they got a dot ball. So all of these will be playing on the batsman's mind. Atenes, remember, is on 95. He don't want to take too many risks, although he could bring out his reverse sweep at any time. That's kind of like his get out of danger shot. Not on this occasion though. And another comfortable single for him. So he inches along to 96, and the scoreboard though ticks over by 1.
Because do you think because Mansingh I think bowled about 7 overs, do you think that Ramden missed a trick in bowling him out, because he was the one bowler that seemed to have the Windward Islanders under some control, as this one is driven nicely by Hodge. She could pick up 2 quite comfortably here through extra cover, and does.
The idea here is to try to limit the damage. Already the foundation has been laid. So what you're doing now is you're just biding time here. You're just keeping things as quiet as possible. Here's another delivery that is well bowled. So again, he gets another dot ball to end the over at 176 now for 1 after 32 overs. And that is probably the best that Dinesh can do now, because you can't, you're not getting wickets. So the next best thing is to limit scoring. Plug as many gaps as you can and try to frustrate the batsman at some point. What works for him right now, like I said, is because Atenes is closing in on 100. He's not going to try to give it away by being too adventurous. So you're just playing on that, and you're keeping him going.
And you see from the bowling there that Mansingh was the most effective of bowlers. He had 8 overs, none for 28. Ford again, who is continuing, is one of the more economical as well.
And he's bang on target here again. And this is all good for Dinesh and the CCC because they're just keeping things quiet. That's all you could do at this point in time.
That's why I think he should have bowled out Mansingh. Mansingh could have gotten his last 2 overs in.
Well, I think what his thinking is that maybe Mansingh, when the fireworks start, might be a wicket taker for him.
He has 2 overs in reserve here. Ford continues.
And this one is it's called a wide down the leg side, although the batsman did seem to shuffle outside the off stump. But umpires tend to, anything that goes past the back of the batsman or around his legs, they tend to signal that as wide, regardless of how close it might be to the stumps, and that might have actually passed over the leg stump.
It's a batsman's world, as they like to say. But credit to the CCC bowling squad. They've been very, very disciplined in terms of the extras. Only 6 extras so far.
This time he's outside the off stump, forcing Atenes to have to reach for it, which he did, but he could only get the single out of it. So it's been a recurring theme. The scoring has kind of dropped a little bit, but they're still going. The partnership is now 152, which is excellent for the Windward Islands. So there are a lot of positives that they could take from this tournament already, especially from their batting.
Yeah, these two have been together for 27 overs. Johnson Charles fell in the 5th over. It seems so long ago. Ruskin marked that wicket fell.
That's another good delivery, but again, it's so well played because these two batsmen are so well set, and they're seeing the ball now as big as a beach ball, and so they're not having too many alarms, and they're just kind of going along their merry way. And like I said, but because they're not scoring boundaries, Ramden would be very happy. It might be a false sense of security on his part, but I think he'd be happier with that than seeing the ball flying all over the place. And runs are coming in bunches, as they say. Pitched up again, driven nicely, but just the 1 run. And so you can live with that as a bowler and as a captain. You're happy with that because you're not really upsetting they plan too much, and the plan is to try to limit them as best as you can, if short of taking wickets.
From Athenaeus' last century against the Guyanese outfit, does he have those different gears? So can he step up into the fourth gear and fifth gear? Because right now he's motoring along in second or third.
Driven again, square the wicket, and for another single this time by Hodge. So Athenaeus does have another gear or two when he wants to, but right now he don't need that. He's on 98, so he's just thinking, maybe if I get a really bad ball that I can put away, I'll get a boundary, no problem. Short of that, let me just play on merit and take up the singles, and we'll be fine.
Of course.
And this time he's flicking this one away. He might get his 100 there. It might run all the way into the fine leg boundary. It does. And before the ball even crosses the line, he has already started his celebration. So 100 back-to-back hundreds to Athenaeus. Alec Athenaeus has century number 2, and he's 102 not out. The Windwards are 185 for 1 after they were asked to bat first after 33 overs.
Very confident from the young man, and credit all around, because it's been a virtually chanceless innings, you'll have to say, Ruskin Mark. As soon as he flicked that one fine, he was punching the air. He knew that other was 4 all the way. As you see the replay here, Ford just going on the leg side, Athenaeus with the finest of flicks, and then that power salute, the right fist in the air, running up the pitch for the token run and celebrating with his partner. Kavim Hodge looks just as happy as him. Back-to-back centuries. He's taking off his helmet there, and he's acknowledging the support from his dugout, as well as the smattering of fans here. We've really seen a wonderful innings here from a young man.
There must be a look at Fletcher. Fletcher is leading the applause. And now, does he change gears now? That's a big question that you would have to ask. And the other thing is, does he need to change gears? One of these two would probably have to step it up now. Since Athenaeus has gotten his 100, Hodge may feel he may just continue to soldier on in his vein, and maybe Athenaeus might want to step on the gas a little bit now and get them as close to 300 as possible, if not beyond it.
Graves continues here.
This time he's driving, lofted ball over the man at extra cover and down to the boundary for 4 runs. As easy as taking candy from a baby.
And Athenaeus in supreme confidence now, just opening the face of the bat. He held the pose for the camera. I hope Mr. Goodness Gordon Pear got the full view of that one at the camera position. And as we mentioned him changing gears, we can see that he's changing gears, Ruskin. And I always say that the 40th over mark is a good mark, because you expect 60 or 70 runs at least by that in those last 10 overs here. So we'll see what stage the Windward Islands are at the 40th over mark, and that platform that we said, it's turning into a 2-story, 3-story mansion at this stage.
Well, if they can get past the 200 when they should by the 40th over, maybe 220, then they certainly feel that yes, he's going aerial again. Probably didn't time it as well, and is going to have to settle for the single, because he didn't really run as hard as he should have. And he gets another single for it. A little bit of a fall shot there from him. And this is the danger. And maybe this is what this is the period Dinesh might be thinking of, maybe to bring back Mansingh, try to beat them into trying to get after him.
A word on Kavim Hodge, because this partnership has now gone on to 165, and they've really played the support. He's really played the supporting role to Athenaeus quite well, and taken the impetus when he has to.
But this is how you play cricket. You bat in tandem. It's the end of the over, the end of 34 overs, and at the end of it, it's 191 now for 1.
But it's good to see that they have that understanding, Ruskin, that when one is on the charge, that the other one just plays the supporting role. Kavim Hodge looked just as delighted as Alec Athenaeus when Alec Athenaeus raised his century. So you can see that the two teams have that support here. And these two are the most runs in the CG United Super 50 Cup 2022 so far. Alec Athenaeus, 240 not out, you have to say. And Cavern Hodge 111 not out as well. So the Windward Islands Volcanoes really setting down the benchmark of what batters should be accomplishing here in this regional Super 50 tournament.
And he's setting the tone, and now Powell is going to take up the attack from the top end or the northern end, the commentary box end, hoping to probably add some fire to proceedings here. Now, having bowled on this wicket for many years, again, the line is the most important thing you want here, and then of course the length is also important. Now you have a batsman who's well set, so you want to be just back of a good length. That's a play driven into the deep, but just for a single, and he has a swing in action, so his consistency of line isn't the best. Because he doesn't have that classical over-the-top bowling action, and from there, then he can move the ball both ways, as that kind of an action dictates. But with a slinging action, you can also create some problems because you could get the ball to skid on someone. Even the short balls could surprise the batsman. And there he is, right up in the block hole, and that is his money ball right there. Most bowlers with a slinging action tend to benefit from that action. Lassit Malinga, for example, tend to produce good Yorkers. Waka Yunus and others. You see the replay?
Yeah, right up in the block hole there from Michael Powell. So definitely some adjustment here for Cavern Hodge and Alec Athanaze, having the bowler with a little bit of an X factor back into the attack. But they seem to be quite set. Hodge played that Yorker quite comfortably. See how he manages now.
There's another delivery that is bang on target, and Powell thought he had broken through there because that one kept a little bit low, and which is the skiddy action that he has, and he almost got it. But because Hodge is so well set, you find that he can get the bat, he can maneuver the bat into position even when he's beaten sometimes.
Played it underneath his eyes as well, so he didn't have to stretch, he didn't reach for it, waited for the ball to come in, and I think it came back. It may have tailed in just a little bit as well late. As you said, they've seen it like a beach ball, Ruskin Mark.
That's another good delivery. The line is good, and this is what I'm most impressed with him, because he's touching down off stump, just outside the off stump, and forcing the batsman to have to play at the deliveries. And they can't attack those deliveries just yet.
It's a good rotation of the bowlers here by Dinesh Ramdan, the CCC captain, trying to just get something different going here, trying to change up the status quo of Hodge and Athanaze, taking his team to the cleaners.
He was shorter this time, and he's got picked off for a single. But again, in the main, this has been a pretty good over from the general state of the game. If you could limit these batsmen, two set batsmen, to just about 3-4 runs and over, you're doing a pretty good job, and you're not being struck for boundaries, at this point in the inning. So this is good. It may look and see, well, it's slow and they're not getting any wickets, but this is what you do, in lieu of wickets. You try again, short ball, pulled away just over the head of the man at short, fine leg, and just as we were talking about not leaking boundaries, that is the first boundary in a while, or was for this over I should say, and at the end of it, it's 197 for 1 now after 35.
A nice little swivel here from Athanaze. That ball slightly directed down the leg side as Ruskin Mark vacates the commentary position and Kadeem Mohammed will take over. There was a short fine leg in position and he was able to get it over his head, just enough on it, and get it down to the boundary for 4. You aren't missing any cricket as there is a little bit of a water break right now. And as we look at the summarized scorecards here for you, put up by our director Michael Rupper, Windward Islands Volcanoes progressing to 197 for 1. Athanaze, second century in a row in as many games, 112 off 104. Cavern Hodge providing able support, 70 of 95. That partnership has now gone to 171. Michael Powell, the lone wicket taker, 1 for 37. Abijay Mansingh also doing a good job with the ball, none for 28 off 2. As I join my good friend Kadir Mohammed back to the commentary position, you'll have to say that the Windward Islands Volcanoes boys will be sitting very, very pretty right now in their dressing room.
Yeah, very, very comfortable position for the Windward Islands. Alec Athene is the star of the show. So far, he's unbeaten on 112, decorated with 11 fours and 2 sixes, well supported by Kavim Hodge. The 2 Dominicans really coming to the party for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They are well set, Andrew Chan. From here onwards, 15 overs to go. What would be your plans heading into these final 15 overs?
Well, my plans would be, I guess, at this point, put away the bad balls, continue to put away the bad balls, continue to manipulate the strike as much as possible. And I think this is a perfect platform for somebody like Andrew Fletcher to come in and really launch, you know. But I would just let Athenaeus and Hodge go along at the pace that they're doing here, because I think the scoreboard pressure that they've already put on combined campuses and college will be quite telling on the CCC's batting lineup.
Yeah, these two are really going well. A lot of headaches for Ramden, the captain of this CCC team. The bowlers really leaking runs. There we see Michael Powell, the lone wicket taker, but he's gone for 37 in his 5. The only really standout bowler in terms of good economy rates is Abijay Mansingh, the leg break bowler. You know, other than that, no really good supporting cast to write home about. Goodridge, 2 of us for 20. Xavier Burton, the part-time off spinner, he went for 29 in his 4. So, you know, a lot of headaches for Captain Ramden now. As we say, these final 15 overs, you know, it's a sort of a happy hour, if you like. You know, with 2 well-set batsmen and some big hitters to come. Andrew Fletcher, Sunil Ambrose, Justin Greaves. You know, it can be a huge total that these combined campuses and colleges boys would have to chase when it's their turn to bat.
Yeah, most definitely. And it will be interesting to see what Dinesh Ramden has to say, or would have had to say to his team during this very short water break as the players and umpires move back into position. A little bit slowly here, the CCC boys. The shoulders looking a little bit despondent. You'd have to say Kadir Mohammed. A little bit drooped here. Even Ramden himself might be feeling the heat there, because it's lovely, lovely conditions for cricket here. But where we are in the commentary booth, it's lovely and air conditioned. While out there, that sun is not easy, as they say, Kadir.
Yeah, it didn't go as planned for Ramden, having won the toss and asking Windwards to take first strike. You know, that would not have been in his plans, you know, for Windwards to just lose 1 wicket so far. So it hasn't gone as planned for him. So he now has to really chase the game from here onwards.
Ramden elects to continue with Romario Greaves, who just has 1 more over. He's bowled 9 overs for 50 runs. And this is why I think that they missed a trick in bowling on Mansingh. As we see, Greaves comes in and Hodge is immediately off after the water break, just tucking that into the leg side for a single. And I think that's been an excellent hallmark of their innings so far. The way that they've turned over the strike, and the way that they've allowed each other to sort of, you want to hit out, you go ahead and hit out, I'll support you.
Yeah, but it's been coming really easy for them. CCC not able to settle on any line or lengths.
Another cut here by Athenaeus. Looks so comfortable at the crease here. Progresses smoothly onto 113. Hodge.
A relatively balanced field for Ramden. It's a 5-4 field, 4 on the offside, 5 on the leg side.
I think Hodge at this stage can give himself a challenge and maybe try to change gears a little bit. Just to give himself a little bit of a challenge in terms of stepping out of his comfort zone at this stage. Driven back up to the bowler here. And I mean, I'm not saying that he's been batting slow by any means, but 71 of 97. You'd like to get to close to run a ball at least in white ball cricket, especially ODI cricket. A little bit of width on offer there, but he missed out there. Faster delivery through by Romario Greaves. Wants to finish on a high now. Would love to get a wicket for the CCC. See the back of Kavem Hodge. Back again is Hodge and driven pleasantly into the offside, but there is no run. And that's the end of Romario Greaves' spell. 10 overs for 52 runs. Windward Islands closing in on 199 for 1 after 36.
Yeah, so just one short of 200 for the Windward Islands for 1 wicket. Hodge doesn't have to do much, Andrew. Just about 14 overs remaining. Athene is going at over a runner ball. He's 113 from 105. The run rate is just about 5.5 to the over, so he doesn't have to do much. I think they just have to continue on this trajectory up until about the 40th over, and then they could, think about putting their foot on the accelerators.
Hold off until the 40th is the advice from Kadir Mohammed. Mikael Powell continues. The slingy X Factor. Athene is playing that one with respect. A little bit of a back of a length delivery outside the line of the off stump. Again, he has so much time. Kadir Mohammed.
I'll tell you what, Mikael Powell reminds me a little bit of Romario Shepherd, except that Powell is a little bit more slingy as compared to Romario Shepherd, but the same sort of approach to the crease.
Yeah, similar body build as well. I agree with you on that one. And similar hairstyles as well. That sort of top hairstyle. Not that it's about fashion for us. Another slinging delivery, and this one string on middle and leg. Turned into the leg side, but no run.
But this is something, a good over. The previous over was a good one by Grieve, just conceding 2 runs. So this is exactly what they would want to do from here onwards. The CCC bowlers, try to string together some dot deliveries, build some pressure. Take away some of that pressure that's been put on them by the Windwards batsmen. Try to bring that run rate down slightly and ask them to do something different.
Powell to Athenes, a straighter delivery driven back to the bowler. Powell does his own feeling, and in a display of good sportsmanship, Athenes picks up the ball himself and tosses it to the fielder at the forward short leg position.
Mikael Powell being the quickest of the CCC bowlers on show today. We've not seen any short balls from him. Anything really up at the throat or under the armpits of the batsman, which is another variation that they could probably think about as well.
Powell continues a fuller delivery and driven nicely and straight to the fielder at mid-off, and unfortunately that Xavier Burton spills the catch. Powell is not happy with that one. Burton is not happy either.
Yeah, exactly not what they would want. CCC, creating an opportunity in the field and not being backed up by Xavier Burton on this occasion. Athenes, having scored 113, they could have seen the back of him there, but spilling that one there, Xavier Burton not happy with himself. Should have caught that one. Regulation, must be said.
In all fairness to Mr. Burton, it did fly at him at some knots as Powell comes in again. And this one he plays it along the ground, and Burton with a little bit of a misfield there at mid-off.
It was good height for Burton as well. Got both hands to it, so he should have taken that catch.
And you can see that he's still thinking about that one there. Not happy with that at all. Unfortunate for Mikael Powell, because he did have Johnson Charles dropped in the first over. He eventually did get Johnson Charles. Matthew Ford taking a superb catch after dropping him off a regulation dolly. So maybe Xavier Burton will get a second chance here.
Needs to get out of this over 5 dot deliveries. We would not want to go for a boundary here now. Just get out of the over, Mikael Powell. And a good finish. A maiden to end over number 37. The first one of the innings for CCC so far.
And I did mention that Alec Athenes had a had a chanceless innings, you'd have to say. So he faced 110 balls before giving a chance. So a little bit of a lapse in concentration. But when you're on form and when you're on song, it really does all go your way, Kadir Mohammed. Everything you touch is golden.
Yeah, this boy can do no wrong. 100 in the first game, 100 backed up by another 100 in game number 2. So he can do no wrong, Alec Athenaeus. And getting a bit of the rub of the green. They're being dropped by Burton, who is going to pick up the attack now from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. So he has a chance to redeem himself, Xavier Burton.
His first delivery is cut away by Hodge into the extra cover position, onto the deep cover position, and there's just a single there. Progressing quite nicely, that partnership up to 174. The current run rate 5.4, so it has dropped a little bit. So the bowlers have done a good job in taking down that run rate a little bit. And the 200 comes up in the 37th over.
Yeah, 200 coming up for Windward Islands in the 37th over. But from over number 35 to the start of this one, they've just conceded 2 runs. So Burton needs to back this over up here. A good one, a maiden being bowled by Powell previously, so he would want to come out here now with a good over.
Athenaeus drives this one pleasantly through the extra cover region. The long off fielder will come around and pick it up on the edge of the boundary. They'll get 2 comfortable runs.
A very happy Windward Islands dugout there. No real anxiety in the dugout. Batsmen going well. 200 on the board. Andre Fletcher, the captain, still to come.
He's wearing his pads and ready, and he seems very animated and happy. They're gesticulating. Athenaeus with the slog sweep, or the missed slog sweep, I should say. A little bit of a moral victory there for Xavier Burton. Faster one, skidding through Athenaeus.
You know, I would want to give Alec Athenaeus a challenge here. He's 115 not out. But Andrew, I would want to give him a challenge. I would want him to bat the entire 50 overs. So I would ask Kavim Hodge if there's any sort of acceleration to be done. It's to be done by Kavim Hodge. And Alec Athenaeus, he probably has a 150 on the cards here up for offers if he can bat the entire 50 overs.
Well, with deliveries like that, a loose one, he will definitely get those easy singles there. Ramden is unhappy with the fielder for not coming off a little bit faster from the long off boundary. But Athenaeus gets an easy single there to end the 38th over. Windward Islands progressing quite nicely to 203 for 1.
Yeah, Athenaeus up to 116 now. And the partnership up to 177. So closing in on a double 100 partnership. How often have we seen this sort of stuff? Credit must be given to these two. Came in about the 5th over. And ever since then, they've really controlled the play so far.
But do you think, in your opinion, has the CCC bowling unit challenged these two batters enough?
Unfortunately, no. Because they was not able to string together enough good deliveries to really challenge the batsmen. Scoring have been quite easy.
Michael Powell continues here to Athenaeus. Almost got him out in the last over, if not for a spill chance at mid-off by Xavier Burton.
But that's 7 dot deliveries on a trot now for Michael Powell. So he needs to continue doing what he's doing right now. Mixing up his lengths, his lines, changing his pace. And we've not seen a short ball from him. It's sort of ill-advised at this stage. He's doing well with what he's doing right now.
Well, delivery driven nicely down to long off there. Xavier Burton comes off the boundary. Another easy single there for Athenaeus.
In the previous over, Burton was up in the circle at mid-off. But in this over, Ramden choosing to send the mid-off back, allowing an easy single there to Athenaeus. A good presence of mind from Alec Athenaeus as well. Realizing that there was an easy single on offer to the man at long off.
In terms of managing the bowlers now, Kadir, do you take off Powell after this over to give him 3 overs in the last 10? As he continues to Hodge, who drives that pleasantly down to deep cover again. They're thinking about a second. No, the field is very fast off the boundary. Good work there by the number 5. That's Matthew Ford.
It's a bit of a catch-22 when it comes to that, Andrew, because Michael Powell is really the quickest bowler on show for CCC, so he would have to come back at the dead for them. But the question is, who are you going to go to now? Because there's still, after this over, there's still going to be 11 overs to be bowled. Powell has 3 of them, but who do you go to?
Straight driven here beautifully by Athenaeus, and a little bit of a fumble there by Burton coming off the wide long off boundary, but he was able to stop the boundary nevertheless, and we were able to get 2 for that. But a full flow of the shot, a full flow of the bat there from Athenaeus, showing that he does have a 4th and 5th gear, as Ruskin Mark mentioned.
Yeah, he can't go through the gears, and we are seeing that now, but he's still not really. Previous over was a maiden, so he's still not really, getting the stride in terms of getting the scoring rate up. He's exactly around a ball now, 119 off 119.
Maintaining that runner ball, Michael Paul with this delivery, and he driven that one into the cover, cut drive into the cover. No run there on that occasion. What's the mindset of a batsman at this stage now, Kadir Mohammed? Put yourself in Athenaeus' mind. I mean, because he's probably very, very tired, physically and mentally. How do you keep going on at this stage?
Well, he seems to want to get after it right now. He wants to get after the bowling. He's been there from the start, so he's seen everything that CCC has to offer. So he probably wants to get, in his mind, after the bowlers. No,
and this one he does get after. Powell flicks that one behind square down to the 3rd man boundary for a lovely 4. Kadir will talk us through the shot here on the replay.
Too short from Powell on that occasion. They're allowing Athenaeus to rock back and just access that entire gap there behind square. Good pull shot from him there. Alec Athenaeus, good presence of mind, realizing that there was no one back at deep square leg, so he could afford to. It's really a free hit from him there. But he continues to soldier on. He's 123 now. And the Windward Islands, they are 211 for 1. Ramden with a lot of challenges on his hands.
I've been very impressed with Athenaeus' rate of scoring. At no point has he's genuinely stuck with the runner ball pace. It hasn't fallen back in any sort of distance or between runs and balls. You know what I mean? He's always stuck at that runner ball pace. Hodge, of course, in the supporting role, and maybe finding a little bit more challenging. 73 off 1 or 2, but definitely doing a good job for his team here. As we have Xavier Burton continues into his 6th over, has already gone for 33 runs.
But what do you think is the target score for Windward Islands with 11 overs to play? What do you think they're looking at?
Well, I think with a gentleman like Andre Fletcher in the dugout, you should be hoping for close to 300, especially if he comes in. And here we see the zoom in of Andre Fletcher. Of course, this platform is perfect for him as Hodge squirts this one into the leg side for a long single to deep square leg. But I would think they would want to get anything above 280. Anything less than 280 would seem like a failure based on the performance of this Windward Islands team. And if Athenaeus is there towards the end, then I think anywhere above 270, 280 is on the cards for sure. And this one, he is stepping across to the off stump and has helped Xavier Burton over deep square leg fine leg for 6 massive runs. Wonderful shot there by Athenaeus, stepping up into 5th gear with a 6.
Yeah, getting outside the line of that one and just clipping it behind square leg. Good connection on that one, going all the way from maximum. So Athenaeus going through the gears now. 129 he's up to.
How will Burton respond to this one as Athenaeus tries a similar shot, and he will get this away to the forwards square leg position. for a comfortable single. And he is rehearsing a shot at the non-striker's end. Maybe thinking I could have swept a little bit harder. But if he swept any harder, I don't think Ralphie the groundsman would have anything to do when he came in at the innings break. Last delivery in the 40th over. Hodge stepping away and cutting that one into cover for a single. The Windward Islands Volcanoes 220 for 1 after 40 overs. Some comments from Kadir Mohammed, and then it'll be Ruskin Mark taking over my position.
So the final 10 overs of the innings coming up here now. It's final power play as well. There's an extra fielder being allocated in the deep for this final power play. Final 10 overs of the innings. So Mansingh being brought back here now by Ramden. He's been asked to bowl the 41st now from the end that he's bowled his first 8 overs from. So can he come back here and really prize out a wicket for his captain?
And that is the big question here, and that's also the big challenge at the moment for Dinesh Ramden and the CCC. Because they haven't really been able to take wickets. They got a chance, a sniff just now, and they grasped the chance. So the question is now, are they up for the challenge? This is pressure, really, for them.
Certainly they're up against it, backs against the wall sort of stuff, as Hodges just eases that one out to the sweeper, picks up an easy single. So we were speaking about bowlers coming back here for CCC. There's 3 of us to come from Mikhail Powell. There's this one and one more from Mansingh. But who does Ramden go to for the remainder of these 50 overs?
Well, I'm sure he'd have been thinking about that in terms of how does he keep pushing this innings, frustrating them for as long as possible, for as deep as possible into the 40 to 50 overs.
And this one, Aten is looking for that trademark reverse sweep of his, but not able to make any contact with that one. A good result for Mansingh, a dot ball for him and for CCC as well. But Aten is really looking to get after them now.
Premeditated, that's a bit.
And attempts to go for the same shot. This time comes off of the. Oh, it seems to get some
contact
on that one.
And the thing is, you look at the field, there's a short sort of point, a fieldsman backward point, and then there's a man on the cover sweeping, and the point boundary sweeping for him. And that's why he feels if he could get it over that man at that short third man, he's in business.
For this one now, Hodges pushing this one down to the long on. And Burton does the fielding. Burton with that spilled opportunity in the 38th over.
He just has to forget it and you know, move on. There's nothing he could do about that other than come and take a wicket now himself or execute a run out. And that's it. You have to have short memories when you play sport.
This one, reverse sweep again. Opportunity, but it's going to land safe and it's going to go into the fence. 4 more to Atenes. This time, the reverse sweep comes off.
And Dinesh set the fieldsman for you. If you notice that there's a short backward point and then there's another short third man as well. So he set the field for him. Unfortunately, it went over his head as well. And he ended up getting the boundary. But you could see the plan is, the field is set for him. But he still carried through with the shot.
Atenes goes past his previous best of 132. He's 135 now as he looks to sort of sweep this one, but doesn't make any contact. And that's the end of over number 41. Windwards 227 for 1.
And moving along quite nicely. I can't say they're rotering along, but they're going along at a fairly consistent clip and hoping to achieve the 300 mark for the first time in the tournament this year. I'm sure they'll be anxious to get there. But they've already achieved quite a number of first. They got back-to-back hundreds here already. They got a convincing win against one of the pre-tournament favorites, if you want to call them that, in Guyana. They know what they are about as a batting team now. The one question you always ask is how do the tail enders, the middle order, who not getting much of a chance to bat here now, how do they bat when they come out now, when they get their opportunities? How successful can they be? So all those little things are playing here right now. But for now, they're happy with what they have, and they're just trying to build.
So Goodrich now back for CCC from the pavilion, and he starts off with a good delivery. Ramden just fumbling with that one, allowing Hodge to go through for a bye. So a minor victory there for them as 200 comes up. The partnership now 202 between Athenaeus and Hodge. So that's another milestone that they've accomplished as well.
222 balls to get to 202. You can live with that anytime. Any captain will take that at any time. And that is what is so good about these two batting displays that we've seen from them since this tournament started.
No real looking for the middle order of Windward Islands so far as big swipe there from Athenaeus. Completely misses that one.
Very agricultural there. But it came out of the blue, and there's no need for him to really play that shot so in that manner. But he's so well set, who is to say had he made contact, it would not have cleared, the stand to our left.
Certainly, he wants to get after the ball, and now Alec Athenaeus. And this one, he's looking to just ramp this one. And he's going to get 4 for it. Xavier Burton can't haul it in. A good innovative shot there from Alec Athenaeus. So he's showing us that he has these sort of ramp shots, which the modern day batsmen now have developed and brought into their game.
And you can see it's something that he's been practicing, because we saw it in the first game as well. He tried it a couple of times. It probably didn't come off. He missed them completely. Here, this one came off, and he played it to perfection, really. He got it away from the fieldsman as well.
This one, he's pulling this one, but not getting enough contact, but still able to get a single. Athenaeus, he goes on to 140 now. And Goodrich, his 2 overs went for 20 up front, so he has to come back here now
and be much more frugal, much more economical. The thing though is that these two batsmen must be thinking now of batting out the innings, or batting right through the rest of the way, because you don't want to spoil all this good work by 1, getting out, and 2, exposing the other batsmen, and next thing you know, they mess up a good platform.
Just pushes that one down to third man, picks up an easy single. But Hodge now, credit to him as well. He's played a good hand. He's 79 unbeaten so far. But I think now he probably would be thinking of 100 as well.
And this is what Dinesh was probably hoping for, is that he's thinking of 100, so he don't want to take any chances. So instead of attempting a big hit for a 6, he might just push and maybe get singles. This is the man you have to be wary of. This could be out though.
Oh no. Good catch taken on the boundary there. That seems to be Drakes. Jonathan Drakes pulling off a good catch on the long off boundary, and that's the end of Alec Athenaeus. He goes for 140. Well played, young man.
Yes, it was a good catch, a good innings as well, but a splendid catch indeed taken there, and Goodrich gets his wicket now. But what a fine batting display from this young man. His 100, 11 4s and 2 6s, and 132 the last time, 140 now. So he is bang in the pink of form, as they say, and really setting the tone at these championships.
But surprisingly for Windward Islands, we've not seen Fletcher come out. We are going to see Shadrach Descarte. He has come out at number 4 for Windward Island. So they are signaling their intent. It's no secret. Descarte really sent to get after the bowlers.
Yep. And now this is what I think would have been the would kind of like been the fear.
Drakes.
This would have been kind of like the fear of the two batsmen who are at the crease here. Is if one of us was to get out, how do the others now maneuver? We get to the point where you more or less have to go for broke. Now you can't hold back anymore because you're running out of overs, and that kind of sets up Hodge to some degree, because now he will have to really take charge here. The Scotty is out there with him, and they now will have to figure out how they're going to maneuver the rest of the way.
Yes, Mansingh continues into his final over now. Abhijay Mansingh done well for his team. CCC, he's just gone conceded to 35 in his 9 overs, as this one misfield there by Makati, allowing the batsman to come through
You
for
believe
2.
that's trippiness?
A bad miss there at that short point position, because
You
the
go to
spin
the
of the
back
ball took it away from him, and he really just needed to be as focused as possible there, Makati, and prevent the run, because that's what the bowlers want you to help them with now. They need you to limit the run scoring.
Yeah, they really need the back. Good work in the field there from Ford. Bit of mix up there, but all well that ends well.
Yeah, they didn't get a run, and that's what you want. That's the job of the fielders now, to just be spot on with their movement and try to be as clean and as tidy as possible in your fielding.
Yeah, really need to be backed up by the fielders. This one, Hodge is playing this one out to long on. He goes on to 81 now, covering Hodge.
And this has been a good innings, and again he's fallen into the shadow of the brilliance of Athenaeus, but you can't diminish the value of his innings.
Yeah, must not be underestimated. He came in at a relatively crucial time at 26 for 1. He's tried it out there and put together 200 plus partnership with Athenaeus, who just went. But Descarte now on strike here now to Mansingh, and looking to launch this one first ball. Descarte, Burton settles under this one and takes a comfortable catch. So Shadrach Descarte, he has to go without scoring. Abhijay Mansingh, the man, getting that wicket there.
And again, it was always on the cards, because you cannot suspect that every batsman who comes to the wicket, especially now, as we call happy hour here now, where they're just going to be swinging for the fences, and you must anticipate that you will lose a couple of wickets, and so said Sudan. It was a good catch in the end by Burton, because he had to come forward a little bit. He settled under it, and he took a good catch in the end. So he must be feeling a little bit better about himself, having dropped one earlier, and now taking this one. So I'm sure he will be thrilled with that, and that should give them a nice little boost.
Yeah, some quick wickets here. 2 back-to-back wickets, really.
It could change the picture, really. And they're in line to pick up a lot more, because batsmen are going to challenge bowlers now, so they'll take risks doing so. And just as I said, Mansingh, once the batsmen are trying to get after him, and Dinesh would have been hoping for precisely that at the tail end, when the batsmen are a little more free and a little more loose, he might actually be the trump card for him. Unfortunately, he's in his final over now, but at least he's gotten a wicket, and because this is what the scenario, I think what Ramdin had kind of mapped out the scenario to be, and but he had to bring him back a little bit earlier. I think he wanted, if anything, to bring him back about now, when you gotten a breakthrough, so he now should be bowling, would have been like the first of his last 3 overs in his second spell.
That's a good point there, but due reward for Mansingh, and that's the end of his 10. So At the end of 43, Windwards 236 for 3. Mansingh picking up a wicket in his final over. He's bowled 10 overs, 1 for 37.
And he's bowled well. He's bowled a pretty good line most of the time, and I think that has helped him. Has kept his figures relatively unblemished, and it should give him good confidence the rest of the tournament, and allow him to continue to grow as a bowler, and to develop as a general cricketer at this point in time of his young career. But now this is where the CCC can really win friends, as we say. If they could now put together a good spell of bowling here and fielding and catching, just try to end the innings on a high, and try to squeeze the Windwards as much as possible. And I think if they were to do that, it might set them up nicely with the batting side of things, going forward.
Yeah, if they can finish well here, it would give them some momentum going into their batting innings. As Hodge pushes another one to cover, picks up another single. But wickets can really be the difference between this score and about 300.
It is, and that's that's what you have to be. You remember when we were thinking back in the middle passage when they were just taking singles, and and I kept making the point. This is precisely how you want to play this now. Now you have to change that mindset a little bit now and say, guys, we can get wickets here, but we still have to bowl the balls in the right areas and force them to take chances.
Exactly that, and Ambrose gets off the mark now, just one. So Ambrose is off and running in this one. Ambrose he came not out with Descarte in the last game. So, but again, coming in at this stage now where it's really helpful that you have to go, so to speak. No real time for you to build any innings.
Yeah. You just do what the team requires.
This one, he's turning this one down to fine leg. Powell cleans up. Good result for Goodrich. So 3 singles from the first 3 deliveries of this over. Ideally what he would want is to finish this over on a high, not concede any boundaries if possible.
Maybe a wicket or two. The wicket always helps. As a bowler you always want to get a wicket. Even if you're not bowling your best, you still want to try to get a wicket or two. Ramden is challenging him here to keep the line good because he brought the fine leg up. So you can't stray on that part too much.
Ambrose just pulling that one there out. Man on the square leg boundary picks up another single. So good so far from Amari Goodrich, being brought back here, getting a wicket in his previous over and just conceding 4 runs so far in 4 deliveries with 2 legal deliveries to come in this over. Can he finish this over well?
We must say again our heartiest congratulations to the ground staff because the over looks a picture.
Again, out to that man at square leg, another single. The over looks so supreme, but the only thing we're lacking, Ruskin, is a bit of fans in the stands.
But I think, that is to be expected too because neither one of these teams are like the home team in terms of Trinidad and Tobago. So maybe by Saturday when the Trinidad team comes to Port of Spain, the first 2 games are up at the Brian Lara Academy. So when they come to Port of Spain, hopefully more fans will come to see their favorite local players.
Yes, certainly. Last ball of the over and a good finish there from Goodrich, going past the edge of Ambrose. So just 5 runs conceded in over number 44. So Volcanoes are 241 for 3.
241, 242, I think is probably the correct score, but we'll see whether it's the bottom line is it was a pretty good over from him, and an over that maybe he bowled a couple balls on the leg stump too many and he got away with them because they only went for singles, But once Dinesh brought that fine leg up, I don't think he expected him to bowl into the pads as much as he did in those last 3 or 4 deliveries. But he got away with it. And the last ball, it was probably the best of the lot, because that one, it kept a little bit low, but he lined it up close enough to the off stump that the shot that was attempted wasn't even an aggressive shot, was just a kind of a reflex shot kind of thing in the end. So far so good for these youngsters now. Like I said, as they get into these last 5-6 overs, this is where they have to hold their nerve and just to play smart cricket now. And it starts with the bowlers. And Dinesh is trying to plug the gaps, trying to read what the batsmen are going to do here. And also he's trying to encourage the bowlers to try to put the balls in the right slots so that they might reap the rewards now that the batters, their mentality have changed now, they're more aggressive.
As Ford being brought back here from the media center and starts with a dot delivery. Hodge now being caught in 2 minds here now. He has 100 in his sights. He's 16 away from 100. But is that what the team requires at this stage?
Well,
Because
you'll have to go too. He will have to probably to do 2 things: score runs for the team and for himself. That's kind of like the scenario that the hand that he's been dealt here now. He knows he has 16 runs to try to get to 100. Yes, he could get those 16 runs. He has enough balls in there to get the 16 runs, but you don't want to be reckless getting those 16 runs, because you put your head in the air and you just swing. You get out. You don't get to the 100. You lose another wicket as a team. So it's all of those things playing in his mind. So my thing to him is just focus and just try to get the 16 runs. If you get runs, the team will get those runs as well.
point taken. He has to contend with a ring of offside fielders. And this one, he's trying to swing it away. Deep backward square coming around.
6.
Oh, and just palms it over Amari Goodrich there. Had it in his hand for a bit there and just really ended up over the boundary.
So it went for 6 because he was trying to pull it in, but I thought he should have just tried to shovel it in. Forget the catch then. Just try to get it back inside the boundary because he was almost touching the ropes when he was making contact with the ball. So all those things would have been playing in his mind. Now, when you put the ropes like that, it's a little bit dangerous for the boundary fielders because they're not sure where they are, if they're going to step on the rope, and you know, nobody wants to turn their ankles. So that's something else they're thinking about.
A good result for Hodge. He goes on to 90, 91. So Hodge is on to 91 now. Brings Ambrose on strikes.
And Amber's job here is just to try to get Hodge back on strike as much as possible. And even if you do that for the next 2 overs or so, 2 to 3 overs, get him back on strike as much as possible. And if it isn't working, if Hodge isn't able to get the bowling away, then you could then, you know, as I say, go for the long handle yourself now, and Hodge will just have to live with that. But for now, Ambrose just needs to rotate the strike.
Ambrose with a lovely shot over extra cover. Doesn't have enough legs to reach to the boundary, but he's gonna get 2 all the same. Powell does the work out there on the boundary. So Ford have not done that bad in this over, you know, barring that 6 there, but could have had a wicket as well.
It is, and that's just the luck of the draw sometimes. It works out for you, it doesn't work out for you. Now, here's what Ramden is doing now. He's pushing the backward point 3/4 of the way back. He has a man at deep cover as well.
And this one, Hodge is meeting this, he's meeting this one on the full. He's gonna get a single and return strike for over number 45. So at the end of 45, Windward Island Volcanoes are 252 for 3.
So the 250 came up in that over as well, and it suggested that, we were thinking of 300, 280 earlier. Now, if the bowlers continue to do as well as they're doing here, they may be well short of that in the final analysis. So we'll see how it goes from here. But this is really where the experience of a Dinesh Ramdin will come into play. Can he encourage his bowlers by his field placings to bowl certain lines and certain lengths and in certain areas to limit scoring?
Well, Ruskin Mark, Matthew Ford will continue from the southern end of the ground here.
And he's bowled him. That's the beauty of the whole thing here now. You could get wickets, but you have to bowl the lines and bowl on the stumps. He hit the leg stump on that occasion, and as Kareem, I was telling Kareem just now, he got away with bowling at the leg stump earlier. But on this occasion, he got the wicket, and he deserves a wicket. So Ambrose goes for 5. And it's now 252 for the loss of 4 wickets.
And I was going to ask you the question that maybe the Spice man, Andrew Fletcher himself, will come in now. Do you think he should have come in at the fall of Athenase's wicket instead of sending in Shadrach, Descartes, and of course Sunil Ambrose before? So yes, Andrew Fletcher will come in at the number 6 position for the Windward Islands.
I think what he is doing to it, remember, you have to look at the whole team dynamic. So he's probably just giving some of these younger players this opportunity. But we all know what Fletcher can do in this regard. So he's maybe thinking now, I will come as late as possible and just slap the ball around, make a quick 20 or 30 runs. But he wants to see or give the other youngsters an opportunity to take advantage of a good start, because like I said, it's all about learning, and this is new to some of these players, so they're getting these opportunities, and hopefully they'll be able to grasp it.
Gavin Hodge still motoring on as well. He's on 91 off 119 or 122, the scoreboard says. So he'll be hoping to have a century under his belt to join his compatriot Alec Athanase.
And it would be well deserved too by him if he could get there. But he has to play smart cricket here now. He's so close, but you don't want to give it away.
Big challenge here from Goodridge to bowl to the Spice man, Andrew Fletcher.
Fletcher is turning this one through the onside. They go quickly for the first one. He wants the second one. He'll have to hurry. But the return is at the wicketkeeper's end. And when in the truth, in fact, he should have gone to the one closer to him at the non-striker's end. But 2 runs quickly off the mark is Fletcher.
And that's what you'd expect from the Spice man, immediately adding a bit of impetus. The current run rate, 5.6, very healthy run rate. They maintained that just about the Windward Islands. At one point, they were up to about 6.1, 6.2. But they stayed steady at just about 5.5.
So now they're trying to figure what adjustments are necessary. The fine leg is... They're waving the third man down to the boundary, but they're limited in the number of players that they have. They already have 5 players outside the circle. On the legs again, and it's almost a repeat, but this time they may have to settle. This time he throws to the non-striker's end, and he hits the stump. Would you believe it? And the ricochet allows them the second run, but how unlucky can you be? The throw was bang on target, and only this time they were able to get it. So Graves must be kicking himself there now for giving up that extra run.
Well, when it's your day, and it really is the Volcanoes' day. Unfortunately, poor backing up, you'd have to say on that end. But when the stump ricochets, that ball can go anywhere. You can't blame the fielder too much on that chance. Goodridge doing well again in this little minor battle here against Fletcher.
On the legs again this time, but it's almost like he hit it on the full, and Fletcher probably lost it. He didn't seem as if he had seen the ball too much. It kind of surprised him there, and he just patted it back along the wicket to the bowler.
He seemed to argue with the square leg umpire as well that it may have been above waist height, but I think it dropped just below waist height. It can't be a waist high no ball.
It's one of those sinker balls. This time he's turning it on the onside. They're going to go for 2 here, and they'll get it too because the fielder is way out in the deep, and the ball just barely reaches the 30-meter the circle, the marker, and they had more than enough time to scamper through for a second run.
And good work by Fletcher here, and you can see where this experience comes into play. Ruskin Mark. He's faced 4 deliveries and he's gotten 6 runs out of 3 of them.
And he set them all in the same general location.
Yeah. And he's pushing hard. He knows where the 2 runs are. Playing with soft hands, playing with the gaps. Let's see how he finishes off this over now.
Again, it's the identical location. He plays this one down to long on, and we'll get another easy single. So it ends the over. 46 completed. It's 259 for 4.
So well placed here, the Windward Islands. Alec Athenaeus with an earlier score of 140. A very well played 140. Setting the momentum here. Kavim Hodge continuing here. Hodge and Athenaeus sharing, of course, a 207 run partnership. Hodge closing in on a century here. He's shown some form in this tournament as well so far. So Hodge and Fletcher, well set batsman and a batsman with international experience, capable of destroying attacks as best as anyone in the Caribbean can. And so we'll have to see how Ramden marshals his troops with these last 4 overs, because while the momentum is, of course, with the Windward Islands Volcanoes, the CCC can mash a little bit of breaks, as we have seen with the late wickets, and just slow down some of that Volcano momentum.
And that is the plan, and that is the desire here right now. Can they pull it off? That's the big question for them. And of course, Ford is going to try to do his part. I think all the bowlers now have to put their hands up and try to help the situation. Pitches up this time, and Fletcher is trying. This could be a run out here. If he hits it, he misses. Well. He was in no man's land. In fact, he's given up, and he knew it was a misjudged run. And Fletcher was swinging hard, didn't make any real contact, and didn't move. When he saw the bowler pick up the ball, he just jogged through. And luckily for him, Lady Luck really smiled at him there because the bowler missed.
Credit to Kavim Hodge, though. Hodge committed all the way for the run.
Yeah, because he was going away from the danger. It's just Fletcher saw what was happening behind him and stopped. Luckily for him, as they say, all's well that ends well. Will it end well here now as Ford will try again? Pitching up, that one is cut away, and luckily for him, well, I can't call him a slip. He has to be a short, fine leg, just on the 30-meter marker there. And he only gets a single.
A good piece of fielding by that fielder. I think maybe even a short third man. I don't even know what to call him.
He's a short third man. He is. He's not a fly slip.
Yeah.
He's a very short third man.
A very fine third man as well.
So Ford looking up and sees that there's a man at deep third man and a backward and a man at point on the boundary. Holds another shot, another ball that is pulled away, a full toss, and Fletcher is asking for height, but he won't get it there. He's again appealing to the umpire for something, but you get nothing, and be happy with it.
I think he's eyeing that gap between long on and cow corner, as they call it there, Ruskin Market.
A pumpy eye.
Yeah. That disdainful pull hook shot through that area that Fletcher is capable of. Hodge back on strike on 92.
He runs this one down to that short third man and is happy to get the single. And will take it because he inches along now to 93 and getting closer and closer to coveted triple figures.
Well, certainly, Hodge has done the hard work in the middle overs, rebuilding with Athenaeus after the loss of the early Johnson Charles wicket, and the 2 performed admirably here. Athenaeus outscoring his partner.
Down the wicket he comes and he misses everything there. Fletcher head in the air, as they say, and he looked better positioned to be in the Tobago Carnival than here. He looked like he was chipping to music there.
Well, I don't know if he could have gone that low because Ford may have cut his fingers across that one and kept that ball very, very low. In addition to being wide, so it almost dribbled through to Ramden behind the stumps.
He goes again. That's 6 runs from the moment it left the bat, and that is what he was looking for. He was trying to tug it from outside the off stump on the onside, and Ramden is telling him bowl it a little wider next time because you knew that Fletcher was aiming for that. He just wanted the length to work with, and he got it there. And even though it was outside the off stump, it ended up over long on for a maximum 269 now for 4.
A disdainful swat, you have to say, from Andre Fletcher, and we know what he's capable of. He's muscled bowlers to all parts of the ground around the world in all these short ball formats and for West Indies as well. And he did have some form in the CPL, recently concluded CPL as well. So we know what he's capable of in the white ball. And again, that was just disdainfully swatted over long on. And of course, with Andre Fletcher, it doesn't just go over long on, it clears it by some distance.
Yeah, you were wondering about the spectators. Spectators must be happy they're not here when Fletcher is swinging the bat like that, which means that they're safe wherever they are. But we'll see if he can get back on strike.
Goodrich to continue to Hodge.
And they're going for 2 again. Now they're going for a second run, and they're going to get this one quite nicely also. And so that's a gap. Now I know Dinesh Ramden might be tempted to try to plug that gap, but where do you take the fieldsman from? The best option is for the bowler to change the line a little bit and maybe bowl closer to the off stump and force them to try to make the shots through the offside. But as it is now, he's bringing the fine leg back to the boundary and taking the mid-wicket off the boundary and bringing him inside the circle to try to plug that gap there. Now, it's a bit of a risk because they could go over mid-wicket quite easily. And this time he bowls a good delivery just on that off stump and forcing the batsman to have to just guide it and rather than attack it. But that is the mindset right now of Hodge. He's not prepared to take any risks whatsoever as he inches on to 96.
Closing in on that 280 mark, which I said I think they should be able to accomplish with some ease, and I think they will get that quite comfortably. I think if they hadn't lost those couple of wickets, they might have been well on track for 300.
Outside of legs, and this one is turned away. It passes the short fine leg. The man at deep backward square comes around, and they'll get 2 runs for it. Does he get the no ball for height? Fletcher is still pleading his case, but he won't get it.
And that was pure wrist from Andre Fletcher because his body didn't move at all, but his wrist flicked to get that ball down behind the square from outside the off stump, which just shows the power and capability of the man. Even though I think Kevin Hodge might be a little annoyed at him only taking 2s instead of singles and giving him some of the strike, as Hodge goes in on 96.
He goes again with this one, but with one hand he's going for the second run. He'll have to hurry. The return is a little bit late. He needed him to come forward a little bit and really rifle the return in, but Fletcher quick between the wickets and is able to complete the second run quite comfortably.
And Ramden was not happy with the fielder on the boundary's edge on that return to Mario Richards. I think Ramden would have been happier with a better return. And he's making some adjustments in the field now, bringing Demario Richards just a little bit squarer. Did good work on the edge of the boundary there to get the ball back in, but the throw was a little bit off. Fletcher goes again.
And Fletcher is struck. He was swinging for the fences there, and that ball struck him on the back as he played much too early. Missed the ball, and will get a leg by in the end. But one more to the total. It goes to 276 now for 4. We're in over number 48. 2 to go after this.
Well, certainly what the Spice Man has done has brought some frenetic energy to the closer of this Windward Island Volcanoes innings. He's already gone to 19 of 12 deliveries, which is what you want to see from a closer in the inning. Hodge on 96, 1 delivery left in this over. Will he get a single to hold the strike at the beginning of the over?
So Ramden again plugging that mid-wicket gap. And what is he doing here now? So he does have a little ring on the offside, but he sends third man down to the boundary. Ball played back straight, powerfully to the bowler. He knocks it down and prevents him from getting the single. I thought Kareem Hutch might have been thinking, yes, an easy one here. Unfortunately for him, the bowler had other ideas and bowled that ball 277 for 4 at the end of 48.
So 2 overs left here, 12 deliveries for Hodge to get 4 runs. Mathematics says that he should get it.
Quite easily too. But the way that Andre Fletcher is swinging the bat, he is intent on getting on with things here. So he knows that he would be the one who would have to do the bulk of the heavy lifting the rest of the way and allow Hodge the luxury of just kind of chipping away at his 100. If he can't get it in one ball, then he will just have to do it with multiple deliveries. But Fletcher would probably want to give him every opportunity to do that, even as he too thinks in terms of getting a few boundaries in here as well to get them to 300.
And at this stage, you'd have to say that Hodge is running on adrenaline because he's been in there since the 5th over. He must be very, very tired.
When you're close to 100, you don't feel fatigue. There he goes again, Fletcher with an almighty swipe and misses everything. Had he struck that, we might have been looking for the ball in the King George V Park, or the Mandela Park as it's now called.
Might have had to been fetching that one off the northern range. It might have been a little bit of a slower ball as well from Matthew Ford. I don't know if he just ran his fingers across the seam of that one. Has to slow it down a little bit. We know Fletcher likes pace on the ball. Matthew Ford is a sensible bowler as well.
Again, Dinesh Ramden is telling him to push it wide. I think he can live with a wide ball. What he can't live with is another delivery, of a length delivery, struck powerfully into the stands at mid-on over long on. So he's asking him to keep the ball outside the off-stump. Fletcher is not cover driving, but rather he's trying to swing towards leg.
Ford delivering out wide with that last delivery. Let's see how he adjusts this time.
Full and wide. That's how he wants to go now. This one is lofted in the air. I don't think he's going to get the boundary, although he might with a big almost ended there with egg on his face was Powell, but he did well in the end to come around and make a left-handed stop. He was going to his right. The ball spun across him, and he had to quickly change direction, but he did that well in the end.
Yeah, good presence of mind there from Michael Powell. Slid past the ball, but was able to stick out a big left paw and stop it from dribbling into the roads. Fletcher does cross for 2.
280 for 4. He's going wide again, and this time he could be run up, but he decided not to throw the ball, and but he did stop it cleanly. And he probably could have taken a shot at the wicket because he would have been backed up in the off-field. But he decided against it, and that pushes the score on by 1 now. So they reach 281 for 4. Can they get to 300? They have 9 deliveries in which to do that.
Hodge, of course, eager to get down to the strikers and just 4 runs away from what would be a magnificent century. And a well-deserved century, you have to say, Ruskin Mark. He's really played with the ebbs and flows of the game, coming in after the loss of the early wicket of Johnson Charles and partnering with Athenaeus.
Down the wicket he comes, cuts, and the ball is stopping in front of him there, but it's kept in front of him. That's a good stop at that short cover, square cover position, and the batsmen get the single though, and that's the most important thing for Kareem Hutch. He goes to 97 now, 3 away from the 100.
You have to love the ironies of this game, Ruskin Mark, when you're a 97, 96 with the field spread far and wide, and you get a chance to cut, and you cut straight to one fielder on the onside.
Fletcher again going for the scoop, misses it entirely, ends up on his buttocks, and he's looking around as to what just happened there. Dinesh is having a big laugh at him as he picks himself up now and is trying to compose himself once again. So it's
Invent-
all happening here now.
Inventive, you have to say, from the Spiceman, the Windward Islands captain. But of course, at this stage that his team is in, he's not under any real stress and he can enjoy this game a little bit. I don't think he was going to get a wide or a no ball for that anyway.
He's trying again. He goes again, and that's going to be 6 again. Just over the head of the man at long on. And that is exactly what he's done. You can see Dennis Ramden telling him, bowl it wider. Don't give him swinging room at all. But he did come closer to the off stump, and this time it was put away. This is the second time he was able to do that. The last ball of the previous over and the last ball of this over as well. The penultimate is in the books, 49 done. It's 288 now for 4.
Yeah, so Forge still trying to go wide, but that one just sat up a little bit, and Fletcher with that little shimmy towards the off stump, able to fetch it and pull it over long on. Xavier Burton, despite being the tall fellow that he is, had no chance at long on. Watch that sail over his head. And the little mini dialogue, little mini story narrative here. Hodge on 97, the last over, Goodrich to bowl.
Bolton, he's swinging this one through mid wicket. He might get the boundary here. No, he won't. He gets a single, and he's going to come back for the second to pick him up to 99 now with that pull shot. And he's very close indeed. One away, as they say.
Well, it ain't over until the fat lady sings, but she's definitely warming up here for Kavem Hodge as he goes on to 99. Just one away from that single. Will join his partner Athenes as the second centurion in the match.
There he is, guiding this one through. He tries to go quickly for it, but it wasn't fielded. And Fletcher puts his hands up and tells him, you stay there, son. Let's celebrate this 100. And Kavem Hodge does it in the end. 100 not out of 127 deliveries. The board has hit him off 130 deliveries. So Hodge gets to his 100, and deservedly so as well.
Yeah, a broad smile from him as he cut that, and we've seen that he's very good at the cut shot, being a short little compact player. Cut that one very nicely, just behind square on the offside, gets that single, gets up to the other end, kisses the badge of the Windward Islands Volcanoes on his helmet, a little shimmy dance as well. His job is almost done.
Can they get to 300 now? Here's Fletcher hammering this one down. The bowler should track it down. He decided against it, and the batsmen have more than enough time now to come back for a second run. He just stopped when the ball passed him, but in truth and in fact, it was his responsibility to get to the ball quickly and try to limit them to the 1 run. Instead, Fletcher is back on strike on 30 not out and looking dangerous. Swinging outside the off stump, you can't get to it, and Ramden himself can't hold it in cleanly as the ball was bouncing a second time in front of him, and they got a bye. So that takes it to 293 now for the loss of 4 wickets with 2 balls left.
Is that 300 still on the card, Ruskin Mark? Are you a betting man?
Well, they should get it from here. Now it's interesting to see how Kavem Hodge will approach this. I'm almost certain he's going to have a big swing here, and it's up to the bowler to line it up properly. Here he goes with the swing, hits it down behind square, and they will get 4 runs for it. So that takes them to 298. Really a poor delivery. And if you're bowling on the pads, I think you probably have to pitch it up on the pads and force him to have to turn it to fine leg or something like that, as opposed to swinging where he has every opportunity to maneuver the ball where he wants to.
Yeah, you can see that Goodrich was trying to go for the shorter ball, but it was badly aligned, and it was all his pitching. It was already starting on middle stump and then just going a little wider. And Hodge, in the kind of form that he is in, was never going to miss out on that at all, and placed it quite nicely behind the mid-wicket fielder for 4 runs.
2 away from 300. This one is hit high in the air. The bowler is coming in. The man at long on is jogging in, and they're going to get the 2 runs needed to take them exactly to 300. 300 for the loss of 4 wickets at the end of their quarter, their 50 over quarter, Fletcher is not out on 30 and Kavim Hodge is not out on 106. So a good total in the end, 300 exactly for 4. And we were questioning, or we were worrying whether they would ever get to the 300 mark. Well, they did it off the final delivery.
Yeah, wonderful innings here by Windward Islands Volcanoes. And just to run through the scorecard here for you, Johnson Jal went early, 9, caught 4 off for the bowling of Powell for 9. Alec Athenaeus caught by Jonathan Driggs off the bowling of Goodrich for 140. His partner Kavim Hodge, with who they put on a 200-run partnership, not out on 106. A little bit of a middle order collapse there. Shadrach discard, going for a second ball duck. Sunil Ambrose not troubling his score as much, 5 off 7. And then Andre Fletcher, the Spice Man, not out, 30 off 19. Adding that impetus and adding that push that got the Windward Islands Volcanoes up to 300 for 4. In terms of the bowling, Amari Goodrich, 7 overs, 2 for 57. Michael Powell, 1 over, 7 overs, 1 for 45. 1 wicket for Abhijay Mansingh, 1 for 37 of his 10. But all in all, the economy rates very, very expensive here for the combined campuses and colleges. And that's the match summary here. Windward Islands Volcanoes have posted 300 for 4 in this match 6 of the CG United Super 50 tournament against the combined campuses and colleges. We'll take a break and be back in about 40 minutes with the resumption of play.
Good afternoon and welcome back after the lunch break here for the CG United Super 50 Cup, the match between Windward Islands Volcanoes and combined campuses and colleges. Windward Islands Volcanoes posted 300 for 4 in their chance to bat first. So the CCC, they come out now with the opening pair of Amari Goodrich of Kirsten Kalicharan and the Mario Richards, the opening pair for CCC, as I welcome back my co-commentator, Andrew Chan. Good afternoon, Andrew.
Good afternoon, Kadir, and I hope that lunch was to your liking there. Graciously provided by the Cricket West Indies board. Thank you very much for that. And we'll have Preston McSween, who will be opening the bowling here for the Windward Islands. Tall left arm fast bowler. And he'll be facing up to Demario Richards, who started quite well in that game against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, but unfortunately fell early on to some good bowling from Jaden Seals. Conventional field here for Andrew Fletcher. He has a mid-off. One slip in place, a third man as well. A fielder at the point position, a fielder at cover. Feel that extra cover as well. Here's McSween with the first delivery to Demario Richards. On the line, coming back in a little bit on that fifth or fourth stump line. Left alone by Richards. And it's a tall task here for the combined campuses and colleges. Definitely a challenging total that they will have to overcome here, Kadir Mohammed.
Yes, certainly they would have to bat and bat well if they had to chase down this daunting total of 300. Posted by Windward Islands Volcanoes. So certainly a lot to be done here by the opening pair of Kalicharan and Richards. They would have to see off this new ball attack here for the Windward Islands. Preston McSween on the money straight away.
And you can see that good carry with that new ball. He's running in very, very quickly. A little bit of swing movement away. He'd probably like to get it a little bit closer to the stump just to get the batsman to play. But certainly starting just about where he would want to be. And of course, not Andre Fletcher behind the stumps, but that's Tevin Walcott behind the stumps for the Windward Islands. Another delivery along the line of maybe the fifth or sixth stump. He'd probably like to get it closer to maybe fourth and a half stump at Kadir Mohammed. At the moment, Richards is just comfortable to let it go by.
Yeah,
but
Richards just having a look here at the start. Probably just to see what McSween is doing with the new ball. But Preston McSween has been impressive in his last outing against Guyana Happy Eagles. Had a good opening spell, so he's back again here and on the money, asking questions of Demario Richards, and this one is full. Richards plays this one into cover, fielded by Johnson Charles. So combined campuses and colleges are yet to get off the mark in terms of runs here, but certainly a job to be done, and for these two, they would actually want to see off that new ball, Andrew.
yeah, most definitely. And of course, the Windward Islands Volcanoes have a very strong bowling lineup here. They have Preston McSween, they have Larry Edward, they have Kenneth Demba as well, Justin Graves as well, and then the splendidly named Shadrach Descartes, who took 4 wickets, I believe, in the last match.
Yeah, Shadrach Descartes, a bit of a all-rounder for Windward Islands Volcanoes. He's come to the party for them in the last game, picking up 3 wickets, 3 vital wickets for them. And it's a good attack. Larry Edward, the left-arm orthodox, he came into this one as Richards gets inside the line and tucks this one down to the man posted at that deep square leg position, and he's off and running. CCC, after 1 over, they are 1 without loss.
Solid start by McSween. Richards pinching the strike off the last delivery, just turning that one into deep backward square leg position for a single. So Kalicharan yet to face a ball yet. He's, of course, is a very talented young Trinidadian and well potentially West Indian player, of course, that we would be looking out to see and how he'll perform today as well. Didn't get much runs in that first game against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, but still did look very comfortable at the crease.
Yeah, Kirsten Kalicha, and a new role for him as well, on top of the order, usually bats in the middle order, sort of number 4, number 5 position. So this is a new role for him. We'll look to see how he goes about this as we get some spin straight away. Kavim Hodge, the Centurion for Windward Islands. He's going to pick up the attack now from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. Interesting from Leeward Islands.
It's good
From
to see.
Windward Islands, sorry.
It's good to see that Kavem Hodge is still very fit and raring to go after batting for close to 45 overs. His first delivery is helped away by Demario Richards, and that will go over deep backward square leg for 6 runs. A bit of a loosener there by Kavem Hodge, but Demario Richards quickly to pounce on that one.
Yeah, good to see Richards taking the opportunity to score when it's presented itself, and certainly that would do his confidence a whole lot of good. Getting that one away for 6, first ball from Kavim Hodge. So no looseners. Really taking the opportunity there was Demario Richards.
He only made 14 in that first game against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, Demario Richards, but he does look very, very capable indeed of taking apart an attack. Let's see how Hodge responds now. Down the leg side again, and that one will be called a wide. Good take by Walcott down the leg side.
This matchup between Kavim Hodge, he's actually going to turn the ball back into the left-hander. So this is actually working in the favor of Richards once he can, and again, Richards is looking to pull this one away in the gap. A long chase here for Larry Edward, who's out there. He's not going to get there, and that goes into the fence. 4 more for Richards. So he's playing the matchup well, Richards.
A little bit of short there from Kavem Hodge, and Richards was able to rock back to the back foot and just pull that through mid-wicket. There are only 2 fielders outside the circle, of course, allowed in this first power play. They're both moving into the leg side now. One staying at deep mid-wicket, or coming back to deep backward square leg, and then one fielder moving across the deep mid-wicket. Some adjustments in the field here. So Demario Richards already giving Andrew Fletcher something to think about here, as there's a bit of strengthening on the leg side as well, with a short mid-wicket as well.
So the 2 deep fielders posted on the leg side, deep square leg and deep mid-wicket. Again, badly lined down the leg side. He's going to have to re-bowl that one, Kavim Hodge. But it's interesting from Andrew Fletcher to go for the left-arm orthodox against the left-handed Demario Richards, because there is Justin Greaves, who can bowl that new ball as well for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, as this one goes past the edge of Richards.
So Kavem Hodge now starting to find his trajectory there on the third ball of the over. But this one, Richards hoiking that one over long on. He'll get that into the ropes for 4 in the direction with Jeffrey Stolmeyer's stand. Free swing at the bat there. And Hodge is immediately under some pressure here. And the Windward Islands will have a little bit to think about.
Yeah, this matchup really working in the favor of Demario Richards, because it's left-hander, left hand versus the left-handed batsman. So the ball is coming back into Demario Richards. So he has to be spot on with his line and lengths, Kavim Hodge, and he hasn't hit his trap so far. Already going for 16 runs in the over so far. So Richards, credit to him. The matchup is working in his favor. He's putting away the bad balls and giving Fletcher something to think about very early on here.
Raced on to 15 off 9, Demario Richards, and he'll tuck this one behind square, and he'll trot through for a quick single. Moved on to 16 off 10.
So Kalicharan comes into strike now. He's going to face his first delivery. Hodge immediately goes around the wicket to the right-handed Kalicharan. As we see the 2 fielders, one at long on and the other one out at deep mid-wicket. So just 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle in the first 10 overs of this innings, first power play.
Flash outside the off stump there. Kalicharan flirting with that one. Walcott taking the ball and appealing for a wicket behind the stumps, but nothing doing there from umpire Jacqueline Williams. And at the end of 2 overs, combined campuses and colleges off to a decent start. The 18 without loss. At the same stage, the Windward Islands had only progressed to 10 without loss. So a little bit of a good start here for the CCC. It's if they can maintain it over 50 overs, Kadir Mohammed.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. We're going to have to wait and see. But Kirsten Kalicharan, a new role for him on top of the order. He's going to have added responsibility being a senior player in this team, even though his age doesn't suggest that. But he's around the circuit a while now. So he's going to have a lot to do. Here's McSween with this one down the leg side. Called wide by umpire Tuckett. So Andrew, exactly what you want from the opening pair to actually get a good score on the board.
Well, of course, it's all about maximizing the use of that power play, Kadir. And they definitely did that with Hodge. We'll have to see if Hodge will come back for a second over. McSween, his first over just went for 2 runs. So he's doing the job that his team wants. A little bit of a wider delivery outside the off stump, but back of a length. Demario Richards can't get it through that packed offside field. 6 fielders on the offside, including the slip fielder at third man. And then you've got your point, extra cover and mid-off as well.
Yeah, nice ring of fielders on the offside. So he's going to have to do well to beat those inner fielders, the inner ring of fielders there. But this one, he's punching in the gap, giving chase. Will it go to the boundary? Yes, it has enough legs to go on it. So that's another boundary to the Mario Richards. He's shown quite some intent here. And he's on to 20, taking the score now up to 23 without loss. I
think that McSween needs to mix up his deliveries a little bit here. As we're seeing some of the replay from that, I think that was Kavim Hodge bringing up his 100. But he's been just a little bit short and wide here, McSween, and the batters are able to camp out on the back foot. Richards enjoying the delight so far served up by Preston McSween and Kavim Hodge. Let's see how McSween can respond to this one. Angled in and just turned into the mid-wicket region, and there's no run.
So with this sort of field, Fletcher is asking McSween to bowl on that 4th stump line. He has the offside, the protection on the offside, so he would not want him to be straying onto the pads or getting too straight to be clipped away into a lot of acreage on the leg side. So he's going to have to be on the money here again, McSween.
And that's straight back over his head. That's handsomely struck past mid-off, and that's a wonderful forward up by Demario Richards, presenting the full face of the bat and depositing McSween back over his head for 4.
Yeah, good intent from Demario Richards, looking to score off every opportunity given, and he's done so well so far in this innings. He's moved on to 24 now, so he's taken on the mantle of scoring the bulk of the runs in this power play. He's faced most of the strike culture and just facing the one delivery so far, so he's taken most of the strike. He's got his team off to a good start.
Progressing well to 24, Demario Richards, and how will he follow up this one? A tucked up delivery here by McSween, just closing that line a little bit in, and Richards could only guide that to point. Well played underneath his eyes.
So he sort of asked McSween now to really be a little bit more defensive with those 2 boundaries in the over. McSween normally taking the ball away from the left-hander, the natural angle, taking it away from the left-hander. So but in order to get it away, he needs to pitch it up.
And that's a better line there, just on the off stump, maybe moving it a little bit away. And Richards walks off. I think he wants a change of his gloves at the end of that over. 27 without loss. The required run rate is at 5.8, but their current run rate is 10.1. So Richards really starting quite well here for his squad. And I think the Windward Islands Volcanoes, if they thought, well, hey, this was going to be a rollover, Demario Richards has certainly given them something to think about just yet in the way that he has approached this inning so far.
And Fletcher persistent with Kavim Hodge. He's going to continue from the pavilion end, but this time he's going to be bowling to the right-handed Kalicharan.
Kirsten Kalicharan, a young Trinidad and Tobago player with a lot of potential here, playing for combined campuses and colleges, and the opportunity to learn, of course, under Dinesh Ramdin. But really needs to take his opportunity with both hands here.
As the mid-on comes into the circle and the long off goes back for Kalicharan. There's also a mid-wicket posted on the fence as well.
Good delivery straight on the line of middle stump. Coming back in a little bit, and Kirsten Kalicharan just playing it back up to the bowler. Pleasant drive down onto long off. And he will get off the mark here. Demario Richards was contemplating a second. I don't think Kalicharan was particularly interested.
So that's a good single there from Kirsten Kalicharan, bringing back Demario Richards on strike. Favorable matchup, which he took a liking to Hodge in the first over. So he's going to have another opportunity here to face up to Hodge. Let's see what Hodge responds with.
And he's again trying to flick to the leg side there. And I think he's been bowled. Well. I think he's been played all the way around that one. And the ball was able to sneak through and hit the stump. And that's the end of Demario Richards. So Kavim Hodge wins the war.
So exactly not what CCC would have wanted. He started so well, Demario Richards. But that intent that he's shown has really led to his downfall. Didn't really have to play that one there. His team is off to a good start. The required run rate is just under 6 to the over. They're going at 8 to the over. So it really was ill-advised to be playing that sort of shot there. Ball wasn't really there for that shot. And he's gone for a breezy 24.
Unfortunate demise there for Demario Richards. He's shown his capabilities in terms of starting to take the attack, but he hasn't been able to push on. Xavier Burton comes to the crease at the number 3 position. And all of a sudden the combined campuses and colleges scorecard starts to look a little bit more tentative with the loss of that first wicket. 2 right-handers now for Kavim Hodge to deal with. Xavier Burton, a very tall, Ruston Chase-esque figure. Very slim. Very lithe. Unfortunate that he dropped Alec Athanase when Athanase was on 113. Unfortunately, Athanase went on to score 140. So Burton will have some runs to make here for his team. Much needed runs. So after a hasty start here from Demario Richards, he's back in the pavilion. And Kavim Hodge will have his toes up as well. I will certainly be a contender for man of the match with an unbeaten century and a wicket, so to show his all-round capabilities as Hodge continues. Another delivery on the line of the off stump, easily played there by Burton. This one he's driving pleasantly up to mid-on, and they will get the quick single. They throw a little bit wild at the keeper's end. The mid-on fielder would have been better advised to go to the bowler's end. And at the end of an eventful over, it's 30 for 1.
So combined campuses and colleges losing their first wicket in the 4th over. Kavim Hodge, the man striking there. But Demario Richards, he was going so well, looking, so adept at playing the ball over the top and, really playing the matchups well, but then it just led to his downfall. Trying to be a little bit too, attacking. Really led to his downfall.
Preston McSween will continue from the northern end. We're bowling around the wicket to Xavier Burton. Over the wicket. Good delivery, just starting a little bit wide and going wider, and then had Burton just fishing at that one, tentatively feeling for the edge. We thankfully didn't get it there.
Just holding its line there, going across the right-handed Burton. So Burton is going to be wary that McSween can bring the ball back into him as well. So that's going to be playing on his mind. So he feels that he has to play when it's out there on that fourth stump line. So good from McSween so far.
This one is on the line of the leg stump and flicked wonderfully through the deep mid wicket position there by Xavier Burton. Good connection with that one. That's 4 runs all the way.
Yeah, good shot there from Burton. Pitched up, just going over the top with that one, over mid wicket. So that's another boundary for CCC. They go up to 33 for 1 now. Xavier Burton reminds me a lot of Ruston Chase in the middle there. Slim, tall figure of Xavier Burton.
Yeah, very, very languid indeed. Very, very languid. But he settles on his bat the same way, similar to Ruston Chase. Here's and a bouncer outside the line of the off stump, 4th or 5th stump line. Again had Burton fending at it.
Yeah, he's going to be feeling for those outside off stump there. Just the fact that he knows it can come back in at him. So, McSween doing well so far. Once he hits his chops, he can be quite a handful. Preston McSween.
He'd be well advised to stick outside that off stump line and don't stray too much on middle and leg. And this one again, straying on middle and leg, just outside the reach of mid-on. And mid-on will come back and pick that up for a single. Wasn't far away from mid-on at all.
Yeah, I thought Kavim Hodge, thought he may have put in the dive there. Would like to see that one again. That one wasn't too far away from Kavim Hodge there at mid-on. But nevertheless, it all's well that ends well. Burton gets a single. And he goes up the other end. It's on to Kirsten Kalicharan now.
I think it was always moving away from Hodge. Plus it was moving into that little bit of a sandy area inside the outfield. It might have been difficult to put the dive in there.
Kalicharan is flashing at that one outside off stump. Beaten. And there goes through to be taken by Walcott. But it's a good start. It's a good start for CCC. 34. 1 ball short of over number 5. They're going at just about 7 to the over. Which if they can maintain this, for a period of time, it was just going to become easier and easier in the chase. Again, Kirsten Kalicharan is beaten outside off stump once again by McSween. That completes over number 5. The score here at the Queen's Park Oval, it's 34 for 1.
McSween adjusting his line and length quite well. He's seen that pitching on middle and leg will be detrimental for him. As Kadir Mohammed vacates the commentary position and Ruskin Mark comes in to join us, and we'll get his thoughts on this start from CCC so far. It's been a mixed bag here, and Kavim Hodge, it seems, will be continuing. So Windward Islands persisting with the spin and pace options on one end, from either end. Good afternoon, Mr. Mark.
Very good afternoon to you again, Andy. And of course, this time the Windward Islands are trying to limit the scoring in terms of the number of runs scored by the CCC outfit, but I think they might be more aggressive in terms of taking wickets. And they've already had one, so now they might be looking in terms of seeing how many more and how quickly they could get the others.
Kalicharan settles, and his dart delivery is tucking him up, playing it down, and had to jam the bat down on that one there to keep out that little slider there from Kavem Hodge. Did well, and he's already signaling for a change of bat here. Kalicharan has faced 6 deliveries for just a 1 run. Another delivery, tucking him up again, playing it off to mid-on. No run there.
He will have to probably look in terms of improving his running between the wickets, because he can squeeze a single or two.
And he gets the pull in there, but he can only get it as far as mid-wicket. Made good connection with that one. Good fielding there by that number 25 fielder. And that is Johnson Charles doing well at that mid-wicket position. Hodge continuing here, running through this over very, very quickly here. Played back up to the bowl, and that's what you want to see from a spinner, I would think, Ruskin Mark.
Well,
getting through his overs quickly.
Well, he started very poorly with a series of wides in the first over, but he's tightened up now.
And this time, Kalicharan gets the pull, a half stop there by Johnson Charles, again at mid-wicket. And Kalicharan will get a run that dribbles off into the leg side to end the 6th over, 36 for 1. They're maintaining that run rate, current run rate of 6 runs and over, which is just about what they need to win this game.
So they've lost an early wicket, and when the Windward Islands batted, they lost their first wicket at 26. So they're level pegging at the moment when Johnson Charles departed. So they now need to figure out how they're going to sort of duplicate what the Windward Islands did, which was occupy the crease, but, keep rotating strike as much as possible, score boundaries every so often, but try to score off as many balls as possible and not get bogged down in the idea of defending your wicket, but trying to be on the offensive and be on the front foot more than anything else, and just trying to take singles wherever they are, because there are big gaps in the field, all over, and that's the key to how you play limited overs cricket, is try to score off as many balls as possible. If you can score off all of them, score off as many of them as you can.
McSween to continue to Kalicharan, tucking him up, a little shorter delivery just outside the line of the off-stump. And just to give you a comparison, at the same stage in their innings, the Windward Islands, after 6 overs, were 34 for 1. So honours just about even at this stage. They lost the wicket of Johnson Charles very early, but of course it was their number 2 and number 3 batsman Alec Athenaeus and Kavem Hodge putting on a 200-run partnership here. And I'm sure that's something that the CCC would like to see from these 2 batters out there in the middle, as Kalicharan and Burton try to rebuild, as McSween comes in again. A little bit of width outside the line of the off-stump, and they run a quick single there, shy at the bowler's end, where Kalicharan was a little bit slow coming in there. But good fielding by the man at point there, almost effecting a run out, but in the end, easy run for Kalicharan.
Again, it's a good timing on his part. Although he didn't time it as sweetly as he would like, but he made good enough contact to squeeze out a quick single. And that's what they have to do, because you're not going to get boundaries, or get maximums or maximum reward for every shot you make. But you still have to try to take as many opportunities as you can to score.
Full delivery again here from Sween, and that one is squirted into the square region, into the deep point region. Bit of a misfield by the fielder at point, and Burton is able to get back for 2. We saw that McSween was a little bit straight to Burton, and Burton was able to help him south to a couple runs on the leg side. So McSween will be very mindful that he will not want to stray on the middle and leg stumps to either of these 2 batters, because I'm sure Kalicharan is quite capable of flicking off the legs as well.
And again, they had an opportunity to probably get a 3rd run there, but the running between the wickets again is just a little lethargic. They're just unsure of what they want to do. In fact, there was a possibility of a run out because both batsmen had left and were like stuck in the mid-pitch.
McSween again, and a flash outside the off stump, and that's the end of Xavier Burton. A rising delivery taken cleanly by Tevin Walcott. That's the end of Xavier Burton. A short stay at the crease, 9 runs off 10 deliveries, and the combined campuses and colleges have lost their 2nd wicket at 39 for 2.
And again, a careless shot, really, because that delivery was not there for that particular shot. and he just went through. He was going through the line and trying to hit it on the up and paid the price for it, caught behind, and a good catch. The ball angled across the right-hander and always moving away from him, so he had to try to cover that angle, but he just kind of stood there and threw the bat at it and got the edge and was taken behind. So another crucial blow struck here, and here's the worry for Dinesh Ramdin and CCC. Is this deja vu for them? Do they get into that frame of mind where they feel as if they can achieve, when in truth and in fact they should be thinking, this is just a minor setback, let's put our heads down and go about the business at hand here now. But you can't get back into the mood of how you lost to Trinidad and Tobago when you lost early wickets and then you couldn't recover.
The new batter is Jonathan Drakes, who was actually the top scorer for the CCC in their game against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. He only managed 30-something, or close to 40, off of 100 and out of a total of 119. But it was a very fluent knock while wickets were falling all around him. And he and Kirsten Kalicharan have quite a rebuilding job to do here. Preston McSween with that extra pace and bounce, just getting rid of Xavier Burton. But as my co-commentator Ruskin Mark said, it was an ill-advised shot, especially at this stage of the innings. And it was an ill-advised shot for the delivery as well. McSween with his tail up, coming into the new batter. Delivery down the line of the leg side, and he will be signaling wide. So his enthusiasm getting the best of him there, Preston McSween. I know as a left-hand pacer, he probably want to pitch that ball on the line of third or fourth stump and get it coming back in to that off-stump position. Maybe he's trying this a little bit too hard. A for an endeavour. For his endeavour. 3.4 was 1 for 19. Doing well so far for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, and that's the delivery he was looking for. Full on the line of the off stump and dug out quite well by Jonathan Drakes.
He did well there because he kept his eyes on the ball. That's a delivery that could so easily have crept under the bat and possibly disturbed the stumps on the way through. But he did well. He didn't try to aggressively go after it, but he did enough to block it and keep it out. Now you survived that, and you're thinking now about getting back into the rhythm of how do you score runs against this attack.
Here's McSween again with the last ball of the 7th over, and again he kept very, very low on the line of the leg stump, able to get away with that one as Drakes flicks that into the mid-wicket region for no run. And at the end of 7 overs, 40 for 2, the required run rate creeping up to 6.1, the current run rate dropping to 5.7 after the loss of Demario Richards and Xavier Burton. Combined campuses and colleges have a mountain to climb to get 301 for victory.
And they're 40 for 2 at this stage after 7 overs. And there's no need for them to panic. You've lost a couple of wickets, fine. How are you going to correct that now? It must be the thinking. And the best way to do that is to score runs. But you have to be smart with how you approach it. You can't just go careless and willy-nilly and say you're going to beat the leather off the ball. If the ball is there, then hit it.
Hodge continues. After his horrendous first over, he's come back quite nicely, 1 for 21 off 3. His first delivery, the only thing Kalicharan can do is drive it to extra cover. Another one tucking him up as well, and this one he just turns into the mid-wicket region. Flying through his overs is Kevin Hodge. Really a contender for man of the match here, based on his all-round performance. And Kalicharan hoiks that one, finally getting a chance to free his arms a little bit, and hoiks that one just wide of long on for a wonderful 4, a much-needed 4, and that will give his team definitely some momentum, some confidence.
It certainly will give him some confidence as well, because he's been basically playing everything with a straight bat, trying to obey the principles of playing in the arc, and then this time he went slightly across the line and got 4.
Let's see how Hodge responds, and Hodge responds with a wide on the leg side, trying to fire that one into the leg stump, not getting quite on it. fortunate as well to not get more than a wide because it was dribbled off and the short fine leg fielder had to come around and get that one. Here's Hodge again. And this one he's pulled into that same region, just wide of long on. And Kalicharan will get another for a bit of a shorter one there from Hodge. And Kalicharan pouncing on that one again.
And that's a much better shot. The one before, he was almost down on one knee, swinging to the other. This time, he just got into position, quickly swiveled in the crease, and punched it between mid-wicket and mid-on, and picked up a boundary. What a wonderful shot. And the thing is, he knows this ground very well. This is his home ground. So he just needs to settle down and treat this like a normal practice session with his Parkite teammates. And just bat for long periods, bat for a long time.
Familiar surroundings for Kalicharan, and he's trying to give himself some room there, backing away to the leg side. Hodge followed him, and the bowler does his own feeling into the offside. Hodge's figures taking a bit of a beating here after his first over, and then going for a few runs in this one. He got a bit of width here, and he will cut that one through, cover for 4. Wonderful shot by Kalicharan. Hodge is despondent, but Kalicharan is delighted.
And again, a much better shot here. This time he's going through the offside, as you see the ball just coming up and punching it square the wicket, picking up the 4 runs, taking the score past the 50 mark, and it's 53 for 2 now at the end of over number 8.
Yep, and at the same stage, Windward Islands were 48 for 1, so a little bit ahead here. Combined campuses and colleges in terms of that run rate. They've lost that additional wicket. And Kirsten Kalicharan, he started off very, very quietly, but he's starting to open up now. Really enjoyed that last over from
3
Hodge.
boundaries in that over, the 2 on the onside and 1 to the offside, and what that does, it sends the signals to the others that they can do it too. They just need to buckle down and spend time.
McSween comes in for his 5th over on the trot, and this is calmly played up the pitch by Jonathan Drakes. Good line there by McSween. Pitching on maybe middle, moving towards off a little bit. Very full as well.
And certainly has good rhythm. And I think that is the key right now to his bowling at the moment. He's started here. He started well. His rhythm is good. And the ball is angling across the right-handers.
Smooth approach to the creases. McSween and tucks Drake's up with that one, keeping him honest. Has to play that one with a straight bat. Valuable dot deliveries here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
It's always part of the thinking, in that if you're not going to get wickets, then don't concede runs. But so put the balls in areas where the batsman can't capitalize or can't punish you. And he's doing that well, because his bowling is pretty impressive at the moment.
Swing again. This one a little bit on the leg side, and Drake finally gets off the mark. The single is tucked down to deep square.
And again, it's good, sensible batting. You know, those are like, I don't want to say it's a freebie, but it is. It's an easy nudge off your pad. You're not taking any risk. You get a single, and you're off the mark. So you're feeling confident. And if you get a couple more like that, you do the same thing until you could get into rhythm, and maybe then you could punish balls outside your legs like those are, and get more than just singles for them.
McSween beat Kalicharan a couple times in the last over. Let's see how the shorter batsman responds. And instead, McSween greets him with a wide down the leg side.
And that's the one thing that you don't want to be doing as a bowler at this time, is to basically upset your own production by bowling wides, or bowling against the field setting that you have there. This field is nicely set for his balls angled across the right-handers, and that's all he should be trying to produce here, with the occasional one coming back in.
Sween again. This one's a good delivery coming back into Kalicharan, who's able to open the face and turn it down to third man. Although sometimes, of course, as a bowler, that extra delivery does help, because you might get a wicket with that extra delivery. But I understand your point, Mr. Mark, and the extras has already gone up to 6, while I think CCC only provided about 8 or 9 in the entire.
They had 10 in the innings.
Yeah. in the entire innings. So
You were speaking like a true batsman in that case, though, because as a bowler, you don't want to be bowling no extra balls. You're tired.
well, it is a batter's game, and however you look at it, as Sween comes in again, another flick down by Jonathan Drakes, and he will get to the boundary for this one as he turns that one behind deep back at square leg. Again, badly aligned there by Preston McSween. He's sort of destroying his own figures because he started this over at 1 for 19.
There's a flick, nicely turned away down behind square. There's a short, fine leg, and the man at square leg is so far, so wide, he never really had a chance of getting to that one. And that's what we were talking about. That is the extra ball.
Noted, Mr. Mark. Noted, Mr. Mark. And here is McSween with the last delivery of this ball over, beating Drakes with a little bit of pace there, but that delivery down the leg side, striking him on the pad. And at the end of 9 overs, combined campuses and colleges, they're putting their best foot forward. They're 60 for 2.
Calitran on 16 and Drake's on 5. And Drake's getting a real gift there on his pads, which he just turned away nicely for a boundary. So that ought to get his adrenaline pumping and getting things moving. Now, the big elephant in the room is that scoreboard that says that you still need 241 runs, you know. But as a batsman, when you look up at the scoreboard, just look at the left side, don't look at the right side where that figure comes up. You try to block that out as much as possible, and you focus only on what you say. So you're seeing 60 for 2, and you and your teammate, you and your partner might be thinking 60 for 2, let's see if we could get this past 100 together, you know, and after that, let's see if we could get past 150 or 130, and you just keep building and you're chipping away all the time. And that's how you have to approach a big total like this. You can't just, you can't do it in one ball, you can't do it in 10 overs. So you have to think about the duration and get it done.
Yeah, a change in bowling as Justin Greaves replaces Kavim Hodge, and he starts with a wide down the leg side as well. So the Kavim Hodge experiment didn't pay off as well as Andrew Fletcher would have liked. And I think it was my co-commentator Kadir Mohammed saying, well, if you have a guy like Larry Edward, why would you bowl Kavim Hodge? Because Larry Edward being a very good slow orthodox bowler as well. Graves continuing with his second delivery. First legal delivery, and it's tucked easily into the square leg region for a single by Kalicharan.
The thing is, what Kirsten has to do now is think back to his college days when he dominated schools cricket. You know, he broke a number of Lara's records for some of the highest scores ever by a youth batsman. And that's how he has to approach his cricket now. I've done this before. You know, I can do this again. This is just a higher level, but I am capable.
Graves again coming into to Drakes, and that one is straight up. And of course, Kalicharan would have been in the field for Athenaeus' century, and Athenaeus opened the inning. So he can learn from that as well. He would have seen up close how to construct an innings properly, how to pace an innings as well.
And as a batsman, when you watch another batsman, while you're happy for him, you know, you're vexed inside because he made 100 against your bowling. But now you want to go and do the same thing against his bowling attack.
Graves continuing here. Lovely delivery, almost a Yorker length delivery. Well dug out by Jonathan Drakes to the mid-on region. So after that first blip of a wide here, Justin Graves has come back quite nicely. Kalicharan has struck him for a single, I believe, but that's about it for the over. Just 2 runs of 3 legal deliveries.
And you know, again, that ball is going. You can't worry too much about those. Think of the ones that are coming and how you're going to, you know, how you're going to deal with them.
Straight approach to the crease, and he's beaten the batsman there. Drake's flirting with that one, was flashing at it. Lucky not to get an edge there down to Tevin Walcott behind the stumps. But dying as well on it on the way to Walcott.
And that's a danger. We haven't seen too many deliveries behave like that. We saw a couple jump in the first innings when the Windwards batted. A couple of them just lifted, especially of the spinners. But when it starts to keep low, you have another problem.
Graves with his clean approach to the strike, and a very good piece of fielding there by Andre Fletcher at the short extra cover position.
Leading
well
by
driven by
example.
Drakes.
Yep. leading by example, there's Andre Fletcher. He's giving his teammates all the examples to follow, all the good examples to follow. You know, you give 100% in the field, and you support your bowlers as much as possible. And, you know, if everything goes okay, we'll come up with a victory.
Very straight approach here from Drakes with his quick steps coming in. Tucked onto the leg side here by Drakes. They'll be pushing for 2 at his forward of square. A little bit of a hesitation by Kalisharan, and he will get back in at the bowler's end. A better throw might have had him in some trouble here. But at the end of 10 overs, the CCC have progressed quite well to 64 for 2. And they're ahead of that. They're keeping up with that required run rate of just over 6 runs and over. Some words from Ruskin Mark, and then it will be Kadir Mohammed taking over my position.
So Jonathan Drake's up to 7 and Kalitran on 17, and there is the power play signal by the umpire. And now it's really a question of what changes now that the field restrictions are a little bit more relaxed, and do you now try anything new? But I think the batsmen just need to go along, as I say good evening to you against Kadir. They just need to keep going along the way they're going, because what we've seen, both of these batsmen can score fairly quickly.
Yeah, pleasant good evening to you, Ruskin, and good evening to you viewers once more. But yes, Ruskin, I think ideally these two would want to go the way that they are going right now. I think it's a huge score, so they need to take this down in phases. Probably look at it, break it down like into 3 over phases. But 3 overs, you know, set a target for 3 overs. Okay, we want to get 18 runs in 3 overs, and do it like that for the duration of the partnership. You know, break it down in stages. You cannot look at 237 required again. It's going to...
This is Larry Edwards, who is picking up the attack now, and immediately Kalitran sort of sneaks a single from him.
You're definitely going to play on your mind if you look at that 236. It's a huge total, you know, so you have to break it down mentally, as we see Larry Edward.
Shorter this time, and just forcing the batsman to play it probably in a crouch position when he probably needed to be standing up straight. A little bit of turn though, that's what I noticed.
Yeah.
Again, on target, right on target, just on the off stump.
Yeah, Larry Edward is this type of wicket-to-wicket type of bowler. He's not going to stray too much, Larry Edward, and he's going to get a little bit of purchase as well from the surface, as we've seen from that previous delivery. This one nicely flighted and pushed down the ground there by Jonathan Drakes. Just a single.
And it's a good drive, it's a good firm push. So you could see the ability coming through for these youngsters. Now they just need to push on.
Now Jonathan Drakes is from Barbados, and he comes into the CCC team with a high reputation. He's known to score a lot of big runs at the junior level, you know, so for him it's a transition, you know, from the junior level to this senior level, you know, but he has the capabilities to do well. And at the end of over number 11, CCC are 66 for 2.
And that's the question here now. How much can they, how long can they occupy the crease and keep the scoreboard ticking over for their team? They really need to figure out who is going to do what. I think if the both of them just continue to go along at this pace, then they may find themselves being bogged down eventually. So they probably just need to figure out who will probably press a little bit more while the other person consolidates and make sure that they bat through or they bat deep into the innings. So I would imagine that first role will be played by Drakes, and Kalitran can have the others bat around him, even while he picks up, you know, the odd boundary here and there going along. Drakes, it seems, is more of a dasher. He likes to get on with things.
Yes, certainly these two have a lot to do, but that's the thing. You don't want to go too hard too early, you know, in an attempt to score runs too quickly.
And there's a nice flick off the legs again, and once more we see the bowler straying on the legs, Justin Graves, just straying on the legs of the batsman there, and being picked off. It's something that I'm sure they'll want to limit as much as possible, because it's like you're giving away free runs.
Yeah, you don't wanna lose too many wickets chasing a total of this magnitude. So you wanna find that medium where you can score and still keep wickets. And it's a lovely drive by Khalid Sharan, but it's just gonna be a single as the man Kenneth Demba is stationed down there at long on.
Again, another lovely flowing drive from Kirsten Calitran. No pressure at all. He's not taking any risk. He's just presenting the face of the bat to the ball and picking up easy runs. And I suppose as he gets stronger, it'll become easier for him. Similarly, this one is driven down to mid-off, but again, he can't get it through. So it remains 68 for 2. The combined campuses and colleges replying to a massive total of 300 for 4 by the Windward Islands. This time he's driving on the onside of the wicket, and maybe just fooled a little bit there and have to make a quick adjustment, but he did. And they give him 6 wickets this time, a single rather this time, and he more or less earned it because he's playing the ball right in that arc. He goes to double figures as well, and just going along the business, and I'm sure the longer they stay there, it will be better. Calitran is driving. I didn't think he wanted to go there. He probably wanted to go through the offside, and succeeded only in playing the ball back to the bowler. And now he goes for a walk, a little gardening.
I think that one probably held up a bit in the surface there. Playing a little bit too early there on that one. But he's still there. Has another opportunity once more.
This time he's committed to the defensive shot, staying back and playing it back along the wicket on the offside. It's the end of another over. At the end of it, 69 for 2. The CCC replying to 300 for 4 by the Windwards.
Yeah, the same stage, the Windwards was 74 for 1. So CCC just there or thereabouts with the in terms of comparison to Windward Islands. Larry Edward to continue.
With his left hand, that one is drifting down the left side, down the leg side. I don't think he's going to get that. Now he's bowling left arm around the wicket to the right-handed batsman. Driven in the air, just wide of the bowler, who had his hand stretched out but not able to haul it in. Those are the kind of catches that you have to stick, and he just never made contact with it.
Yeah, good from Larry Edward again, giving it a little bit of air, enticing that drive from Jonathan Drakes. But this one, Khalid Sharan is pushing this one nicely down to long on. Well, that's the thing with Kirsten Khalid Sharan. He plays his cricket here, right here at the Oval, representing the Queen's Park Cricket Club, so he would know these tracks quite well. So he would certainly be the one that that CCC want to bat around.
And this time again, he's fishing at one outside the off stump. It's a nothing shot. He was trying to just run it down to third man. Almost gave his wicket away.
Yeah, he'll advise shot. There's a slip in play as well.
Yeah, no, it's a better drive, but again, he can't get it through. So Edwards doing a job here for his team, and choking up that balls.
Larry Edward is quite a smart operator. You can see he's mixing up his pace, flighting some, and good feeling off his own bowling as well.
Yeah, that always helps. It's the end of the over. At the end of it, 71 for 2.
Well, No, he can be wily, dangerous. Larry Edward. So these two, the mode of operation for them now, I would think, is to try and step on the accelerator slightly, try and score at least 5 runs to the over. You know, not letting that required run rate go too far away. It's at 6.2 right now. So they wouldn't want that to get to 7s and above. It's going to be very difficult from there onward. So they want to keep that in check, as this one is played away behind point. It's only going to be a single.
For a moment, it looked like it had 2 in it because the fielder was a little bit slow in getting off the mark. You could see the bowler shouting at him to get him to spring into action. But he did eventually, and they could only get 1. But it was a good shot, a good safe shot. Just opening the face and getting it down to third man. But again, this is a period where they just need to keep going along. They're doing it at a pretty good clip. And then we'll try and get it to 100 without being separated.
So Fletcher using all of his experience here, knowing that CCC needs to come at them. They need to score boundaries in order to bring down this target. So he has set a nice field here. He has a backward point. Himself at cover, made off in the circle. A mid-wicket, a straightish mid-wicket. And a short, fine leg in Larry Edwards. So he is keeping those catches in place. You know, still looking for wickets. And this one is turned fine. It's going to beat that short fine leg. It's going to go into the fence, and that's 4 runs to Jonathan Drakes.
For the easy way, if you know what I mean, because all we keep talking about is the line, how you're going to limit the batsman scoring. But if you bowl on the pads, then you're exposing yourself to being punished. And this is exactly what has happened here, with the batsman just waiting. And as it comes on to him, he just turns the wrist on it and picks up 4 easy runs. No problems and no risk involved.
Yeah, freebie, if you can call it that. And this one, he works away nicely into the leg side. Jonathan Drakes, quite easy on the eye. Very competent batsman.
Just kind of sits there at the non-striker's end and he watches Kalitran do his stuff. And I know it's pressure on Kalitran because so much expectation placed on his shoulders as he was coming out of transitioning from youth cricket to senior cricket. And again, just flashing outside the off-stump at 1. They played all outside of that one. And luckily he didn't get a touch. But it's really incumbent upon him to stay the course right now, keep the focus of his...
So that day-night affair that between Trinidad and Tobago Red Force versus Guyana Happy Eagles have just started at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Waves completes over number 14, CCC 77 for 2. Kalicharan 21, Drakes 16.
And they're going along at a nice even clip here, no stress at all. They got 6 in that over. And if they continue to do that, then they would find themselves in a much stronger position eventually. And the key is not to lose too many more wickets. And the longer these two bat is, the better for them.
Yes, certainly you can't score runs in the dugout, so you need to stay out there. Nice delivery from Larry Edward. Lovely flight in delivery. So just an update on that game taking place at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they have won the toss and they have decided to bowl first. Another lovely flight to delivery there, but played away by Jonathan Drakes.
Again, Christian Kalitran has to be very aware. That had the potential for 2 runs, but he was leaving his base at the non-strikers end so late that the chance of possibly forcing a second run would have been gone.
this stage. CCC Windward Islands with 85 for 1. CCC 78 for 2. So not bad, just about 7 runs or so.
That's one swing of the bat now, you know.
But they have lost the extra wicket.
Mm-hmm.
Nevertheless, Kirsten Kalichan, he is still there. He's 21 of 32. Larry Edward, good delivery again, looking for a single there, but good anticipation by Johnson Charles. Cuts any thought of a single. He's in close there at that short extra cover position or mid-off sort of position. And this one is short, hammered into the offside. Kenneth Demba does the fielding. So you can see that the plan here from Fletcher. He's looking for wickets. Knows that CCC have to come at the Windward Islands bowlers. So he set the field, asking them to hit a particular line, and he's set catchers there.
And that's good bowling again by Edwards, keeping everything quiet and limiting the scoring. After 15 overs, it's 79 for 2 now. And it means that the bowlers now have come to the party now. They're beginning to make life difficult for these two batsmen, limit their scoring, and it's now a question of can they break these shackles here.
Yeah, well, Kalichan being out there from the start, he's 22 of 34. He would need to get that strike rate up slightly.
There's another ball that is on line, played quite comfortably in the end. So just pushing it up on the blind. Things have slowed down now a little bit. The bowlers have come to the party now, and no doubt Kalichan and company will have to try to figure out another way to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Trying to turn this one on the onside, and might have gotten some pad on it, and it's a leg by signal by the umpire. Welcome back, Andrew, to the comments position.
Good afternoon once again, viewers. And yes, these middle over bowlers for the Windward Islands Volcanoes definitely doing a job. Qadir Mohammed was touting the skills of Larry Edwards, and Larry Edwards with 3 overs for just 6 runs, really doing a job here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. As Grieve comes back in to Jonathan Drakes.
And the sun is back out with us, and that's a delivery that might have been a slower one because it bounced a second time before it actually got to the wicketkeeper Walcott. However, the line is what was good to begin with, and that forced Drakes to have to check his stroke.
Kalicharan and Drakes doing a very good repair job here so far. Their partnership is up to 41.
That's one played again, and you can hear a good solid sound of the bat, but it's like he's hurrying the shot to some degree because the movement is a little bit in towards him, but more importantly the line is just on about the off stump. So as a batsman you're so conscious of not losing your wicket but not taking any chances to anything that's on the stumps.
Drakes also seems to hit the pitch very hard as well.
This time he hits it back to him and gives him a comfortable catch. He took it well in the end. It came back at him rather quickly, and that is the end of Jonathan Drakes. He goes for 17. It's 80 for 2 now, caught and bowled of the bowling of Justin Graves.
And like I just mentioned, it might be the commentator's curse for the batter here, but he hit that pitch very, very hard, Justin Drake. Seam up, straight back into his pocket, and he just casually took that catch very easily. That's the end of Jonathan Drakes. Again, another sparkling start from him. And the CCC captain, with all the experience behind him, Dinesh Ramdan, will come out to join his compatriot Kirsten Kalicharan in the middle here, with his team in all sorts of bother at 80 for 3, and that total is starting to get a little bit more difficult. 221 needed of 205 deliveries here. Getting a little bit of a tall tale here for the CCC.
Well, the scoreboard pressure is the worst kind of pressure for a batsman, because you're so worried that you're not staying up with the required rate in the case of a limited overs game. So you all kind of thoughts are coming through your mind, when in reality all you need to do is back yourself. In fact, I remember when I play cricket and I go to bat, that was the first thing. First you want to get off the mark. That's the first thing. Or if a bowler is bowling very well and he would have picked up a couple of wickets, so it meant that you're hemorrhaging wickets. The first thing you want to do is stop him from taking any more wickets. So you're going to try everything in your power to prevent him from taking wickets. So if you have to block him and keep him out, which is what most people do now with Sunil Narayan. Because when Narayan first came on the scene, he got so many wickets so easily that they had to work out a strategy now. How do we not allow him to dominate the way he is? And the best way to do that is to deny him wickets. So what you find happening a lot of times, wherever he plays, Sunil gets 2 for 21, 2 for 24, or no, not for 24 sometimes. It's because they're not taking any risk with him at all. And so now as a batsman, you want to do the reverse to these bowlers. Now he just got a wicket. Okay, fine. I will just come here now and deny you a wicket in probably the next 2 to 3 overs, and hopefully by that time Dinesh could be, in the groove.
But credit to the current pair bowling for the Windward Islands, Volcanoes, Greaves and Edwards.
Yes, Greaves bang on target as Dinesh Ramdin could only defend that one. Was a nicely set field on the onside for him, obviously hoping to get him to maybe fall over. But at the end of the over, he survives. It's 80 for 3 now, 16 completed.
Because, as you'll remember, of course, Ruskin during the Windward Islands inning, it was about this stage where the middle over bowlers, Mansingh and others, were able to peg their mark a little bit, just in this 13th to 16th over. But then the bowlers gave them those deliveries where they could have scored runs, where Athenaeus and Hodge could have caught themselves. While in terms of the Windward Islands, Larry Edwards and Justin Greaves have kept that pressure on. They built that pressure. Larry Edwards 3 overs for 6 runs as he continues to Kalicharan.
Both a beauty. Just beating him outside the off stump. They're appealing for a stumping. Kalicharan probably didn't move his back foot, and Walcott, who seemed very happy indeed to celebrate a wicket, now has to turn and go back, and he's looking at the umpire as if to say, are you sure you're seeing his foot off the line there or over the line?
I think Larry Edwards bowled such a good delivery, he thought he had Kalicharan bowled. Unfortunate for Edwards, he really deserves a wicket for his performance so far, as touted by Kadir Mohammed. Comes in again.
And this time he's on the back foot and just punching it out into the offside. And, the play has slowed down, so this is a very sort of quiet period for the batting team in particular. This time Kalicharan is going, I think he lost his shape there quite a bit. In fact, he lost the grip on the bat. And he ended up playing the shot with one hand. But he got a single, but he, instead of going with a straight bat, it looked like he wanted to, as we say in cricket in terms, take a dip and try to go over mid-wicket.
Now, if you look at the state of the game from the CCC's perspective, Dinesh Ramdin is the right person to come in and hopefully guide his team through to the 40th, 45th over where...
Did you see his stats in the first game?
They weren't particularly pleasant, of course. We know Ruskin Mark, but we know that what he is capable of in the grand scheme of things.
My thinking is he was just trying to bat the occasion and stick around to show the other guys how you could bat through difficulty. Unfortunately, he got out without scoring after soaking up 23 balls. This time he's punching it through the offside and he's going to get a single, so he's off the mark. He's off the mark in this game. He's off the mark in the tournament as well, having made a duck in the first game, and here he is now with a comfortable single to get his name on the score sheet.
And certainly that will give Dinesh Ramdin a bit of confidence as well, getting some runs, getting a solitary run.
It seems like the person in the scoreboard doesn't like Dinesh, so they still have him on 0.
Hopefully that will be updated shortly because Mr. Ramdin will certainly send an email.
Kalichran is bowled. It's a delivery that kept low and it came in with the arm, and Kalichran was really just standing there and then had to try to dip down, and Edwards is celebrating wicket number 4. It's 82 for 4 now, and the CCC are in serious trouble.
As Ralphie runs out of the pitch to do some repair work here, it's all the repair work that the CCC has to do. Beaten all ends up by that one. Larry Edwards does a little dance, a little bit of a shimmy as Kirsten Kalicharan walks back off the pitch for a belabored 23. He looked to be in some form. He did strike some wonderful deliveries, but he always looked like he had the weight of the world on his shoulders here. As we take a short drinks break here, and the CCC are starting to crumble at 82 for 4. Still 219 runs required, and the required run rate climbing all the time. Ruskin Mark, Dinesh Ramdin with just 1 run on the board, and whoever comes out with him needs to really put their head down and bat long.
And you know, Dinesh is their most experienced batsman, so they'll be looking to him to help them kind of maneuver out of this particular situation in which they find themselves. Now it's a tough position to be in. You're up against a big total. You're up against a buoyed bowling attack. You know, they've shown that they could feel well also, so they're not giving you easy runs. And you now find yourself really, as I say, staring down the barrel of a gun. How do you now shift that barrel and put yourself in a position where you could counter attack them to some degree? There are 2 schools of thought with that. You try to weather the storm by batting out, take whatever they give you, and so you use up some overs that way, or you get somebody who could come and swing the bat and just try to upset everything that they're doing. Now it's a sacrifice because you might very well lose that wicket cheaply trying that. But if that person sticks around, say for example you have an Andre Russell, and he said, "Dre boy, listen, don't worry. You know, but for the next 4 or 5 overs, I just want you to just hit the ball all over the place here." You know, and he comes and he gives you a quick 50 or 60 runs. That whole complexion changes. You know, so it depends on, you know, the mindset and who in the dressing room is capable of something like that. You know, and so it's tough for them because these are young cricketers now, kind of feeling their way in the international, in the forum, the list A level. And so it's, you know, it's unlikely they will take the other route that I was talking about. So it's more than likely they're going to try to dig in and kind of grind it out for as long as possible. I'm trying to remember, how many overs did they face in the loss to Trinidad and Tobago? Of the 50 overs, they faced, 33 or something like that? You know, so they want to look at those, and as a coaching staff now, you're probably telling them, guys, you need to bat long. You have so many overs, use up the overs. You know, don't worry about if you score 100 runs, but try to use up the overs. And once you're there, runs will come. And I think that's what, so they will want to do better than they did out at the Brian Lara Academy. You know, maybe bat 40 overs or bat deep into their overs, even if they lose. But bat deep into your overs, so you kind of get into that mindset, and your body develops what we call muscle memory of batting long, and you know, and basically working your way through difficult situations.
So two back-to-back wicket-taking overs here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes as Odin McCarthy joins Dinesh Ramdin in the middle. Larry Edwards just 1 more delivery in the 7th over, and he's just taken the top scorer, Kirsten Kalicharan. Let's see how McCarthy deals with this one.
Edwards bowls a beauty. That one strikes him on the pad. There's a loud appeal, and the umpire really is unmoved, but that one turned and bounced, and it struck him on the right leg as he was really in no man's land there. Watch where the left foot moves, the bat comes down, it strikes him on the back pad, the right leg. And how did he survive that? Could be height. Height might be the only thing but I'm not even sure if it went outside the off stump, if he was struck outside the off stump at all. You look at it again, and it touches down on the stumps, and whew, that is very, very close indeed.
That is a tight call.
82 for 4 after 17.
That is a very, very tight call from the umpire. Again, height. Maybe the umpire thought that because it was drifting away and it struck him very close to the line of the off stump, that it might have spun and missed past the off stump. Director Michael Ruppor shakes his head at me in disgust for even making that suggestion. As far as he's concerned, it was plumb LBW. Graves to continue.
He bowls driven, or rather cut away nicely down behind point. That's 4 runs from Dinesh Ramdin. And so that's one way he could counter the Windward Islands, by scoring runs against them, and comfortable runs like that. And we all know how capable a batsman Dinesh Ramdin is. And I was just poking fun at his 23 balls for his duck the last time. But I could see why he would do that, because you're batting with these youngsters and you just want to show them, look, you have to at least occupy the crease in order to make runs.
It's almost as if he heard you Ruskin mark and cut you away behind point for 4 as Graves continues again.
It's trying to flick him away. This one hit the boot, I think, and he's going to get a leg by. And the Edwards is quickly onto the ball. So the Windward Islands are really up now. Their tails are up, and they're smelling blood.
I've been quite impressed with Graves' run-up. It's a very minimal run-up. He starts off with the very quick steps. He approaches the crease. There's not much of a jump as well either. But you can see that he has very long hands, and I think he does get to jar that pitch a little bit. As we saw with the dismissal with Jonathan Drakes, I think he gets that ball to, when it bounces on the seam. Let's have a look at it here again.
This time it's turned away on the onside. They're going to get a quick single, but look at the effort in the field there. Descartes flying to his right to cover that ball at square leg, and the bowler really charging in now, and the Windward Islands really backing their bowlers here. Look at the conditions, though. It's a little bit overcast now. There's some cloud cover here, and all the Trinis could pray for rain, but oh Lord, the cloud cover just almost like just over the oval, but just south of us, it's really a heavy dark cloud over there, driven again, but no run on this occasion. You just look south of us. Watch at that over there.
Yeah, it's over the south, but I think
it's on the water. It's over the
traditionally, yes, the rain over the oval comes from the northeast, comes from the mountains, isn't it?
Well, boy,
the northern range behind us.
With climate change, rain falling from anywhere now, you're never quite sure.
Once it's still falling from the sky, Ruskin mark as Graves comes in again.
On his legs, turned nicely through mid-wicket. There are 2 fielders there, and he got it through. And Ramdin touches down for 1, and will take a comfortable second run. So a nice response from Dinesh Ramdin, just to ease the pressure just a little bit.
And you can see his experience coming to the fore here. The CCC have picked up 6 runs in this over without too much of a chance, without too much of anything at all. He's just calmly going about his innings. He's probably looking at that rain a little bit and saying, well, maybe I need to get my game on, because the current run rate is at least 1.6 behind what is required.
Another chop shot from Dinesh Ramdin. Typical Dinesh Ramdin. No real effort at all, just allowing the ball to come on to him and then just running it down to third man for a single. But that completes the over, and at the end of it, 18 overs completed. It's 91 now for 4.
At a similar stage here, the Windward Islands Volcanoes had already crossed the 100-run mark, but they only had the loss of the 1 wicket as well. So their body language in the field is still very, very positive for the Windward Islands boys. Larry Edwards and Justin Greaves doing an excellent job in this middle over here. Larry Edwards, 4 overs, 1 for 8 runs, and as he was touted by Kadir Mohammed, he's really, really done an excellent job here. A little bit of a hop and a skip in his delivery. Well, definitely a hop.
Not like we saw in the last game when we were comparing the bowler to, he had a real hop in his bowling action. Just like Anissa Mohammed. Driven again. but he can't get it through. In fact, he does get it through there because Jonathan Charles couldn't haul it in, and he allows them to scamper through for a comfortable single. So Ramden inches on by one more now. He goes to 9.
With Dane McCarthy on the strike, and the Johnson Charles has moved into a short extra cover position now. Mid on is a little bit wider.
And again, spot on target here is Edwards. He's not drifting too far from the stumps, and he's asking the batsman to play at every delivery. And sometimes when he's not on the stumps, they may still be playing because he's gotten them so much into the habit of playing at balls. And sometimes they tend to play at balls that they don't need to play at. There he is again, lovely arm action, just bringing that ball back in, trying to use what we call the straighter or the arm ball to come into the right-hander. But McCarthy was easily in behind it.
And you can see that Edwards is really enjoying his work. He's very emotional. He's very excited. He's smiling, and he's eager to bowl those deliveries. He's waiting for Dinesh Ramden to settle so he can send down another sparer. See how he handles this one now.
Ramden is again turning it past the bowler on the onside for another comfortable single. So this is good, sensible batting from Ramden as he tries to milk the bowling as best he can, despite the fact that they're bowling very well. Edwards gives this a little bit of air, and that's what they want him to do, to tempt the batsman outside the off stump. They have, as you said, they have Jonathan Charles in that short extra cover position, but the man behind him isn't too far off as well. So they have that gap plugged there, and they're daring them to go through the cover region. It's the end of the over 19 completed. It's 94 for 4.
And the Windward Islands will feel even more comfortable in the present situation because with the dark clouds at the southern end of the ground, the Queen's Park Oval is not bathed in sunlight as before, so it's a little bit cooler out there for the fielding side. The Windward Islands Volcanoes, as Odin McCarthy ties his shoelace here, and Dinesh Ramden stands over him and contemplates, well boy, what are we going to do next here? And I think there might be a change in the bowling from the southern end of the ground. It looks like Kenneth Demba will be taking up the attack from Justin Graves, who bowled quite well, 5 overs, 1 for 21, I believe.
And what I'm looking at, although we were talking about the rain in the distance, the ground staff hasn't moved or anything like that. So this is probably behind us, or at another angle where you could see the skies are pretty clear on that side. There are blue skies on this side, but there's the southern part that has it. And there is the Anissa Mohammed lookalike, and Demba bowled the first ball and gets an easy single. A single down to long on. It's just the hop, skip, and the jump like Anissa Mohammed does. And here he goes again.
That certainly is a hop, skip, and a jump there from Demba. Larry Edwards just has half a hop.
Yeah, very, 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 very limited.
A single hop as opposed to a bag of hops.
But he's on target, and that's a good sign, because from the very first ball, he was right there and on the stumps, threatening the wicket at all times. And this is a very good attack by the Windward Islands. Given a little bit more air this time, and driven down to long on.
Now it's interesting watching Kenneth Demba bowl Ruskin Mark, because of course we all know bowlers have their own rhythms and their own adjustments, and I also think that what Demba does, it would be quite mesmerizing to the batsman as well if he's not watching the ball at all times.
Ramden is trying to turn this one to the other. Well, the thing is, you can't get caught up with the bowler. You know, you have to focus on the ball. If you're a batsman, you don't look at what the bowler is doing with his hands. You look at the ball. Ramden this time turns this one square. He wants a second run. He's coming back for it. He's going to have to hurry. And the throw comes at the non-striker's end. But again, McCarthy is quick. McCarthy gets in there. And two comfortable runs in the end to complete over number 20. And at the end of over number 20, it's 98 for 4, Ramden 13 and Makati on 30.
As we were talking about run-ups and weird actions, as Ruskin Mark vacates the position for Mr. Weird Action Kadir Mohammed to come into position, and of course I can't help but think about the South African spinner Paul Adams, and I think one commentator described him quite wonderfully as a frog, like a frog in a blender. Larry Edwards with just half a hop will be continuing from the northern end. Welcome back, Kadir Mohammed.
Welcome back, Andrew Chan. And as the bit of cloud cover here, the groundsmen are at the ready with the covers, so I'm not sure they would know best where the rain is coming from here at the Queen's Park Oval. But nevertheless, Larry Edward is in the middle of a brilliant spell. He's bowled 5.1 overs. He's just conceded 12 and he's picked up a wicket.
Yeah, so the covers are moving into position as Edwards continues to Ramden, who settles and drives this one out. A bit of an outside edge. That will run close to the third man boundary. There's a lot of space on this pitch and it will beat the fielder there. Outside edge, third man boundary. And that's the 100 up for the combined campuses and colleges. 103 for 4. Dinesh Ramden moves on to 17 off 13. Yes, you mentioned the covers are moving into position, but hopefully it won't be too much of a delay at all, Kadir. As we mentioned, the rain usually comes from the northeast and the clouds are to the south of the Queen's Park Oval.
Yeah, that was another good delivery by Larry Edward. They're enticing the drive, taking the outer half of the bat there from Ramden. This one slightly shorter, pushed into the cover. Gonna get a single. Ramden doing exactly what's required for his team here, Andrew. 18 off 17. Makati just needs to stick around a bit with him. He's just come to the crease. He's on 4.
Scoreboard pressure continuing to build. The required run rate creeping up to 6.7. And will go up a little bit more now with a dot ball from Larry Edwards. The current run rate is 5.1.
Yeah, they would not want to lose another wicket here. You know, I'm not sure what's the calculation on the Dockwood Lewis system.
The power is actually 155 as Edward comes in again. Played into the offside there by McCarthy, and he will scamper a single. And they're certainly playing Larry Edwards with a degree of respect, Kadir Mohammed, because he really has been on top of his game, and more importantly, he's been on top of his game from ball 1. 2 balls left in the 21st over. A bit of a shorter delivery. Ramden didn't get a hold of that one and just drags it into the cover region.
Yeah, Larry Edward is quite a smart customer. You know, he's wicket to wicket, always asking questions. And he's really shown to be quite a handful here in this game.
And at the end of 21 overs, the combined campuses and colleges have limped on for 105 for 4. As we see one of the machines, the carts, the golf carts, readying themselves to come onto the field. The umpires are still continuing play. The covers men are at the ready. And they will have to move away from the side screen to the southern end of the ground as Demba hops, skips and jumps in to McCarthy. Played back up to the bowler. There is no run.
Yeah, McCarthy realizing that he doesn't want another wicket to fall. So he's just really playing it safe at the moment. But, you know, at the same time, you need to, you know, get a move on with things.
Lovely drive again, but back up to the bowler. Demba does good fielding off his own bowling. His knees are clearly very strong if he can do those hops, skips and jumps and then get down to the ground to stop that going past him. Movement of arms and legs. Again, touchdown into the offside there by McCarthy, and nothing doing here. It's amazing how when spinners are on song, Kadir Mohammed, how they just fly through the overs so quickly. And before you know it, it's 25 overs gone, 30 overs gone. As Demba continues here, 3 deliveries in the over, no run yet. And there won't be a run there either for McCarthy, playing that one quietly down there. Walcott will pick it up from behind the stumps. Run there again, McCarthy playing it into the offside. Demba and Larry Edwards really on top of their game here, Kadir.
Yeah, turning the screws on the CCC at the moment. Both spinners quite controlled. Both are finger spinners, so a lot of control over the deliveries and giving away nothing. Demba 2 overs going for 4. Larry Edward after 6 overs, he's just gone for 16 or 18. And he's picked up a wicket. So really turning the screws on CCC. They have to get a move on from somewhere. It's going to be one of these two.
And that was a valuable maiden over there from Kenneth Demba. I think I just saw lightning flash. I'm not sure, Kadir Mohammed. That might have just been out of the corner of my eyes.
Definitely was a lightning. But umpire's not moved as yet. We're going to be continuing with play here. Larry Edward once again from the media center end.
The rain is certainly falling on the southern end as Ramden plays this one into cover and will get a single. The rain is certainly falling on the southern end of the Queen's Park Cricket Club behind the Jeffrey Stallmeyer stand. But nothing doing here at the Queen's Park Oval. It has gotten significantly darker, we must say.
Yeah, look at that dark cloud just over the Caribbean stand there.
Andre Fletcher, the Spice Man, giving himself a slip, and he's up there at first slip. Johnson Charles maintaining that short extra cover position. A pleasant drive there by McCarthy down to long on, and the two fielders will converge and they will get a single. Hodge coming very, very quickly off the boundary. Do you think, I don't know, but I feel like the Windward Islands Volcanoes could have maybe set a bit of a stronger field, a more attacking field here as Edwards comes on, and the covers men are lurking on the edge of the boundary at the southern end of the ground. They are ready to come on with the covers, but the umpires have not called them on yet. But I think that the Windward Islands Volcanoes could have had a little bit of a stronger field, a more attacking field here for the combined campuses and colleges. As Edward continues, doing a good job for his team. Bit of width there, and Ramden is able to crack that just behind square. He'll run close to the boundary. It won't get to the boundary. He'll get 2 for it on the offside, and they'll come back for a comfortable 2. He moves on to 21.
Yeah, I think Fletcher persisting with Larry Edward, looking for that breakthrough once more. That 5th wicket, realizing if he gets another one, he could be very much into the tail of the CCC batting lineup. And so persistent with Larry Edward, looking for that breakthrough once more. Flighted by Larry Edward there. Looking to buy one on that occasion there, Edward. He completes over number 23. CCC 109.
And the covers men will not be asked to come on yet. I think the umpires are debating the situation as it is. The Windward Islands Volcanoes players looking up at the skies. The umpires have not given any signal so far, and we're waiting to see what the situation is. And as far as I can see, no, Jacqueline Williams has removed the bails, and I think play will be called off. At least we put on a short break here as the covers come on. With the CCC 109 for 4 after 23 overs. They need 192 runs in 162 balls. We'll take a short break here at the Queen's Park Cricket Club, and we will be back with coverage as soon as it is possible.
A very good evening to one and all as we welcome you back here to the Queen's Park Oval, a rainy Queen's Park Oval, I might add. And once you say rain and you talk cricket, somehow they don't mix, really. And at the end of it all, the umpires have decided that it's just not possible to continue this game. And the latest is that the Windward Islands Volcanoes have won this game by 50 runs under the Duckworth-Lewis system, and they have made it 2-2 at the end of it all. You look back at their scores, 300 for 4. Again, Athenaeus with 140 back-to-back hundreds for him, and Hodge not out on 106. That was the backbone for their innings, and no doubt Kadir, a splendid innings and a splendid performance by them as well.
Yeah, once again, Alec Athenaeus standing out with another 100 consecutive for him in this CG United Super 50 Cup, 140. And there we see a bit of the bowling. It didn't went well for the most part. Abhijay Mansingh, the pick of the bowlers with 10 overs, 1 for 38. But apart from him, it has been all above 6 runs to the over.
Goodrich also had 2 for 56 in the end, and in reply, the combined campuses and colleges could only get to 109 for 4, 24 for Richards, 23 to Kalicharan, 21 not out to Dinesh Ramdin, and McCarthy was not out on 6, 17 to Drakes, and those are the bowlers there, and all of them impressed, really, when you think about it. McSween at the top did well, Hodge bowled well, Graves also impressed with 1 for 27, Edwards, though, really looked the part, and on another day, could easily have had 2 or 3 more.
Yeah, Edward really caught the eye, bowling just one ball short of 6 overs and just going for 15, picking up that 1 wicket. And Demba was tidy in the 2 overs that he got. So Alec Athenaeus, the obvious choice as number 1, 273 runs. He heads that list. Kavim Hodge, also of the Windward Islands, Johnson Charles. So the Windward Islands dominating in terms of the runs. We see 4 players in the top 5.
And even their bowlers are excellent as well. Shadrach Descartes with 3. Justin Graves had 2. Kavim Hodge and Gudakish Muti, as well as Preston McSween. So the Windward Islands, their players are leading the way in this one. But as you can see here at the Queen's Park Oval, not good conditions for cricket, and this is what it looks like here. 300 for 4 and 109 for 4 in reply after 23 overs. The CCC, unfortunately, the game had to be called because of rain at about 2:40. The players went off and the covers came off. They tried to take them off at some point, but then they realized that the rain was back again, and it's been raining ever since. So this is where we're going to have to leave you. Another victory for the Windward Islands. And Kadim, when you look at it overall, you would think they deserve to win this game because they were heading for a victory, but you never know in cricket. But based on what we had seen, they seemed as the ones likely to win, most likely to win this game. Yeah,
definitely. They were the 300 for 4. They were definitely on course for a victory, but you know, the showers have came down, and it is what it is. The Windward Islands Volcanoes, they win this one by 50 runs on the Duckworth-Lewis system.
And that means that they have back-to-back victories to celebrate. As we speak, there's another game. It was partly affected by rain as well, with the Trinidad and Tobago and the Guyana outfit playing out there at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. That's a day-night affair, and hopefully that one will be completed later on tonight here. But as we leave you once again from the Queen's Park Oval with the news that the Windward Volcanoes have made it back-to-back victories, with a victory over the CCC by 50 runs. Again, we want to thank you for being a part of our coverage here. The Cricket 360 team, on behalf of the West Indies Cricket Board, we certainly want to thank the entire crew. And I have a list here: Jerome Lane, our cameraman, Michael Rupawa, Joel Phillip, of course, and Gordon Pierre, Kadir, of course, Andrew Chan, and myself, and we also have Matthew
Rajaram.
Rajaram.
Yeah.
And those are the persons responsible for bringing you all the action here today. And of course, we invite you to join us again on Saturday when we'll be back for more here with Trinidad and Tobago playing the Windward Islands at this very venue, weather permitting. I'm Ruskin Mark, thanking you so much for being with us and hope you can join us again real soon.